Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Wednesday. It's pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. White rabbits don't walk under a ladder. I don't know what you're supposed to do. It's only the first of the month, but unfortunately it's a grim end to the season. Heavy wind and rain is on the way. All this baloney. Oh, we're going to have a heat wave. We're going to have this. We waste far too much money on people on the television who get paid to tell you the weather. Now, believe you me, I get written to by people who do the weather on the television, and I think to myself, it used to be years ago, it was all blue screen or green screen or whatever it is now, and I'm not sure you even need to be a meteorologist. I think you can just go there and just read a script and do it. But all people want to know in this country is what's the weather going to be like today, and typically British, it's everything. We can have wind, rain, snow, sleet, flooding, everything. I mean, the BBC seem to have, because they bring them in, don't they, from another outside company, but they've got more people reading the weather than any other station. And we're paying for it as well. If I see Carol Kirkwood again in the morning, it'll not be too soon. But anyway, so heavy wind and rain. Did I bring my umbrella? I think I did today, actually. I think I might have remembered it. Just in case it decides to rain, which it probably will. And, Steve, it's only 16 weeks and 4 days to Christmas. Most mornings I remind my wife of this because she's not a Christmas fan. And I even told her I bought some new baubles. The scowl on her face said it all. I never understand anybody who doesn't like it. It's like saying I don't like holidays or I don't like going to bed or something like that, you know. I don't like holidays. I mean, it's only because I'm bored on holiday. And it's not that I dislike going to places, because I absorb history very well. I can go to a place and learn about it and, go on the... I mean, now... if you're going on holiday, you type in something on Google on your telephone and it tells you everything about the area, and I want to know that. I'm not going to go to Spain and go, we'll have the English menu. I'm not that kind of person. I like to embrace the culture. But I'm just not a holiday person. I'm really absolutely not into it at all. I've done, sitting on a sun lounger. What's the point of that? Sitting on a sun lounger, with your headphones plugged in, listening to sort of, Waltzing Matilda, waltz, or different thing. Or camping. I've done camping. When I was younger, and I was in the... we had a youth club, and we did go camping to the Isle of Wight, and that was I quite like camping. We used to have a caravan as well, so I quite like caravanning holidays because I thought it was quite. It wasn't. I mean, when I look back at it, it wasn't a particularly big caravan. It was a Sprite Musketeer, and which in its time was very well known, and it was lovely. We'd go away, and Mum would pack all the stuff up into the cupboards, and then you'd lock the cupboards up, and we'd all there you go. 4 of us slept in that. 4 of us. There was one bed which pulled down, and then the other end was the table, and that slotted down, and then the cushions moved over the top of it to make a double bed. So I shared the double bed with my brother, and Mum and Dad were at the other one. We had an indoor toilet. I don't recommend that if you're having a caravan. Yeah, and all it is, it's like it's called an Elsan. And I always remember it. It's a galvanised bin, basically. So, of course, in the middle of the night, in a tiny caravan, you could hear everything. It was all... And you put stuff in there, blue liquid called Rakazan, which dissolved everything. But then somebody would have to go and empty it. And oh, dear God, honestly. That was the thing I didn't like. I liked it. We never had it. You could get an awning that it zipped over the caravan and all the way down, and it gave you an extra bit of space outside. But we liked it. We went all over the place in the caravan, but again, we didn't do sort of, holidays where you went to the beach and sat on the beach sunbathing. Because if you're a kid, what kid wants to go sunbathing? They want to go and run into the sea, bloody cold, back again. Get your bucket and spade out, make your sandcastle, stick a flag in the top. And then there'd always be some little oiky kid who'd come and tread on your sandcastle. And those we buried on the beach. But no, holidays just don't... I've never been sort of a holiday kind of person. It's an odd thing. People say, oh, you should. And I say, listen, every day is a holiday. Every single day is a holiday. I mean, where else can you sort of get up, throw some clothes on loosely, get a car, come into town and sit down and do a radio programme for 3 hours and then go home and they give you money for this. I've never quite understood how it works. But I've been more than happy to embrace it for 40 plus years. Lorraine's telling you the secret to her success in the papers today. Cheryl has posed with 6 backing dancers as she makes a return to the stage. Don't bother, love. You know what she's going to be doing? We're going to fate for that. She's doing that old chestnut, which was a little bit dreary in the first first instance. People still name their cars. I didn't know people named their cars. She's doing it's festival, isn't it? She's doing Cheryl. Honestly, who booked her? That must be mad booking of the decade. Mighty Hoopla. What in God's name is that? What is that? And Cheryl's going to be there doing what? An old single. I wonder if she's going to be miming to it. I can't see her singing because she never was a singer, was she really? So who else is on at Mighty Hoopla? I don't want to miss out on these things. The lineup. Oh, way. Cheryl. They don't call her anything else now. But by the time we get to the end of the year, she should just be called Sir. Becky Hill, Alexandra Burke, Gabrielle, Georgia, Horsemeat Disco, Jimmy Somerville, that'll be worth seeing, Atomic Kitten, there's only 2 of them now, Artful Dodger, Betty Boo, Jodie Harsh, some drag queen apparently, Gok Wan, Lisa Mafia, Sonique, Sister Sledge featuring Kathy Sledge, in other words there's nobody else from the Sledge family in it, S Club Party, there's just 2 of them, S Club Party, lovely, The Honeys, Wigfield, Saturday Night, blimey, she must be about 90 by now, Adele Roberts, Basement Orchestra, Elm, Charlie George, Fig, they're getting very desperate, Figs in Wigs, we don't know what that is, Ginny Lemon, oh, God's name of these people, George Michael Disco, that's an odd one, isn't it? There's loads of people there, isn't there? But I love the way this sort of Cheryl's at the top of it. She hasn't had a hit single in the charts for donkey's years. I mean, it's like, you know, she's sort of biggest failure. The only thing she ever did was sort of appear in court. I mean, and the only time we ever put her up on the television is when she was a judge on the programme. I'm liking you. I think you're a good singer. I loved it when she was giving advice to people when they were doing the X Factor. So funny. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take them all in. I used to be in the Sea Scout, says John. I had to give up because every time we went camping, the tent sank. Thank you. Love it. Actually, we didn't do Sea Scouts. I had a cousin, John, and he was in the Boys Brigade. And I didn't know much about that, but he was in a pipe band. I think he was in a pipe band. Wild says, locked into the spike as usual, always have a laugh, can't sleep, not well. My driver this morning coughed his way through the entire journey. And then he turned around to me and he went, he said, it's all right. He said, I haven't got anything. I thought, it doesn't sound like it to me. Steve, that was posh, a Sprite Musketeer. We had a Sprite 400. So small, we had to step outside to change our minds. Da, 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 da. Happy birthday, Romeo Beckham, 19. Oh, he's all grown up, isn't he? He should be getting tattoos anytime soon. That's what the family do. I'm sure they should be living in a trailer park. And also, I remember listening to you talking about this book, Steve. This was The Circus is Coming. Apparently it's called Circus Shoes in America. But it's a great book. Great book. We went out yesterday. You know, my brother and his wife and his eldest girl and her boyfriend were coming up to town, and it started raining. They were going to Kew Gardens. They did go to Kew Gardens, and they said, we'll meet you at 9, we'll have breakfast. And I thought, why do you go for breakfast in Richmond? There's not, loads of places. They've got McDonald's and they've got... So I thought we could probably go to Starbucks. And then I thought, do you know, cups of coffee and a panini isn't exactly the most exciting thing. And then I discovered, just over the road from the Richmond station, Carluccio's. And I checked it up online, because that's the advantage of telephones now. People say, what's the advantage of a phone? I could put in Richmond, and they opened at 9 o'clock, and they did breakfast. So I thought, I'll book it. There's only 5 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, only 5 of us for breakfast. And we thought it was great. I had that one on the left-hand side there. Traditional breakfast, your choice of eggs with smoked pancetta, sausage, sautéed mushrooms, slow-roasted tomatoes and toasted wholemeal sourdough. We all finished our plates. It was really... No beans. I don't think they do beans in Carluccio, but I thought they were really good. You have to book, though. Well, I assumed you, but we did, because I sort of booked it. It was so easy to do online. And we thought it was really, really tasty. The sausages were good. I had scrambled eggs, delicious. And the pancetta was great, and the sourdough bread. But it's nice. And for 5 of us, including, various teas and coffees and bits and pieces, it was about 63 quid. And they also do berries and yoghurt and stuff like that. And the waitress was really good, came up and said, do any of you have any allergies or something? I said, well, no. I don't think I couldn't think of an allergy. But, I mean, we thought it was really good value and tasty. Really, really tasty. Which is just, so I'm quite glad I found it. It saves having to go to Starbucks, because it probably would have cost us, if we'd all had paninis and coffees and everything, it would have cost us roughly the same sort of price. So this was much better value. And they do vegetarian and they do vegan. They do a vegan one, which is toasted wholemeal sourdough with smashed avocado, mixed with slow-roasted tomatoes and red onion, char-grilled courgette, sautéed potatoes, spinach and slow-roasted tomatoes. That's the vegan one. It sounds lovely, doesn't it? I could eat that as well. And the vegetarian one, your choice of eggs with smashed avocado mixed with slow-roasted tomatoes, red onion, char-grilled courgette, sautéed mushrooms, slow-roasted tomatoes. In fact, it's roughly the same as the vegan one, actually, without the eggs. But no, we thought it was good. I've heard that ABBA might be releasing a complete new album. Well, they've got some new songs out, and they're going to be touring. And somebody says, be careful with having a full breakfast, especially creamy eggs, throws your blood sugars off. No, not me. Everybody's different. No two diabetics are the same. That's why everybody's different. So they've got a live stream, an announcement, which is going to be ABBA Voyager. And it should be quite good. It's not clear whether the project relates to music, a tour, or both. I heard it was going to be a bit of an experience with them as holograms. Now, whether or not that's true, I've got no idea. But they'll all get back together. Because I think only the blonde one lives in total seclusion. She didn't have anything to do with anybody. Because they'd made so much money, they toured, and they were really, they'd worked themselves into the ground. But there's no denying they were absolutely... Although I've heard from a couple of people recently who said, we couldn't stand ABBA. I thought, well, listen, their Testament is selling 600 million albums, so they don't really give a toss about you. Nobody cares about you. You'll have to go and sort of talk to the wallpaper. Christina says, I'm in bed recovering from wretched flu. Oh, God, that's boring, isn't it? And somebody says, can't wait for Christmas. Being able to open my door to all. Lovely. I quite like the idea, actually. Kim says, me too, Steve. Love to immerse myself in the culture of a place. Learn what you can about it. Of course, I would expect people to do that. If you had half a brain cell, you move into a new area, just supposing you're selling and you're moving to somewhere else, you find out about it. You don't just move into an area, because at night time it might turn into a war zone. Oh, by the way, talking of war zones, the Taliban, that bunch of murdering thugs, who seem to enjoy each other's company so much, have gone back and reneged on all of their deals so far. All this talk about, don't worry, we're going to let people get out of the country who want to come out of the country. No, that's all gone out the window, I'm afraid. They've already executed 2 police chiefs for their dastardly deeds. Other people, they're getting hold of phone numbers, government officials, and saying, can you come back into work? Once they've got their address, they're going round there, and lots of people have been killed. They really are a bunch of murdering bees, and you couldn't trust them as far as you could throw them. Not very good, is it?
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Do you know that ABBA have spent 19 years and 12 weeks in the top 100? 19 years! In fact, how old was Dancing Queen? 45 years ago, Dancing Queen came out. It sounds as good today as it did, as they said, not bad for 4 old turnips. It's made them a fortune. 9 number 1 singles, 9 number 1 albums, global sales of ABBA Gold, 30 million, 57 weeks at number 1, and that was the UK album chart, 31 weeks at number 1 for the UK singles charts. Of course, people hate success, don't they? We're actually very good in this country at sort of building somebody up and knocking them down again, mainly if they come from Essex. I think they're fair game. But the one thing that has really got me, not angry this morning, but just a little bit sad, are the pictures that you'll be seeing on the papers when you pick them up today of DEFRA completely screwing up everything. You've never seen such a bunch of losers. And this is all over Geronimo. And I said the other day, they've got to make a decision. They're like a bunch of old washerwomen, aren't they, at DEFRA? Oh, we don't know about that. It's tested positive twice. Yes. Well, then why not do it again? So yesterday, mob-handed. DEFRA turned up, all sort of done up to the police were just wearing the normal stuff. DEFRA, of course, we've got the hoods on, matching gloves, raincoats, badges, and all the rest of it. And they all turn up, and they drag Geronimo into... He doesn't want to go, because he's obviously not that stupid. And DEFRA, as I say, done up like sort of the sort of people you go, come anywhere near me and I'm calling the police. Well, the police, unfortunately, if you live down that neck of the woods, they weren't available because more than 30 of them turned up to this farm. What they were expecting. Perhaps it was a good freebie, boys. I mean, really, the police got nothing better to do. And so DEFRA turn up and they lead this alpaca into a horse box. Now, quite clearly, it doesn't want to go into the horse box because it's obviously never been in a horse box before. In which case, you know, and so the 20 officers helped a team of vets catch the male alpaca and force him into a horse box. And it was then that they put a bullet through his, it was a bolt through him to a bullet. That's a new system of executing animals now. And yet they still haven't told us, because they're a bit like girls' blouses down at DEFRA. Did you test him after you killed him? Did you test him to see whether he carried the virus or not? Geronimo's owner, Helen MacDonald, will be on with Nick Ferrari later. Why didn't they let her do it? You know, lead him in, because he knows. You know, and he wasn't going to be coming out of the horse box. But, so if you were, trying to call the police the other day to ask about a burglary, forget it. They're too busy standing in a field. Really, honestly, I've never seen anything like it. It was just, how many coppers does it take to help kill an alpaca? In this case, between 20 and 30. So I'm sure that Helen will fill you in a little bit later on. But, why haven't they told us? Why have they not told us whether or not this animal tested? Because then people might sort of leave it alone. But at the moment, I think they were just doing it to make a point. We are DEFRA. We can do whatever we want. But they've said now a post-mortem would now be carried out by veterinary pathologists. Thank God for that. Well, do you think you could do it sometime this week? Is there a bit of a build-up, is there, for veterinary pathologists out there? Honestly, it really, really annoys me, because you think to yourself, we're paying for these sort of groups to do this, and so far they've been worse than useless. Worse than useless. Steve says, Shane, I'm glad you're on, but I'm here every day. I've got nothing else to do. Well, I'm finishing off some tapestry cushion covers, but apart from that, I should be okay. Now the water's gone off, they're working on the water pipes in the street. Not a good afternoon, says Shane. He's in Sydney, Australia. They're in sort of basically lockdown. They've started doing a film out there with some actor, Russell Crowe, and who I never liked, actually. I never liked him at all. I thought he looked a bit aggressive. He did that Gladiator film, and then it turned out most of it was all superimposed on there. He never really fought a tiger or a lion or anything else like that, which ruined it. And so they've had to stop filming because somebody's tested positive for COVID. I'll tell you, it's not looking promising, not looking promising. Roger says the 70s, the best decade for music, and ABBA sum up the whole period perfectly. When you think, if you listen to that music, it's nearly 50 years old, some of it. And it sounds as fresh and as good as it did first time round. So that's why. People will, on the strength of this programme this morning, go, I'm going to go and buy that ABBA Gold album, ABBA... Well, I don't think I've got it. I've got various ABBA albums, but I think perhaps I might have to sort of invest in some more. I might go berserk. Somebody says, will you be taking calls this Christmas? Oh, yeah, undoubtedly, yes. Honestly. Obviously a new listener. Yeah, book your place now. Deborah Meaden is a Marmite fanatic. Oh, my goodness me. Not sure about that. I like Marmite, but I wouldn't be a fanatic. She spreads it on sausages, mixes it with peanut butter, and even drinks it. Yes, sausages with Marmite spread is probably my favourite food combination of all time. Oh, I never thought about that one. I have heard about people putting it onto various other bits and pieces. I just think on a piece of toast, a little bit of Marmite. Once you've tried to get the lid off. I've had cheese and Marmite because they do those paninis in Starbucks, and they do Marmite twists too. They cheese and Marmite. Are they little? Yeah, no, I don't. They're very expensive, those things. I can't afford to do things like that. I have been to M&S, of course, as you well know. Steve, I enjoy all sorts of music from death metal to classical, folk, rock and drill. Anybody who dismisses ABBA is a Philistine. Oh, a bolt gun is the standard way to dispatch an animal of that size, says Chris. It wasn't even that big. This alpaca, you look at the picture on the front. He's not huge. He doesn't even come up to these people's shoulders. He really doesn't. They could have put him down with an injection. You know, I know that they put racehorses down probably in a similar sort of way and stuff like that, but it would be an awful lot easier just to have an injection. Either way, let's wait and see, shall we, what the veterinary pathologist is going to come up with. You know, because that's what it's going to be based on. And I hope they've got two people to do it, not just based it on one person. Because we want to know, you know, you've turned it into this issue. You've made us curious about Geronimo. I mean, now the poor thing, he's going to be pushing up daisies after they've literally taken him apart. They did that with a whale a short while ago. They wanted to find out how a whale died. It beached itself somewhere. Probably trying to get a sun lounger or a deck chair. But they then sort of dissected to find out how it died. And they found a dolphin swimming around in the sea the other day. In Australia, this was. They were sort of going out there on their little Nick boats. And they knew the dolphin was in trouble because it was swimming on its side. And then it would all of a sudden sink below the water, and then it would sort of come up again. Bit of a giveaway, that one. It's like we only knew that our goldfish in our bowl had died when it started floating on the top of the water. You know, and that's when we had to pop it in the toilet. You know. 84850. Somebody says, it was only a couple of weeks ago you advocated for Geronimo to be executed at dawn. You're very stupid, aren't you? You're very stupid. We found our first stupid one this morning. We weren't advocating for Geronimo to be executed at dawn. We never were. We never were. You're a liar and a thief, and you're never going to feature on my programme ever again. We're going to do our first. We're going to. Oh, you've gone already. There you go. Because the producer's back off his holidays, so he's had an itchy trigger finger. So you had to go. I can't put up with ridiculous people at this time of the morning. And if you're on medication, at least write in and tell us what you're on first of all. But no, now we put you out of your misery. And as I say to all of those people we do it to, now you've got no friends. Up until then, you had it, but you kind of blew the opportunity, didn't you? So your number is completely obliterated from that. It's a fantastic system. I'm loving every minute of it. We have so much fun. NASA signed a deal with a company to begin mining on the moon. When's this going to be? It's not going to be in our lifetime, is it really? NASA Administrator Bill Nelson says resources mined on the moon will play a key role in the future of space exploration. Well, people are going to live up there. How's that? Can you imagine? I don't see that. The space agency gave a token check for 10 cents, about 7p, to a US firm, Lunar Outpost. They want to develop space concrete from moon dust. And do what with it? Just drop it off the edge of the moon? I mean, seriously, I don't understand how these things work. Never interested me in the slightest going up in a rocket. I'd be sick on the way up. I know I would. I've seen the speed these things do, and then they go up there. It all looks very glamorous, doesn't it, when it's sort of Star Trek or Star Wars or something like that. But, in the harsh reality, no thank you. Alligators are terrorising survivors of Hurricane Ida as they prowl the floodwaters. One man aged 71 had his arm ripped off by an alligator. I mean, to be honest with you, it frightens the life out of me. His wife went for help. When she got back, he disappeared. And he's still missing. They think he's been eaten because a lot of these, they're huge, these things. They really are. Some of them are, 9, 10, 12 feet long. And what they do is they grab and they move fast. You ever seen them? They're like that. You think, they plod along. They blooming well don't, I tell you. They're absolutely amazing. They had a Chinese woman on the television the other week. They were doing a programme. It was on Wild China. There's a DVD set which I've got. And what does she breed? Little alligators. She gets the eggs, she puts them on an island, and then she goes back and checks on them. And when they then, I don't know why actually, I can't remember what you could do with alligators, but then when they sort of start hatching, she goes and collects them and takes them back home again and puts them into a bigger pond so they grow. Presumably for eating. But this particular woman, and she sort of got him out to the steps of the house. And when she went back there, she then went to, took him to higher ground. When she went back, he'd gone. And he certainly didn't walk away because she realised that he was very severely injured. The sheriff's office says they used water vehicles to get out there, but all attempts have been futile. Because what they do, alligators grab, drag back, and then turn over. So what they're doing is effectively drowning because they can't do anything else. They drown their victims, and then they start pulling things apart. That must be a bit frightening. They had that, didn't they have somewhere a short while ago, where a baby was on the beach and an alligator literally came out. You've seen it. I mean, you've seen all the documentaries that David does, where every year the wildebeest have to cross this river, and it's pretty wide. It's wider than the Thames in London at its widest point. And the crocodile just sit there with a watch, waiting for these things to turn up, because there are millions of them. I mean, to lose a few, thousand doesn't really make any difference. And the alligators literally wait there, and all the wildebeest come down to the water, so it gets all muddy down there, so they can't get back up the bank again. They're eating, and the alligator is just under the surface. We can see it, because you can see its eyes, and then all of a sudden it just launches itself out of the water, grabs the wildebeest by the throat and drags it out, and the wildebeest is going, "What? Get off!" But they don't survive, I'm afraid. They don't survive. But I would think that would be quite frightening. I've seen people before who've been bitten by sharks. That frightens me as well. That's why I don't swim in the sea. Apart from the fact people wee in it, and it's all salty and everything. Oh, no, thank you. And then, you've got no idea, you don't get sharks. Well, I don't know, we've had sharks off the shores of this country. I don't think we get a Cornwall. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's quite a nice holiday place to go to, but I would only go paddling. I wouldn't go further out. Yes, I'd have my fluorescent armbands on, because I like those, actually. I've had those since I was about 14.
At Honda, we've been listening out for inspiration and discovered something everyone wants in a car. Nothing. So, introducing the Honda HR-V Hybrid. The exterior is very nothingy, just beautiful, clean lines front to back. And you don't need a key or fob, so there's nothing to forget or lose. You can do everything with your phone. In the back, it's all about nothingness, with its legroom views and seats that can disappear, making way for even more nothingness. The HR-V Hybrid. Nothing to it, really. Where will listening take us next? Honda, the power of dreams.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. With you till 7, Monday through Friday. I trust you're bouncy today. Do you know how many alligators there are in Louisiana? 5 million. Small wonder this bloke disappeared fairly quickly, because unfortunately they're a bit like rats. A bit like rats in London. Wouldn't like to imagine how many rats there are in London, but 5, yeah. I mean, I've seen, alligators in various parts of sort of the world, and they just bask there, but they do move. That bloke, Irwin, who died, killed by that manta ray thing, he, there we go, I'm watching on the television. Actually, I'm not watching that at all. I'm looking at them trying to find which alpaca it is that they're getting. So the police were all standing there. I mean, honestly, what a bunch of divots. Look at them. There's nobody protesting. There's a couple of photographers there, and that's it. That's it. They said they've got a campaigner down there. They always look like they need a good bath, campaigners. I don't know why. It's one of those sort of things, I suppose. Living in a tent doesn't really help. Yeah, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 protesters down there, and about 25 to 30 coppers, and then the DEFRA people. And you think, how did they know which one it was? And also, if it was in a field with all the other ones, are the other ones now infected? It's all a little bit hazy, isn't it? We need to know these things. Look, and they go, oh, you have to put a bolt through its head because of it. No, you don't. No, you don't. You can put animals to sleep and it can be painlessly done. I mean, I'm quite sure the bolt is also equally painless. Whatever it is, though, they screwed up big time. They screwed up big time. She must be fuming. Absolutely fuming. But you'll find out this morning because she's going to be with Nick Ferrari. So Nick will be sort of asking, does she get compensation? I don't know how it works. Because she's got £50,000 legal bills to pay, which is quite expensive. But she's got something. I don't know what sort of farm she's got, whether it's a farm that breeds alpacas or I don't know what it is. But the Saving Geronimo crowd have dwindled, I'm afraid. But there is going to be, I'm happy to tell you, a veterinary person who's going to dissect it and tell you exactly what it's got. So I'm expecting 2 people. We want a completely unbiased report. So 2 people would be very good in... What are you eating? Sitting there eating. What are you eating? What in God's name is that? A cookie. God, I tell you, you are living that dream. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Honestly. I know people say that. They say radio is so glamorous, isn't it? Just if you go and look at the news desk this morning, it's very glamorous. Very, very glamorous out there. Not so glamorous in here, really. Perhaps we should all go on holiday together and bond. Should we do that? Yeah, we do that. Yeah, Skegness. Oh, I don't think I've ever been to Skegness, but we used to laugh about it. Call it Skeggy. Or was it Scuzzy? I can't remember. Anyway, whatever it was it's the holiday resort to end all holiday, but not as bad as Blackpool. I don't think anything is as bad as Blackpool. I've never been to such a dump in my entire life. Really. Why they haven't closed it down, I've got no idea. It really is full of the most awful people and everything. I've really hated it. Yeah, put it this way, you fear for everything. You think somebody's going to nick your bus ticket. It's that kind of place. And all the hotels on the front, and they're all the cheaper end of the market, let's put it that way. They're not exactly upper class. They've all got plastic flowers in their hanging baskets. It's so naff. And they've got little sort of tacky little curtains with a little lamp in the middle, and written in big words on the wall, it's got hot and cold running water. And I wanted to add, down the walls. It was really awful, fully cooked breakfast, as opposed to what? Giving you raw food and you cook it yourself, And then it's got the other sign on which says vacancies, and that'd just be between the ears of the owners. And you go up Blackpool. The only good thing was going to the Blackpool Tower Ballroom, because have you ever seen it? Beautiful. It's all, I think it's a Frank Matcham building. It's all gold. It is just mind-blowing in this dump of a town, which doesn't even have a railway station that goes to the middle of Blackpool. You either go North Blackpool or South Blackpool. But the Tower Ballroom is stunning. It's like going into a palace. It dates back to, I think, about 1890, 1894, something like that. And you look at it and you go, my goodness me. And there's a bloke gets his Wurlitzer out every weekend, and you can have an afternoon tea there and dance around. It really is, because they've done Strictly there, but it's beautiful inside. It's a shame the rest of the town is so awful. But the town, you can go up there and they've got an exhibition of what? Because they used to have the Blackpool Tower Circus as well, and that's worth going up there for that alone. That would be the only thing that would ever get me to Blackpool. That and being in the back of a police car. Yeah, and then you get out. That's the only good thing about Blackpool. You are now leaving Blackpool, thank God. Get out as quick as possible. Go somewhere decent. But I don't know what's a decent resort nowadays. I don't know what would be considered, because it's always spoilt by the people. Unfortunately, some of these towns should have some sort of vetting system. When you actually get to the top of the hill before you go down to Bournemouth, there should be like Checkpoint Charlie. And you have people checked. Okay, let's have a look. What car are you driving? No, you're not in at all. No, sorry. You brought your own food? No, definitely not. And that way you can upmarket all of the sort of the seaside resorts. What about a trip to Kew Gardens, says Donny. That's where they went yesterday. That's where my brother and his wife and his eldest daughter and her boyfriend went. And I think they're nice. The trouble is, literally just as we left Carluccio's, it started raining. Honestly, this is supposed to be summer. But it's finished now, isn't it? It's finished, it's cold. So here's a picture of this little alpaca, Geronimo. He's tiny. I think people think, oh no, he's going to be like the size of an ostrich or something. No, he's not. So he was hauled away to his execution. He probably had a rough idea things were not going his way. I think animals know. I think they have like a sixth sense. It's a case of, I've not been treated like this before. But so he pulls away. But of course, they were a bit stronger than he was. Somebody was pushing him from the back and somebody was pulling him from the front. It was just a gigantic cock-up. That's what it was, from start to bloomin' finish. And somebody says it was shocking how much stress they put on that alpaca. Yes, it absolutely was. It absolutely was. It was an awful lot. They could have handled it better, but as the papers have said, we doubt you'll see one if you've just been burgled. But how many coppers does it take to help kill an alpaca? They've got one here. It's been a 26-day standoff. 26 days they've dragged this out, and in the end, this poor animal dies. Which, I couldn't really give a forex. I couldn't give a forex about, what happens to it, because I'm not particularly into alpacas or anything else, but I don't care about ants either, and bugs and snails and things like that. But I just think that they've handled it badly and they've dragged it out. This should have been done, because animals get slaughtered every day. The difference is we eat them. That's the difference. 950 million birds a year are executed for us to eat. That's What's the matter? That's chickens. We also execute, sheep, pigs, lambs, cows. Nobody says a dicky bird about them. You know, you want to protest, go stand outside an abattoir as opposed to some poor woman's farm. She's trying to save one alpaca. And people go, we can't do that. You know, 874 million chickens each year. I don't see anybody protesting over that one. It's only a chicken, isn't it? Who cares? It's going to be killed. It'll be hung up by its feet. It thinks it's at the fun fair. And hello, how are you? Hanging upside down, looking at everybody. The world's topsy-turvy. And then they go on this, like, merry-go-round thing. There's a factory that can process, I think, 1 million chickens a day. Because of our insatiable appetite for a bit of meat. We like a bit of meat, don't we? And it's always good. And they do this, and then they electrocute them, and then there's a machine that will sort of take their heads off, and then they go through hot water baths, and then all the feathers come out. And so you end up with naked chickens. Don't see anybody protesting about that. Oh, no, but a few dogs in Afghanistan and a few cats, and the world's up in arms about it. Whereas we've got animals coming out of our ears in this country who've been abandoned by so-called animal lovers. Don't ever tell me that we're a nation of animal lovers, because we quite clearly aren't. I like Batman. I never quite got into Batman or anything like that at all. But I did like the Joker. I thought the Joker was always quite good. Kapow! Wazoo! And all that kind of stuff, you know. I was never a superhero. I could never be considered a superhero in any way, shape or form. But the reason I mention it is because very shortly you better lick him, which is quite nice, because he's coming out as a stamp. And not only Batman, but there are 18 DC Comics themed stamps. So he'll feature with Superman. See, Superman I could cope with. I like we had lots in common. I looked very similar to Superman. And also, you know, I could just sort of I could go into a phone box and change, you know, quite quickly, because it doesn't take much to change in a phone box. People would stand around watching. But, I mean, he always did it in there. And then you can fly. And who was that other one? Was it Spider-Man who he holds his hands like that and go, phew, phew, and then he swings between... See, that I could cope with. I mean, how long did it train that actor to be able to do that? Phew, phew, and then swing between buildings? I've seen it. But pre-orders today. How much is this set of stamps? Seems quite good value, actually. £16.20. For the whole set. You get the whole set of stamps for £16.20. Yeah, but in years to come, you know, you'll be going, oh, look, £16.20. Now they're worth nothing. Nothing at all. But it's in collaboration with Warner Brothers Consumer Products. So you get the Joker, Wonder Woman and Robin. And we all know about Robin, don't we? Now we've discovered Robin's bisexual. Oh, my goodness, that came as a bit of a shock to all those people there. Bruce Wayne had no idea, not a clue what was going on. He was wearing tights, which were very tight, and he had a cape round his shoulders. Hello, camp or what? Come on. Don't waste my time, honestly. Gotham City, yeah, gay city. That's what it was. All the police chiefs there. Oh, you can't believe it. Everybody dressed up, and they put masks on. Well, it's like going to a bondage party, isn't it? You put a mask on, and they go, oh, don't worry, it's Batman and Robin. No, it's Bruce Wayne, and that's his friend. OK, let's leave it at that. 4:45.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's lunchtime in Australia, says Robert, so just about to tuck into your famous mince dish with the perfect accompaniment, a pile of crispy roast potatoes. Oh, how nice. This is the famous mince dish. You get some mince, fry it off in a frying pan, okay, then you add a tin of beans, and if you're pushing the boat out, some little tiny sausages, little cocktail sausage, and then some grated cheese over the top. And to be honest with you, the crispy roast potatoes just sounds like an absolute dream. Because I had the same yesterday. I had rice with creamed mushrooms and... What else did I put in the frying pan? There was something else I put in the frying pan. Blowed if I can remember what it was, actually. It was bacon. Fancy not remembering bacon, but it was lovely, actually. Did you hear about the new Marmite-flavoured beers, says Tony? Yeah, we did it yesterday. Listen, if you can't keep up and listen to the programme every day, I can't keep repeating everything. That would be ridiculous. Phil says, we used to call my granddad Spider-Man. Not because he was agile, because he couldn't get out of the bath without help. I don't think I'd ever want anybody to help me out of the bath. I really wouldn't. You know, even if I was in the advanced stages of I can't move, I don't want anybody coming in the bath and sort of... Yeah, I mean, I have a seat in my bath. I have a seat, yes. Because I don't really have baths, because I don't see the point of getting in a bath, washing yourself, and then sitting in the dirty water. What's the point of that? A shower uses less water, and it cleanses your body from top to bottom. You know, I love taking the handle of the shower and just going... like that, you know, as the water cascades. Yeah, seat in the shower. Yeah, it's a special shower seat. I think it was designed for elderly people, but I mean, I lied and said that I was a bit older than I really was to get it. No, it's not a deck chair. It just sits there. And also it means you can reach your feet. Because if you're in a shower, there is the danger of falling over in the shower, and you don't want to fall over in the shower. The idea is you want to sit. So I like, and people used to write in and go, you've got a seat in the shower. And I go, yes. You know, you've got a car in your garage, you know, that kind of thing. You know, people always worry about it, don't they? Apparently, Skeggy is known to the locals as Skeg Vegas now, because it's so flipping bracing. You spend all your time in the arcades. We used to love, Anne, the arcades. That was our big thrill, going to the seaside. It was the only place you ever saw the amusement arcades. And you'd go there and your mother would give you a shilling or something, and you'd change it into pennies, and you'd walk around. Do you remember, Anne, holding the pennies and looking at the machines? You wouldn't just go out and put it in. You'd look at the machine and think which one was going to be the best value. And so we used to spend a lot of time doing that. And then you'd spend your shilling. I don't think we ever made very much money out of it. Sometimes you'd walk away with threepence or sixpence. But it was lovely. That was the thing. That was the thing, the amusement arcades. And you find them all along the place, and they were designed for children. They're not designed for adults. They're designed for children. Dawn Neeson's column today in the Daily Star, talking about Greta Thunberg, the climate hobbit. I'm not a big fan of hers. I'm sure she's very well-meaning and everything. I'm just a bit bored with seeing her on things. But as she's criticised Nicola Sturgeon, saying Scotland is not a world leader on climate change. I mean, what an odd thing to say. You know, here she is, little Greta, you know. And farewell August, says Dawn. A month, according to the experts, that saw temperatures a whole degree above average. No, it wasn't. It was bloody freezing. That geography A-level obviously not wasted on me, was it? We were told, though, weren't we? But they never get it right. Oh, it's going to be a heat wave for this bank holiday. I specifically got out my Speedos, and I was sort of thinking, you know, and I tried them on. And all right, we couldn't get everything in them, but we at least we had an effort. And then I thought, you know, I'll sit outside, you know, and have a little sunbathing, get a bit of colour before we go to the beach. And it was all overcast and dismal and dreary and miserable. And you think, why don't we sue the weather people for getting it wrong? You know, it's going to be a heat wave, 26 degrees, the hell it was. Richly. Chris in Birmingham, thank you. God, you must be suffering, aren't you? Birmingham. Another one. Dreadful. There you go. BBC issues weather update on when September heatwave will hit the UK. Don't bother with it. Load of old rubbish. Load of old rubbish. The country is expecting scorching temperatures. Funny, all the papers say we're now into wind and rain. Obviously the BBC know better, don't they really? And here we go. John Hammond, formerly of the BBC and the Met Office, now of Weather Trending. God, imagine having a conversation with somebody who's just into weather. That must be like going out with a footballer. You know, they've got nothing to talk about at all. He says, many of us can look forward to some fine weather, so don't put away your garden furniture. What do you mean, put away the garden? What planet are you living on, dear? Have you seen council estates? You don't put the furniture away, you just tie it up. Put the furniture away. Apparently, late summer at its best with a sunnier finale to a dull August. Hello? When will this be? In my lifetime? Don't put away your garden furniture. Where are you putting it? In the garage? No, they just leave it stuck out there. Seaside arcades are the reason, says Will Guyett, that I now have my own video game arcade in the shed. He collects video games. He collects all sorts of things. Seriously, he's got loads of things. I know that because when I was much younger, because we're related, I used to go round his place and sort of play the arcade games and stuff like that. Is that true, Will? Thank you. Call of Duty. I love all that sort of stuff. But I used to play the racing games. And you've got a screen in front of you. Grand. Yeah, yeah, that was very good. I like that one. The only trouble is, I was the slowest one going around the course. I didn't want to speed in the arcade, but there used to be a huge arcade in London. It was notorious in the 60s, very notorious, and it was called Playland for obvious reasons. And it was just floor after floor of arcades, and it was kids who'd obviously skived off school. And they would go there, and people would pay for them to play machines and things like that until the police closed it down. It was all very dodgy and things like that. But London's always had that. We've got an amusement arcade in Twickenham. How it keeps going, I've got no idea. I've only ever seen about 2 people in it. But they must make enough money out of 2 people to keep going, because it's just a machine. You know, if it breaks down, there's another one you can play. It's like Vegas. All you can hear is bing, 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 as they sort of cough up the money and all the rest of it. And Stella says, I had a seat in the shower and was given a commode when I had my hip replacement, and I'm 57. Wow. I've never had a hip replacement. Well, obviously not had a hip replacement. I always feel, somebody says a hip replacement, I would imagine that you're sort of balancing precariously, and if you sort of lean too much, you're going to fall off your hips and leave your legs standing there. I'm not sure. Oh, another message on the phone, very popular this morning. We noticed this, and it's only a Wednesday. And, wait a minute. I got so many texts and emails yesterday. Oh, it's not an email at all. I've got a theme that goes with this phone, and I stupidly turned it on the other day. And every time it gives me a message, it goes do 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 do. And I remember thinking, oh God. So I have to turn all these things off. I'm not very good with technology, as you can well imagine. I could just about change a printer cartridge. Yeah, I need to put it on silent. It is on silent, but it still plays.
Sorry, I couldn't quite
See?
hear you.
It's still alive.
Please repeat what you said?
There you go. It's still alive. Some American bloke has now infiltrated my life. Who is he? Sorry, I couldn't... Shut up. Go away. Horrible person. Honestly, why have we had an American on there? Why can't we have somebody... Where's the British voices? Can I get... Yes, I mean, I wonder how many different languages you can do my phone in. I'd love it in Chinese. That'd be so exciting. So exciting. Steve, listen to your podcast, says Marion, during the night. Brilliant, apart from the jingle that says this is an LBC podcast. Nearly blows me out of bed. That's the whole idea, dear. That's the whole idea. But you have to remind people what it is in case you don't know it's an LBC podcast. Dave in Plymouth says, for delightful seaside people, try Paynton. Teeth are optional. Are these... Siri's voice, 21 languages. Arabic, Cantonese, Danish, Dutch, Finnish, English, French, German, Hebrew, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Malay, Mandarin, Norwegian, Portuguese, Brazil, Russian, Spanish, Swedish, Thai, Turkish. And also a wide... Really, on my phone is this there? How exciting. How exciting is that? I also wish... I'd like to change the language on my sat-nav. Well, because I thought it was a way of learning a language. I know it's a bit stupid. It's, and getting lost in Polish or something like that, and then you get back home and you went, it was completely wrong. And they went, no, you just didn't understand Polish, so consequently you didn't follow any of its directions. I love it. And ended up in Warsaw, which was okay. I didn't have a problem with that because I just got a sausage and came back. And Joe was telling me he went to a festival, bless his heart, a little bit old, but he still went. And he bought one of those German sausages there. Because first of all he showed me a picture of his ice cream. How much was his ice cream? A fiver for a night. They rip you off at festivals. They rip you off. And he had a bratwurst, which is a long German sausage, but the roll that it came with was half the size. It's poking at... In fact, I didn't know what it was when he first showed me the picture. I thought, here we go. And how much was that? £10. What a rip-off. You can get 4 of those bratwurst sausages for about £1.80 in Waitrose. £10. What a rip-off. Honestly, you know why? It's because the people who run the festivals charge the food people so much money. They've got to rack it up. But 10 quid for a sausage. And then you look at the pictures in the paper today. I'm sorry to go on about it again, but people went to Reading Festival. Grubby little people. They went to Reading Festival, and what have they left? Rubbish. Tons and tons and tons of rubbish and tents. So Mumsy and Dadsy have bought little offspring, sprogs, little tent, and they've decided they can't be bothered to pack it up and take it with them, so they leave it there. There's a field covered in tents. And the last time we had it, all the homeless people in London were going to get tents. So that's why you see homeless people now. They're not just lying in a sleeping bag. They've got tents. 250,000 tents were left behind at festivals in 2019. 250,000 tents. 250,000 tents. Most go to landfill. You know, and how long did that take to get rid of it? Well, it's just ridiculous, honestly. Oh, I'm such a bad mood today, and it's only a Wednesday. I know what it is. I've just realised what I'm missing. A cup of tea. I'm going to go and get myself a cup of tea now. Might calm myself down a little bit. Ridiculous. I'm so annoyed about Geronimo. So annoyed that it takes that many police officers standing around looking like divots. Seriously, all with their masks on, yet the people from DEFRA seem to have fancy dress on. So hope they got the right alpaca, otherwise she's going to lose the rest of them. But she will be on with Nick Ferrari later on this morning, OK?
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for, with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company nice. It's Wednesday morning, 1st of September, so it's pinch and a punch, pinch and a kick for being so quick. White rabbits, I can't remember what it was about white rabbits that sort of came. But anyway, we're into September, and according to the papers, it's going to be wet and very windy. And according to the BBC's meteorologists, it's going to be another heat wave coming up. So in other words, a load of old codswallop. Don't take any notice. Listen, take an umbrella, because at some point it'll rain. At some point, I didn't take an umbrella yesterday after we'd been to breakfast. But that was okay, because it was literally over the road from the bus stop. So I went home, then I had to go to the chemist because I'd run out of tablets. It was the only time in my entire career that I actually ran out of tablets. So I had to have a day, Sunday was my day, where I didn't have any tablets. I didn't have any to take because I had to make sure I had enough for Monday and Tuesday because I was working. So I thought Sunday I'll sort of, keep myself in so I don't have to sort of fall apart. Today, 20 degrees, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. They always say that, don't they? They make it sound so romantic, but cloudy and sunny. Thursday will be cloudy and sunny, 20 degrees, and Friday just cloudy, 21. Saturday cloudy, 20. Sunday cloudy, 23. Monday it's cloudy all the way through. What are they talking about? I'm assuming the grey cloud is cloudy, isn't it? Is that cloudy, do you think? Right. So you get cloud and sunshine. So even up until the 8th on the Wednesday, when it goes up to 25, 24 degrees. That's what they say now. But I mean, how can you forecast in advance? They've never got it right, have they? Never got it right on anything. Otherwise, they better predict tsunamis and stuff like that. And they don't seem to better predict tsunamis. We remember Michael Fish. Oh, I've had reports coming in that there is going to be a big storm. Well, nothing to worry about. Next day, total devastation. Houses completely wrecked, power lines down, trees uprooted. How can they get it so wrong? How can they get it so wrong? Why do we waste so much money on people to tell us the weather? We do spend a lot of money, I have to be honest. It was always, I remember years ago, I stopped reading the weather on the programme. Somebody complained. They complained to the management. They said, Steve Allen's not reading the weather out on the programme. Because I said, look out the window. Look out the window. Mind you, that reminds me of something else. They were doing the chase the other day, and a guy won £75,000. He got 75,000, which I think is an all-time record for the programme, certainly very high. But they had a blind guy on there, and they were asking him questions about the colour of snooker balls. And I was thinking, you are having a joke, aren't you? This is some horrible joke. He was blind, this lad, and he was asked about the colour of snooker balls. Astrophysics student Josh teamed up with fellow contestants, and is that him? That's right. And he was asked about the colour. They said so Bradley Walsh asked Josh at the start of a snooker frame, which ball is placed furthest from the player? He's blind. They're all black. They're all black. I mean, somebody wrote, hard to believe, but the Chase just asked a blind man a question on the coloured balls of snooker. I mean, did they realise he was blind? And so he got it wrong. What a thing to... I mean, that is absolutely shameful. Absolutely. I mean, it's about as bad as it can get. Somebody said blind guy asked a question about the coloured balls in snooker. Seriously, ITV, Whilst one more said, imagine asking a blind chap a colour-related visual question. He's blind. He doesn't know what colours are. Well, I tried to explain this to somebody a short while ago. They said, but, you just say to them it's blue, like the colour of the sky. I said, if you're blind and have been blind since birth, you don't know what colour the sky is. Blue doesn't mean anything to you, like the grass is green. Doesn't mean anything at all. It's all just grey. There are no things as colours. Honestly. Fancy asking, a blind person standing there asking about the colour of snooker balls, like he's supposed to know. God knows, honestly. White rabbits means you say when there's an R in the month. Pinch and a punch, you say at the start of each month, says Mike on the Wirral. Oh, right. I've got Billy Connolly on my sat-nav. When I get lost, he says, if you listened to me in the first place, we wouldn't be in this mess. I quite like the idea of it. We nearly did that at LBC. The presenters were offered the opportunity some years ago. It never happened to be the voice of a sat-nav. And they said we could sell you as a voice of the sat-nav, and we could raise some money for charity. And we thought it was a good idea. I could sort of be going left. In 500 metres, turn left. Turn left. Hello, am I talking to myself? Yes, go to Blackpool. Make a U-turn. Stay there. Don't ever come home again. And Sonny says, since you told us about spiders hiding behind the bath overflow, waiting to drag me into their lair, I now shower with a rolled-up newspaper, a fly swat and a hammer next to the bath. Yes. You only got to get a gang of spiders. You could be mugged. Seriously, they could drag you down the plug hole. They don't mess about, spiders. You've seen the ones that eat birds. Pfft, nothing compared to some of the things we've got in this country. And Australia's even worse. They've got spiders the size of small dogs. Seriously. But I was talking yesterday to my brother's eldest girl's boyfriend, who's in the army, and he's just spent time out in Cyprus. And he knew Nathan Morley out in Cyprus. And because Nathan used to be on my programme, he's just written a fantastic book about David Tomlinson. And I said, are you in Cyprus? I said, Nathan told me it's full of snakes. He said, yes, Cyprus is full of snakes. Because when the tourists go home, the snakes there's rats and everything else. They have, free reign. I said, I don't like snakes. Look at the size of these things. Are these real spiders? A huntsman spider has trapped an Australian couple in their home. I couldn't touch spiders. I really couldn't. I don't think you can train them to do anything, can you? But there's a giant possum-eating spider. Oh, dear me. But mind you, I suppose we have to look at it as God created them, so we should love them. Thank God alpacas didn't hang from the ceiling. Awful, isn't it, really? I worry about things like that. Somebody said to me, how do you fancy going to the jungle? No chance. No chance at all. All that heat and sweat and strange... and ants. Ants as well. Numerous theories on the pinch and a punch. Apparently, on the first day of each month, Washington, President George, who led from 1789 to 1797... he would meet native tribal leaders and gift fruit punch with an additional pinch of salt. It became known, so the story goes, as pinch punch on the first of the month. That's what they say. Others believe it started in medieval Britain, when people believed in witches and other such sort. Well, I believe in witches. You want to see the news desk out there? I believe in witches. Absolutely. I tell you, the broomstick's the giveaway. But they said apparently salt was used to make witches weak. And the saying was supposedly to weaken evil beings. The punch was to banish such characters forever, as it was protective and shrouded in superstition. We were very superstitious, weren't we? So-and-so, fingers crossed, and all that, all that sort of stuff. People used to worry about, touch wood, touch wood. I'm not superstitious at all. I don't think I'm... No, I'm not superstitious. I'm not. Because otherwise you get yourself into a terrible situation, don't you? Of sort of, it's like somebody reading their stars in the paper. If you booked a flight, first class, to go to America, and it said in the stars, but it never will, because they're not stupid, don't fly today, would you cancel it? Of course not. Of course not. Somebody said to me, why don't you go to Loch Ness? What for? I've seen water before. I know what it looks like. There's lots of it. And it's all very nice. All very nice. Steve, the saga of poor Geronimo and his final moments haunts me. The government was never going to spare him in spite of the letter in his favour from 13 vets. At least all who feel the same will have a vote when the time comes, says Sandra in Chertsey. Well, I want to know what the autopsy is going to say I want them to come back. Do you know what I want them to say? I want them to come back and go, actually, he didn't have bovine tuberculosis. In which case, we can all then go, oh, she just killed him unnecessarily. That's what I want them to say, but I've just, just the way it goes. Why don't you call your brother's eldest daughter your niece? What's it got to do with you? And you need to go back to school and learn how to spell. OK, if you can't spell on this programme, you're banned forever, because I can't have people who can't spell. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yes, it's I before E, except after C. OK? Honestly. What else we got here? What else we got? Oh, Shane reckons I'm better at technology than he is. Oh, I'm not. I promise you, really. I promise you I'm not. But luckily, I'm surrounded by people who do technology for me. Exactly, yeah. Not this morning, unfortunately. But no, I have to rely on other people. There's enough people in this building. You know, I can go and cry on the engineering department's shoulders. There's a whole room full of people down there, you know, just waiting to sort of help me out with my telephone. Or Joe can do something, or Corey can do things. You know, Thomas could do stuff. Most of the people I work with can do something. I say, oh, I don't know how to do this. And I tend to find if I burst into tears and sort of grovel on the floor in front of them, I get the thing done. So, yeah, first of all, turn the phone on, Steve. I don't know how to do it. You know, that's how it works. It's like washing up. Break a couple of plates and glasses. They won't ever ask you to wash up ever again. That's the way to do it. You don't want to touch anything. Oh, look, I'm so sorry. I've just broken another glass, which was so expensive. Leave it. I'll do it. Oh, will you? Oh, and I so wanted to help with the washing up. Hated washing up. It's like washing the car, you know. OK, so today you're going to wash your bicycles. What? Wash your bicycles. Yeah, it's like making bad tea. I don't understand how people can make bad tea. All it is a tea bag with some hot water and some milk. How is it possible to screw that up? Have you been to Spain? They've got no idea how to make a cup of tea. Not a clue. I think it's the water. I think it must be the water around the world. We've got fairly hard water, I think, in London. Soft water's a bit icky and girly. But the hard water makes a good cup of tea. And I drink not copious amounts of tea, but I probably do about 6 cups a day, something like that. Is that a lot? I don't think that's very much. 6 cups a day. I had one this morning before I left home, and I had some water to take my tablets, and then I came into work, and then I've had 1, 2, 3. This is my 4th here at work, so I might have sort of one more before the end of the programme. Although I said to you before, I was always told don't drink tea if you're a broadcaster. It's never actually sort of particularly bothered me, but they've said it not supposed to be good for you. Steve, during the foot and mouth crisis, my friend's cattle were all killed. They didn't have the disease, but all the farms around here did, so hers were killed in case they got it. I doubt the farmers would worry about one alpaca. Oh, I agree with you, Monica. I agree with you. Mr. Neil said exactly the same. He said, you know, sad though it is that this particular alpaca's been killed, but when you think about it, if he has got it, and he'd managed to infect other animals, they're in Gloucestershire, there's a very good chance that you could wipe out complete livelihoods of farmers and everything else. We don't want another... They kill badgers for the same reason, because they can spread bovine tuberculosis. So I understand that completely. I just think the way that they went about it was just cack-handed.
Imagine if today was the last time you could drive or ride your bike. The last time you could see the stars in the night sky. Or the last time you could see the people that matter the most to you. Every 6 minutes, someone in the UK starts to lose their sight. That's why Moorfields Eye Charity are driving life-changing research and innovation in eye health. Find out how we're making a difference. Visit moorfieldseyecharity.org.uk today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, how lovely. Henry says, I'm a producer at LBC. Can you follow me back so I can DM you, please? Oh, how sweet of Henry to write to me this morning. But unfortunately, Henry, I'm not a rabbi. But, give me enough years and I'll try and work round to it. I don't know why I get these things. Steve, when I lived in Australia, I had a huntsman spider living in the driver's door of my old Toyota Corolla. I was fixing the winder mechanism with a friend, and this massive spider appeared from inside the door, dropped to the floor and scuttled away. Oh, Steve, no. That would frighten the life out of me. I don't know why. I just don't like that sort of thing at all. But now I've seen a picture of a huntsman spider. Apparently, funnel web spiders are dangerous, says Shane. And Shane said, they said it was going to be cool today. It's sunny and 24 degrees. So now you know. But huntsman spiders, the ones to ignore. Martin says, have you got an Echo Dot? I don't think so. No. That's Alexa, is it? That's an Echo Dot, is it? Oh, right. Okay, at home. That's the funnel web spider. Why are they so dangerous? Because they obviously live in a funnel thing. And apparently, I can tell you now, the people bitten by these Australian arachnids suffer extreme pain, breathing problems, confusion, convulsions, and dangerously high blood pressure. We get that in this studio. Seriously, maybe you've got a funnel leg here. The venom they presumed evolved to help the spiders kill their prey, normally insects. Killing mammals would either just collateral damage or a form of protection. But the venom does not, in fact, kill mammals, dogs, cats, mice, rabbits and guinea pigs. They all shake it off. It's only human beings and other primates that succumb. And there's another odd thing. Funnel web spider venom has thousands of components, but delta hexatoxins, which is the specific molecules within it that kill people, are produced in particularly large quantities by sexually mature males during the breeding season. Oh, nothing worse. Trying to mind your own business and a funnel web spider tries it on with you. I'll tell you, get out. Not all of that messing time. So they don't feed at all. But isn't it funny? All these animals are absolutely fine with it, but we're not. It's like being bitten by snakes, isn't it? So you then give the antidote, which is more snake venom, I think. But I'm looking at these funnel web. I mean, I wouldn't know. I mean, listen, I can't identify snakes, so there's no point in trying to identify spiders. But horrible, aren't they? I've seen spiders, or is it scorpions, being eaten by meerkats. And they will sort of bite the sting off. Once they've actually bitten the sting off, then they were sort of doing other things. They sort of seem to... It's like mongoose, isn't it? And snakes. Honey badgers. Oh, they stick their snout in nests, don't they? And they just want to eat the honey. They eat snakes. Do they really? They're quite vicious looking. A honey badger. My God, look at the teeth on it. Looks like my Aunt Enid's new set she had put in a short while ago. No, because we had to take them away from her. And because she was going through a little phase. And Kim says, I've a wee spider sitting breakfasting on a fly beside me as we speak, Steve. Oh, don't. Steve, I've ordered tea in Spain, and the milk was put in with the tea bag, then the hot water, so the bag couldn't brew properly. That's how they can get it so wrong. It's so easy to make a cup of tea. It's like, a cup of coffee. It's probably a bit more difficult, and there's probably a bit more of a sort of a functionality to it, because you don't want to put too much in, because otherwise it becomes bitter. And we don't like that. We don't like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And a little bit of serious. In the UK, in the 12 months to October 2018, 10,000 cattle were slaughtered due to bovine TB control. So all these protesters jumping on the Geronimo bandwagon know nothing about what they're protesting about. Well, that's what they want. We want to find out whether or not it carries the bovine tuberculosis. That's all we want to know, because DEFRA was saying, yes, it did. And people were saying, well, how do you know? It's tested positive. The post-mortem, which is happening soon, I mean, I'm hoping today, otherwise you'd have to keep it in a fridge or something like that, and you want to find out whether or not it's got the bovine... If it's got the bovine tuberculosis, well, then there's no argument. But then, are they going to go and test all her other alpacas? Because this thing was in with all the other ones. Oh, dear, there could be carnage out there in Gloucestershire. Absolute carnage. But that's what it is. Well, they might have to kill all of them if they test positive, because all the alpacas, I've gathered, can be carriers. They don't necessarily go down with it, but because they've actually got it, they can pass it on. Talking about passing things on, your page 3 girl today. I knew you'd be excited. Here she comes. Her name's Charlotte Russell. And Charlotte Russell has got boyfriend, a footballer, which is lovely, and she wears fake hair. She looks ridiculous. Model Charlotte is the girlfriend of Cardiff City ace Kiefer Moore, who must be delighted that his girlfriend's getting her boobs out for the nation. How fantastic, And yet, whenever you ask a page 3 girl to do an appearance, they apparently do them fully clothed. How does that work out? What's the point? You're a topless model, dear. Get them out. We bought the newspaper, we paid for it. But the fake hair, darling, looks ridiculous. Lose it. Here's the little... Do you know, this little alpaca, Geronimo, he almost looks as if he could be a baby. because he's only small. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people from DEFRA, and then all these police officers who are just sort of 20 police officers. I ask you. Strictly star Viscountess Weymouth has been stepping out with a hunky young model. Her husband owns Longleat Safari Park, spotted at this Dolce & Gabbana fashion show in Venice. And the model is called Alessandro. He just looks like... a lot of people thought I was a male model. You know, people... Now, why are you smiling? Why are you smiling? I was in my... Yeah, in awe, yeah. Because I could have modelled for these companies, you know, if I'd been bothered. But, you know, I decided not to. I decided that my talent was sort of better judged. Yeah, on the radio. I was, you know, if I want, I could still go back into modelling if I wanted to, I suppose. But it's still funny, is it? Oh, good. Well, there you go. No Christmas present for you. Steve, I don't have to go on holiday. There's nothing more than I like best walking next to the River Thames in Battersea Park. It's lovely. Yeah, they've got the pagoda there, the Peace Pagoda in Battersea Park. We used to do the all sorts of things. The Easter Parade in Battersea Park every year. LBC was always broadcasting from there, which I love it. Steve, you are right, as always. I don't know why people ever sort of doubt me. I'm always, it's embarrassing. Seriously, what can I tell you? It's 25 minutes past 5, that's what I tell you. And Val says, I have 3 weather apps on the phone, and the BBC Weather is predicting a mini heatwave next week. Meanwhile, AccuWeather in the Apple app, it looks pretty grim. Yes, to be honest with you, I don't know why we waste time with this. Steve, the redback and the spider in Australia and the black widow of USA, we have a mixture of both called the false widow. And it could be just... I've heard of the false widow. I don't know why I've heard of it. It's like jellyfish, isn't it? You know, they did say some of these jellyfish, these tendrils, which snake down behind, they can go for 36 metres. Seriously, there's so many dangerous animals in the world. And yet I think one of the most dangerous is either a hippopotamus or a bear. And I can't work out which... put it this way, you wouldn't go swimming in a river with hippopotamus. Have you seen how wide they get their mouth open? So they could be very dangerous. Mosquitoes kill the most humans, do they really? You're just a mine of information, aren't you? We'll invite you around for Christmas lunch, I tell you. And another stunning piece of information before we go on to pudding. No, I think brown bears were supposed to be the most dangerous on land. Because not only can they run pretty fast, you don't go near them during time when they're bringing up their cubs, and they all climb trees. So, no matter how hard you climb the tree, they can climb it faster. And they learn from a very, very young age. Very young age. Not that I think around Twickenham we've got any bears, who are looking to climb up trees. But you never know. Well, apart from Paddington. And Paddington is he's the star. He is the star of the show. We had a big argument on the programme last week with people saying, a couple of people, a few misguided people, saying that Winnie the Pooh was top of the bear stakes. And I went, I don't think so. Put it this way, the name gives it away. OK? Winnie the Pooh. OK? Paddington Bear, because he was found at Paddington Station. His real name was Eric, I think. I've just made that up. They both look up there. Very exciting. Steve, as well as snakes, Cyprus has geckos. And, you see, the hippo is the world's deadliest land mammal. Is it really? 500 deaths a year. But you can't miss them. They're huge. They are absolutely enormous. And they don't so much swim as they run along the bottom of rivers, don't they? And things like that. Crocodiles kill 1,000 people a year. 1,000 people a year die through crocodiles. And snakes kill 50,000. 50,000 snakes kill. So if you're listening to this programme and you're in Africa, not going to be a good day today. Not going to be a good day. But the inland taipan snake is the world's most venomous, but not the deadliest. This one here, the venom is toxic, can kill a human being in under 45 minutes. More than 80,000 of those bitten by the inland taipan die, but it's not the biggest killer because it rarely bites humans. It's native to Central Australia. Where do they come from, these snakes? It's unbelievable, isn't it, really? The crate species among the world's most deadly, mainly found in East Asia. Oh dear, dogs. Man's best friend? Perhaps, but not mankind. Rabid dogs, 25,000 deaths a year through biting people in countries where dogs commonly carry rabies. Dying from an actual dog bite is much more rare. There's no reliable worldwide data. So they say, actually, the estimated 4.5 million dog bites in America every year, only about 30 people die on average. But that's 30 people who weren't planning on dying, isn't it? They were sort of going, just been bitten by a dog. But don't worry, only 30 people. And that's it. Then you have to, phone up the funeral director and get somebody round there because they've been bitten by a dog with rabies. Do you remember Ermintrude the cow in the Magic Roundabout, says Reggie? Well, not personally. We never met or dated or nothing like that. But, in conversation with Ermintrude. Who did I want to do who came in here? There was something I wanted to do. There was an interview that came up for some years ago, and we didn't get it. And I think it was Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog was being offered up for an interview, and I'm not sure whether I actually could have spoken for half an hour to a puppet. I'm not sure whether or not that was part of my remit, but it made me laugh at the time because somebody else in the building did do Kermit the Frog. I think they did Kermit and Miss Piggy, which I quite. Did James O'Brien do it? No, actually, I don't think he did. Do you know there's a piece in the paper today, and funny, I don't know why I thought of James O'Brien at all, and it's the fact that women like men who mumble. And I remember thinking to myself, what an odd thing. Why would women go for somebody who mumbles? Not that he mumbles. I don't know why. I'm just sort of thinking about it. Very odd one, isn't it? Yes, after the news, which will work. And also tell you why Ant McPartlin is dressing up as a woman. He's dressing up as Queen Elizabeth of the Jungle. Oh dear. Embarrassing.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Apparently, why ladies fancy Tom Hardy and fellas go for Liz Hurley. Women are turned on by men who mumble because apparently it's macho. That means, who was that bloke that they put on television in the morning whose name I can't remember now? And he was... No. What was his name? He did breakfast television, I think, with Adrian Child. I mean, the most boring man in the world. People are falling asleep everywhere. But apparently dead sexy now. That's what it is. The opposite sex prefer the femininity of precise pronunciation. So I'm doing very well, I think. Very well. But no, the only way is they say, I don't think any of those people mumble. It's just that they can't speak properly. They don't so much mumble as they have no command of the English language. You want to hear all the girls? Yeah, because he mugged me off, didn't he? He mugged me off, he did. I went out. Did you go out with him? Bobby, did you go out with that boy that you really found? Oh, no, another one that's a disaster for you. Ridiculous. Also, Ant McPartlin dresses up as the Tudor monarch, Queen Elizabeth of Jungle. They're sort of, I mean, I don't know why they're doing it, actually. The trouble is they are getting on a bit now, because they're now both 45. Well, very shortly they're going to be pensioners. And we're going to be it's like all these things. You get great double acts over the years, and then one of them goes, and the other one then tries to make it. Because I believe somebody was saying the other day, was it one of the, to me, to you, to me, to you. Yeah, the Chuckle Brothers. I think he was going out by himself this year. And also Tommy Cannon from Cannon and Ball fame. I think he's also going out by himself. But the trouble is, lovely though Cannon and Ball were, it was Bobby Ball that people warmed to because he was always the, rock on, Tommy. And he was... I mean, they still look... Yeah, people don't seem to look old, do they? Paul Chuckle is in Aladdin panto this year. Where's that? Where's he doing the pantomime? We're just checking, actually. Because I was checking down at the Mayflower Theatre. They've got Debbie McGee and all sorts of it. That's in Cardiff, is it? Because they all get booked up for pantomimes at the new theatre. So he'll be doing panto. But the trouble is, do people know who he is? Debbie McGee is doing panto. She's not the star, but she's one of the many at the Mayflower, together with Sooty. And we were talking about it the other day, and somebody said, do people know who Sooty is? I said, yes, absolutely. Sooty he's still going. Because he was bought out. The man who looks after Sooty now, because Sooty doesn't say anything, so you're fairly safe. He just whispers in your ear, and we've all had that before, haven't we? I hated people doing that. It was awful. But Sooty's doing panto this year. How it works, I've got no idea, because if you're sitting at the back of the stalls, you're never going to see him. He's only about yo big. The original Sooty, by the way, is at the Magic Circle. The original one. Steve, Blackpool is a bit of a dump. A bit of a dump? Are you serious? Good Lord above. And John says, although the trams and buses are most handy if you don't need to use your car whilst you're in Blackpool, I'm in Blackpool visiting friends while staying at the Carlton Hotel. Totally agree the Tower Ballroom is a place of unique interior design. Plus, if you fancy taking the lift to the tower top, you could try the Death Walk over the sheet of glass. I've done it. It's a piece of glass set in the floor, which is probably about so thick. And when we were up there, you stand there and you can look, and they've got a picture of a person on a building way down below. Because people go, oh, it's a piece of glass. You could jump up and down on it, nothing would happen. Unlike that bridge, which you've seen on YouTube. Do you remember where it gives the impression that it's cracking and people are walking across this glass bridge in China and all of a sudden it goes like that and it all spreads out. These people go into complete meltdown. There was a girl up the Blackpool Tower. She was taken up it, and she was in tears. Her boyfriend's going, come and stand on this. Come and stand on that, on that kind of thing. And Geordie, he'd moved in, and she was in dreadful state. She was crying and sobbing, and I'm thinking, it's only a piece of. They're not going to let you stand on something if it's going to collapse. But look at the glass breaking bridge in China. It's built into the side of a hill. Or a mountain or whatever it is. And it's really funny because people literally are sobbing. Some of them are hanging onto the railings because it looks as though the bridge has cracked and they're going to fall through the glass. Have you seen it? Have you got it? It's such an interesting... Yeah. Oh, somebody did actually... the glass panel. No, this is another one. China's got about 2,500 glass bridges. Oh, nice. I always like to think, a country can maybe be a bit go-ahead. And so, but it's a joke bridge. It's a joke bridge. That's all I can tell you. 21 minutes to 6. Look at that. 2 time checks in an hour. Most unlike me. A student. This goes to prove how bizarre our system is in the courts. He was found with nearly 70,000 white supremacist and neo-Nazi documents and instructions on making bombs. Ben John, 21, also had material relating to a Satanist organisation. One hard drive was found stuffed in a sock. He's a right-wing extremist from Lincoln, I beg your pardon. He was said to believe terrorism was a legitimate way to start race wars. He's a criminality and psychology student. He was convicted of a terror charge at the City's Crown Court and given a 2-year sentence. Suspended for 2 years. They told him to go and read Shakespeare and stuff like that. What is the matter with the court system at the moment? It's all gone a little bit pear-shaped, hasn't it? Twice as many Brits stranded in Kabul as Americans. There's still loads of dogs over there. The Americans' dogs are still, according to one of the papers, they're still in boxes, ready for travelling. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. The good news is that the Euro Millions winner Adrian Bayford's teenage son is out of a coma. He was hit by a car. He's on a quad bike. Hit by a car driven by his sister, who's 15 years old, playing in the grounds of Adrian's mansion. And so at least he's out of a coma, because we've had lots of people who've been quite seriously injured with these quad bikes, which presumably can flip up or do anything like that, but at least he's out of it. That'll teach him to let a 15-year-old drive a car on private land. I mean, she's allowed to drive it because it's his land. So, names of cars. I've never heard of people naming their cars. Number 10, Dolly. Who calls the top? It's in the top 10, Dolly. Number 9, Lucy. I used to have a producer called Lucy. Number 8, Boris. Do people talk to cars? Are they talking to them? Number 7, Bertie. 6, Bertha. B, Betty. A lot of B's, aren't there? Have you noticed? Betty. Bessie is at number 4. 3 is Beast. I don't think that was the name of a car, but there you go. Number 2 is George, and number 1 is Betsy. That is the top name that people call their cars. Apparently they say people feel that they're attached to their car. Many found selling a car more upsetting than a breakup. What? Same as the Queen's name. Short for Elizabeth. Yeah, what Betsy is it? Oh, right. Well, there you go. But I've never heard of people naming cars. I've never called... I've spoken to my car before, as you do. You always want to... always say, go on, let's get ourselves down the motorway. Let's have a nice quiet day, if it works out like that. Jane Moore's column today, talking about Pen Farthing, forced to leave his loyal staff behind. We were all of us inside the right paperwork we had, but we were 3 hours too late. Biden had changed the rules. So there you go. And he says, now we put them back into the dark ages, my young female vets. One was the face of the new Afghanistan. Well, the new Afghanistan, I'm afraid, is now going back into the dark ages. The Taliban haven't got the faintest idea how to run a country. All they know how to do is murder people. They don't know anything else at all. They're not bright enough. They rule with fear. That's what they do. They rule with fear, and the country is just going to degenerate. Nobody will go there. They can carry on selling their opium until the Americans decide to start bombing the poppy fields, which shouldn't be too far away, I should imagine. They've done it before. Chancellor Ed Ball says he was mercilessly teased about his surname at school. Oh, right. If the other kids laughed, that was fine, but when all the parents burst out laughing, it was pretty brutal. They must be really desperate for publicity if you started selling a naff story like that, for goodness sake. It was bad enough seeing something with Kerry Katona on. She's bought into some agency or something. God knows why, honestly. Because apparently she's like businesswoman, isn't she? Because you always go to Kerry Katona for advice. Apparently there's a glass platform goes out over the Grand Canyon. Yes, it's at the end where the planes land, and it's called the something walk, and it just goes out. Have you ever seen it? It's a big bit of glass. It curves out from the top of the Grand Canyon. You can walk round it. I mean, it's perfectly safe. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowing people onto it. And you go there, but still, people sort of go, no. I mean, I'm not very good at heights, but this thing's wide enough. You could drive a car round it. Not difficult, is it? I was very difficult. I was very disappointed with the Grand Canyon. Because I just thought you'd sort of fly in the plane, as I've said before, and then bang, there's the Grand Canyon. But no, it runs for about 250 miles. And once you've seen one bit of it, you've seen the lot of it. We landed, and then we had to get back into Vegas again. But it was still interesting. I'm glad I did it. Steve, you mentioned food prices at festivals. I was at Truckfest this weekend that says, Phil, pint of beer, £6.40. Pims and lemonade, £12. Burgers and chips, £10. Rip-off. Rip-off, people. I think people should go there and just stand there looking at them going, we're not buying anything until you reduce your prices. Can of beer, only a £5 at your one. A £5. How much is normally a can of beer? A bit, £1 in the shop, something like that. I think all the people who go to these festivals, you know, I mean, I'm not blaming the people who are serving the food. I'm blaming the people who charge them the rent for doing it. And just stand there going, until you lower your prices, we're not buying anything. You can cook all that stuff for as much as you like, but we ain't buying it. And just sit there, you know, and they'll be going, we've cooked all these burgers for you. We're not paying a tenner. Burger and chips, do us a favour. Definitely not. Come on, it's about time we started fighting back on this. You get ripped off. There was one festival I heard of where kids were going in there to go and see their popsicle groups, little beat combos, and they were confiscating their water that they took in. Confiscating their water. Cheapskates. Honestly, so awful.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Short week this week, so don't worry, because tomorrow's Thursday, and then you've got Friday, and you've got another weekend. And more rain and misery. What is E10 petrol? This is being introduced to filling stations. Already they've got it, I think, in. The government intends to make E10 the new standard petrol grade. So a change is being made to cut the carbon dioxide emissions, but not all cars are able to run on it. So E10 petrol, it'll either say E10 or E5, OK? It's the motor fuel that contains less carbon, E10, and more ethanol than fuels currently on sale. What's the point of it? It will help reduce the overall quantity of fossil fuels needed to power the UK's cars. Now, this comes as the government announced a ban on the sale of new petrol and diesel cars from 2030 as part of its climate change targets. And somebody says, how can I be sure I'm OK to use E10? So the government has set up a website where you can check whether your car will run on E10 fuel. Oh, that's good. So they say, but they will not be liable for any damage to vehicles as a result of drivers using its checker, especially if the car's been fitted with replacement parts. So there's a website where you can check on whether or not, and here it is, and this is from Gov UK, and so it's your responsibility. So select your vehicle manufacturer. Producers found that immediately. And so what's the next? Oh, wait a minute. And There you go. Models after 2010 are suitable for use with E10 petrol, except for the Mulsanne model, which should continue to use E5 petrol. And then there's a thing that says, I'm still not sure if my vehicle is E10 compatible. So should we click on that bit? We click on the, I'm still not sure if my vehicle is E10 compatible. So check the vehicle owner's manual. It should be specific. Look inside the fuel filler cap and ask the car motorcycle. I'd have to phone up Nigel. So, Nigel? Yeah, it's too complicated on my car. If you're not sure, use E5 petrol. It'll still be available in the super grade at many filling stations. So you could use it. So I'm going to send a text to Nigel later on and go, Nigel, what petrol am I putting in this blooming car? Yeah, just change the car, make it a lot easier. Brett says there's a Simpsons where Homer goes to the Grand Canyon and says, and who says America doesn't have space for its garbage? It's still fascinating. I'm assuming many, many years ago, it was all underwater, the Grand Canyon, and then gradually the water receded and it was sort of done because it's huge. I mean, it's almost like somebody's just opened up the earth. It really has. Apparently, millions of years ago, there you go, the Grand Canyon was filled with water. I thought it must have been actually. Yeah, right again. Because sometimes you remember things. I'm a bit like the people from The Chase. You remember, so I'll see some questions up there and I go, I know the answer to that one. And invariably, I'm right. I mean, I do get them wrong, obviously. A little bit different. The security staff at Canary Wharf checkpoints call my car Arthur, as in Arthur car, says Winnie, because it's a smart car. They're quite cute, those smart cars, aren't they? I wouldn't want one. I can't imagine booting down the motorway. I mean, there's not much, between you and the ground, is there, in there? And there's no boot. The boot is the engine, I think, or no, the seats go right up to the back, so there's no space in there, so you can't exactly go out and do the household shopping, but somebody will now write in and tell me. Steve, E10 fuel great, less miles to the gallon, so you need more to travel the same distance as with the E5 fuel, says Dave in Great Yarmouth. Yes, I mean, I'm still going to check with Nigel. He's my sort of, experienced person to go to about the car. He will know. What fuel I'm putting in. He'll probably send me a text this morning. He'll be going, this is the one he's supposed to be putting in the car. I've been putting in E5, but I don't know whether or not I'm supposed to sort of up it to E10. Either way, you seem to pay an arm and a leg for petrol. I paid $1.51 the other day for petrol. It's so expensive. So it's government. So E5 will still be on sale. Check the government website. To be sure, I will do that. I shall do that a little bit later on. So the Ryanair boss says that the winter break is now in sight, so you have to book the winter break, which is good. Mr. O'Leary says he's committed to rebuilding London's tourism. Is he really? How lovely. Dreary old Beckhams, yes, they've had a £7,000 frozen dessert machine at their UK mansion. Honestly, it's got the word freebie written all over it, love. It's as bad as old Gemma Collins, who's got a giraffe in her sitting room. Oh, no, sorry, that's Gemma Collins. It's got a chandelier hanging from its mouth. You've never seen anything like it. It looks the tackiest thing you've ever seen. Lottie Moss couldn't keep her hands off her pal Rafferty Law. That's Jude Law's son. They went to an event in East London. And I don't know who she is, but she smokes. She smokes, that's all I could tell you. Yeah, dirty. Young person, dirty. Models all smoke. All models smoke. Dancers smoke. Don't know why. They just do. And another one here. Models after 2010 are suitable for use with E10 petrol, except for the Mulsanne. Oh, I've just read that myself. Here she is. Look at this tacky house she's got. They call this, her £1.5 million house. Look how pokey the sitting room is. There's no room there at all. The Towie legend. No, she was never a legend. And said she was over the moon, splashed out £3,195 because she's not working at the moment. She doesn't actually have any work. And but when you look at the size of the house, it's very pokey. It's not very big at all. And she's got next door neighbours. Can you imagine? God, imagine being stuck next to Gemma Collins. That'll be interesting, won't it? Must be like a revolving door, the front door. And I'm over the moon, guys. That's what she calls people. It's by the Italian designer Marcantonio Raimondi Malherbe. Anybody heard of him? No, me neither. But of course, look at the stunning lamp. But it was too tall to fit under the ceiling. So back down to its original place. So as we put here, then we put there, then we take it away here. To be honest with you, it looks ghastly. But of course, it looks cheap. She wanted it to hang over the railings of her mezzanine. That's called top of the stairs. Okay. But they've had to put it back down there again. So she's positioned it between two pink sofas. Very pokey. Very pokey house. I mean, look how close those sofas are together. Oh, she's got those cheap doors in. Look, I've just noticed them. That's the colour of my shower curtain. Poor old Gemma, honestly. 40 and still desperately trying to find happiness or something. Or a job would be nice. A job would be nice. We do love these. Petrol lawnmowers, apparently. Can't run on E10, apparently. Get your petrol at Costco. We don't have petrol at our Costcos. I've never been to a Costco that's had petrol. There must be certain ones that do it, but I've never had that, actually. Lottie Moss, younger sister of Kate Moss. Yes, I know who she is. Steve, it's the festival organisers, says Mark, that charge extortionate rental prices for the food and drink pitches, which in turn pushes up the price for the punters. Yeah, but I just thought it would be quite funny for sort of people to stand there and go, you know, we're not buying anything till they bring the prices down. Because what are they going to do? Sit there and try and sort of, you know, because a lot of these sort of places that sort of stack pile high these cheap naff burgers. Some Costco's do fuel. Nearest one to here is Thurrock. Imagine you drive all the way to Thurrock in my thing to put petrol in. Yeah, I'd never get back again. Never get back again. It would be absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But so now we've discovered lawnmowers can't run on E10, and but you do get less miles to the gallon or litre now, isn't it? We're still operating in litres. I like the story of a widower called Charles Courtney. Charles Courtney was 86. He struck up a friendship with a bellboy who worked at a hotel that he went to all the time, who's called Taskin Dastan. Former brewery chemist Charles, his wife and a large group of friends used to meet at the hotel every year, and when his wife died, Charles continued to visit without her. And Charles was one of the last when he died in 2014. But it's taken years for his estate to be sorted out, and he's left £20,000 to this bellboy, who apparently, wherever this place is, he can afford to retire on £20,000. It's the Koromu Hotel Deluxe in Kusa, anyway. And so he left him 20,000 quid. Nice. He died in 2014. Taking that long. I hope he left a will. Must have done, actually. But when he died, our hearts burned. He says, Mr. Charlie wasn't like a guest for us, but like a friend. Well, he is now, because he left you £20,000, which is good news. So there you go. Always pays to be nice to people in hotels. In Turkey, is it? £20,000. That goes a long way, doesn't it? I should imagine. Also, Megan Fox. She's an actress, I believe. That's all I know about her. And she's wearing... I don't know what she's wearing here. I mean, it looks ghastly. Horrible-looking jeans and a little sort of top, which is like a bikini top, but with a cutout bit underneath it. Really most peculiar. Very tacky. And the captain of a hunter-killer sub on a new drama vigil, he said, I wouldn't raise my submarine, this is Captain Mike Davis Marks, except in an emergency. A death on board does not count. They don't come up for something like that. They just sort of shove them somewhere else in the submarine. I've never been on a submarine. I'm not sure if I'd like to go. I'd like to go on a little submarine so I could see if I got used to it in the swimming pool. I don't want to go under the ocean or something like that. That's far too dangerous out there. Far too dangerous. Still to come, Emily Atack. Obviously, she's not working at the moment, so we're trying to find something for her, because she's still talking about her stint in I'm a Celeb, Get Me Out of Here from 2018. Honestly, most of these people seem to live in the past, don't they?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 1st of September. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. Johnny Rotten has slated the High Court ruling. He lost the other day in court because it was a majority decision which they decided some time ago on using the music of the Sex Pistols in this film. Seems a bit pointless, doesn't it, otherwise? So, of course, he has to have his little moan, poor little soul. And finally putting their feet up, a couple who foster children. And a huge amount of children have they fostered over the years. 620 children have been fostered by them, but they've decided now the time has come to put their feet up, which is good. Premier League striker Danny Ings, I think it's pronounced, or Inge, has been fined for speeding in his Bentley. This gave me renewed hope for my speeding. You know, he was doing apparently about 60 and a 50, and that's roughly about what I was doing at 5:30 in the morning. And he's just been fined 520 quid. No, not 500. He was fined £220. He was fined. And I remember weeks ago, a month ago, it must be at least a month ago, and I think somebody told me that they've got problems at DVLA. Whether it's slow getting all the information out, I've got no idea. But he got fined 220 quid for driving a car, like mine, at that speed. So, of course, if it comes out anything differently, I shall want to know why. Definitely. And Melvin O'Doom is following in the frantic early morning footsteps of Richard Bacon and the late Keith Chegwin by becoming a roving reporter for The Big Breakfast. Really? Do they need roving reporters for The Big... What's The Big Breakfast? I don't know what that is, actually. He'll be pounding the streets, giving away prizes whilst presenting... Mo Gilligan and AJ Adudu front this iconic show, which is making a comeback as part of Channel 4's Black to Front project. Melvin says The Big Breakfast inspired me. Did it? I mean, to be honest with you, it used to be on... I mean, it was Chris Evans who was the one who turned that around. He was the one who turned around that programme completely. I mean, we had all sorts of people who were on it, all sorts of guests. I mean, it was very innovative, but it was Chris who actually made it. So obviously they're doing a black version. Phil Gale will return to deliver the morning's news headlines. And they're doing it from Lockkeeper's Cottages in East London, which is where the original one came from, wasn't it, I believe, because they used to go outside. But, I mean, nobody had the power that Chris Evans had. Definitely not. So that should be interesting. And Phil Gale returning. Woo! God, I tell you. Oh, it's very exciting. Steve, lawnmower owners should check their user manuals to see if it's actually able to run. I didn't know people still had petrol lawnmowers. We had one. It was lovely. I love the smell. Oh, it was fabulous. Apparently, Richard says you can go inside a submarine at the Chatham Dockyards. It's in a dry dock. Wow. And Andy Peters says, oh, here we go. He says, did you say you paid $1.51 a litre? Ouch. He said, right, time for a gym session. 150, yeah, $1.51 a litre in Twickenham, in the Shell garage there. $1.51. Because I'm supposed to use, posh petrol. People say, oh, you can get petrol cheaper. I mean, I think petrol, according to the RSC, is at the 8-year high. I wonder where Andy Peters is off. Oh, he's obviously going to the gym this morning. I mean, some people wake up at the crack of dawn. So diesel now is an average of 137.06 a litre, the highest price. And the average price of a litre of petrol is now 135.13. But if you want the luxury stuff, because it comes with a different coloured sticker, you've got to pay for it. 150. I couldn't believe it when I looked at it. If 151, that seemed like an awful lot of money. But then the government, of course, is ripping us off left, right and centre, aren't they, with petrol? And they go, oh, we think we have to make sure that we're all being economical about this sort of thing. Rita Ora turns up in another ridiculously stupid outfit. Not quite as bad as other people we have mentioned on the programme. And there's a Peter Carl Fabergé-inspired masterpiece. It's an egg that opens up and inside is Elvis Presley, which is quite obviously not the real one. It's a little tiny one, painted by hand to create a unique one-of-a-kind treasure. This is from the Bradford Exchange. They've been doing these things for years. How much is this thing? There you go. It's 80 quid. Plus, it's a sort of Fabergé type egg. I love the way they go, a Peter Carl Fabergé egg. It's obviously not related in any way, shape or form to Fabergé, who used to make all these wonderful things. There's a pet chain. I didn't even know there was a pet chain. You don't find pet shops nowadays, do you? They don't seem to exist. Big in retail parks, really. People going there to get... I suppose, and in car boots, you would find people selling, things like big bones for dogs. They like a big bone, don't they? You see them kneeling down, gnawing it, and having a good old time, eh? My goodness me. So here's this. It's in every paper this morning. Nick will be talking about it because he's been talking to the lady behind it. Phil Vickery says, I'll have a chat with my estate manager, re the petrol problem. Oh, we're all out this morning, aren't we? Ha, 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 ha. Let's take the mickey out of the diabetic presenter. Why not? Why don't you? Steve, some years ago, my son and I went to a car show, bought a packed lunch, but that was not allowed. And they tried to charge us 15 quid for a burger and chips and three quid for a Coke. I happily starved, says Mark in Romford. I think that's just ripping people off. I think that's absolutely terrible. Can of Coke, Joe was telling me at his thing, £4. Seriously, I tell them to... it just really annoys me. Really annoys me. Another one here, which says, is it me, or does Biden sound like he's reading a children's storybook when he speaks? Well, in fact, they're all the people that we've spoken to say, is he sounding older and older? I said, yes, he is. And then Joe said to me, do you think he's had any work done? I think he had a small wall built once in his garden. But no, he looks like he's had something done. But unfortunately, inside, he's an old man. You know, they should have picked somebody a bit younger, but there wasn't really much of a choice, was there? Not really. Steve, would you not convert to an electric car? No, I'm not remotely interested in electric cars, thank you. I couldn't really give a 4X about, I don't want to save the planet. I'm not going to be here for much longer. So I'm determined to make it as miserable as possible for everybody else. It's just the way it goes. I come in an electric car in the morning. It's part electric, part petrol. And to be honest with you, I like to hear a car. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I'm doing my bit, by buying petrol to keep all these poor retailers in the life of luxury, which they're most to. Anyway, when you see all the pictures in the paper, you'll see Geronimo the alpaca dragged into a trailer by people wearing masks. He must have been frightened out of his life. Now, of course, he doesn't need to worry because he doesn't have a life anymore. But they're going to do this autopsy, the animal autopsy, which is good. Mylene Klass has revealed that her third child was the most scanned in history after previously having 4 miscarriages. Crikey. And teachers' unions call for urgent safety measures as cases spike. So now you know. Phil says, Steve, my friend had water confiscated at a festival entrance as they thought the centre bottles in the pack could be vodka. Well, they check, as Joe was saying, Phil, to make sure the bottle's not been opened. If it's been opened, you lose it because they think it could be vodka. And I can't begin to tell you what the AP said this morning people do. They smuggle booze in other sort of bottles, pretending it's hand lotion or something like that. Hand sanitizer, and it's really vodka. It goes to prove how, to be honest, if you're sending your sprogs away to go to some of these things, by the time they bought the ticket, is that hand sanitizer or is that your booze? That's vodka. Got his own vodka this morning. Do you know, I don't think I could ever become an alcoholic. I couldn't drink at this time of the morning. The only thing I would, it's like only having breakfast at this time of the morning. There'd be certain foods that you wouldn't want. Certain foods that you wouldn't want to eat at this time of the morning. I did remember eating some years ago a box of After 8 chocolates for breakfast. And on reflection, I remember thinking at the time, this is an interesting thing to do. Because I woke up in a hotel room and I didn't have anything to eat. And nobody else was awake. I was up early because of the time. And I only had a box of After 8 chocolates. So I ate those for breakfast. I've learnt, actually, take food into your hotel bedroom, like some sausage rolls or pork pies or something. Just something. What? Goodness sake, honestly. I'm just trying to be practical. If you go to a hotel, you wake up in the morning, I don't want to sit there staring. I've sat there in a Las Vegas hotel room staring out the window because I lost $1 and I'm thinking I'll never get that part of my life back again. And I thought, I wonder what time and I've had to phone down to reception to say, what time do you start serving food? And they go, from 8 o'clock, sir. And you look at the time and it's like 4 o'clock in the morning and you think, I need something to eat. And I don't want to start wandering around Vegas in the early hours of the morning. Don't want to look like one of those sad people. Thank you very much indeed. But and so I've had to sort of try and force myself to go back to sleep. But in between the air conditioning and the television, it's sort of quite an existence when I go on holiday because I still wake up early. I can't help it. I don't. I sleep. But not sort of not particularly well. But it's good enough for me. The producer, because this is his first morning back on again, he's sort of going, I need a coffee and all this kind of thing. Honestly, like it's my problem. I don't mind. But it's difficult to get back into the swing of it, isn't it? Very difficult. But he's only young. Well, he was. At a recent festival in North Oxfordshire, a pig roast was only £2.50 a roll. The veggie option was go away. Yeah. I'm sorry, do you have anything vegetarian? There's a pig turning on a spit. Do you have anything vegetarian? No. You can eat the apple, which was put in the pig's mouth. I've had friends who've had hog roasts, which seems quite nice. But I don't eat pork. I haven't had pork for ages, and I don't know why. I haven't had pork for ages. Well, I've had a little bit. Well, I tell you, I had bacon. I had sausages as well. Yeah, you're right, actually. But I've never had pork medallions or something like that. I wonder if Phil Vickery's cooking for this morning today. Wonder what he'll be cooking. Pork. It'll be pork, won't it? Hog roast. It's the way that you can't keep Eamon Holmes away from the food. Every time the camera cuts back to him, he's shoving the food into his mouth like it's going to evaporate. But that seems quite cheap, actually, for a pig roast. Hog roast, they call it. £2.50. Seems okay. In fact, that's about the sort of price I would expect to pay. I mean, a roll is what? 10 pence, 20 pence, something like that. And if you're cooking a whole pig, the whole idea is you want to get rid of it. You don't want to take it home with you. You can't start cooking it up the next day. I still like the idea of standing in front of all these food stalls going, we're not spending that sort of money. And also they have champagne bars, don't they? They have some of the stalls are quite posh, aren't they? Not at your one. Was it all very common? Do they have things like Slush Puppy on sale and stuff like that? Yeah. I had a milkshake once. I went to a burger place. Can't remember what it was called now. But they closed it in Richmond. And they used to do booze in the milkshakes. You could have, vodka and... No, it wasn't frozen margarita. It was actually... I had a banana milkshake and they said you can have it with brandy or something. So I did. It didn't make any difference because I think the bananas took away something to the brandy. I mean, I was expecting to feel fairly lightheaded and giddy. And I didn't. So I had another one. And then I woke up. Yeah, 2 weeks later when I woke up, I'm trying to remember everything.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. I'm vegan, says Jeanette, and my friend had her son's 18th with a pig roast. Ugh. The funniest was she didn't fancy it, never had any of it. They're very popular, These hog roasts. We don't call them pig roasts, they're called hog roasts. And they're very popular. But they turn up in the morning of the party and they start cooking it. It comes in the back of a little sort of trailer and they start cooking it and then they shut the doors on it and then they leave it and go away and then come back for the party later when they can start eating it. I don't remember if I ever had any. I mean, I know we had one at Pete's party, my friend Pete and Dawn, and I remember, I can't remember if I think I got drunk. I think I just got drunk. So I know, surprise, surprise. The meat's quite tough, is it, on a hog roast? I just didn't. I don't know why. I mean, I'm normally quite good with things like that. I tell you, we went to I like crackling. I do like crackling. But we went to a market, Northweald it was, and they've got a place there that serves Chinese food. And there's always a queue for it because the food is so good and not very expensive. So you'll have sort of rice and sweet and sour chicken. And you watch them cooking it there and then, and they bang this stuff out as quick as possible. You sit down on a rickety old chair at a rickety old table and have the best Chinese you've ever had. And they're always packed because it's cheap and cheerful and it's good. Because to be honest with you, I've given up with burgers at markets and stuff like that. The quality of the food is a little bit lacking, I think. Steve, have you fallen out with your new producers? I don't talk to them. Okay, let's just call it an incident, okay? I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not that kind of person. I mean, even off air, they say, oh, Steve, should we go out for breakfast? No, we shan't. No, we shan't be going out for breakfast anytime soon. But Corey, I speak to on a daily basis. I mean, I speak to him quite a lot. I mean, Joe tries to text me, but he doesn't know I banned him. It solves that problem. And Steve, I couldn't believe that Geronimo first tested positive for TB 4 years ago. Yeah, there were two. There were two tests. Both they say came out as positive. She then argued that you'll hear all this with Nick Ferrari because he's going to be talking to the lady who owned him, and it's a case of we'll then have the autopsy to find out we know what he died of. We want to know whether he still had bovine tuberculosis. If it comes back and they went no, he was absolutely clear. Somebody is going to screw up big time on this one. There's going to be a lot of trouble over it because they've caused absolute misery for people who've been sort of taking this to heart. It's that the way it is. But you're right. I mean, it's dragged on 20. I forget how many days it is, isn't it? It's certainly a long time. But now it's all over. She argued, I think it was the Enfaplex test was fundamentally flawed. And I think she said it had tested positive because it had repeatedly been primed with tuberculin, which is you've probably heard of it. This is the purified protein derivative of bovine TB bacteria. So, following this at home? No, me neither. I kind of switched off during that. But anyway, 140,000 people signed a petition. But if they're set on doing something, they don't need to worry. And so that was against Geronimo's destruction. And we had it called everything over the weeks. It's been a case of termination, executed. You know, we had every name. Assassinated was another one, fairly popular in the bovine world. And then they all then DEFRA went very quiet. Then the police were sort of getting ready because they were looking forward to going down there and sorting out these 6 protesters. I mean, 20 police officers and 6 protesters. They had cars all over the place. It was just a bit bad. But it dragged on and on and on. And then eventually, due mainly to the media saying to DEFRA, "Are you doing anything about this, or are you just faffing around?" And they then went down mob-handed. It took 4 of them, 4 people from DEFRA, to prove they've already signed the death warrant because it was coming up, wasn't it, anyway, I think in September. And 20 cops turning up. You know, I imagine them all to be standing there linking arms, but they didn't know what to do either. I mean, not one of them looked as though they were alpaca friendly. And then the other question is, which I'm hoping Nick will ask this lady, is she's got loads of other alpacas. Have they been tested, or are they all negative? Is it just this? Why did Geronimo get it? And where did he get it from? And is he sharing it? We don't know, because she brought him over from New Zealand, so I don't know whether he had it in New Zealand and then brought it over here. I really don't know. Really don't know. And so that's why it's dragged on. But after they've had the autopsy, they will then know whether or not, as I say, if it turns out that Geronimo did not have bovine tuberculosis. I mean, he came in, I think in, memory serves, I think she said it back 2017, and tested positive in the same month. He'd been living in isolation ever since. I mean, whilst he couldn't see any of the other 80-odd alpacas on the farm, he was separated by a fence. So he in fact, he could see he was right next door to them, but they didn't want to talk to him. Now, mainly because he's a Kiwi. And they were obviously going, "Sorry, pal, we don't talk to Kiwis. Okay, we are other alpacas." But I thought she bred them. I might be wrong on that. But it is the biggest threat to animal health in this country. You can never underplay the dangers of bovine tuberculosis. It could wipe everything out. Nobody wants to have to cull infected animals. But I just wonder, separated from these other 80-odd alpacas, so she's got 80 other alpacas on this farm. But the fence it wasn't like he couldn't see them. He could put his head over into their field and they could put their heads over into his field. But they all huddled together. You know, alpacas are like moaning about him and all the rest of it. But as I say, I mean, do you think the other ones are going, "Shh, don't talk about it, don't talk about it"? Because if she's got 80 more of them, there's a very good chance that this stuff can... I mean, I don't know how it spreads. I don't know whether it spreads on the breeze, on the wind. Does he have to lick them? Do you have to rub? I don't know how it spreads. All I know is it could decimate this country. Although somebody pointed something out to me the other day, which I thought was very apropos, and I'd forgotten about it, talking about, you know, during the COVID and the pandemic and putting masks on and everything else. And what's the one thing that we do and we've done for the past year, which could probably spread, you know, COVID very quickly? Birthday cakes. What do? You put candles on and somebody blows all their germs all over the cake, and then we slice it up and give it to people. I never even thought about it until somebody pointed it out the other day. You know, birthday cakes with candle. No, thank you. No candles. Don't blow that. I mean, I've probably just done a disservice to the candle industry. And it's sad, isn't it? And the more I kept thinking about birthday cake, handshaking won't come back. Although I did handshake yesterday. But I've been done twice. Twice I've been in. Have you had both injections? You got them both. So I got mine. I mean, everybody I know seems to fall ill after it. But I haven't fallen ill at all. I don't know why. I didn't get any pain. I didn't get anything at all. Booster's coming soon. I can't wait for that. You watch. That'll be the thing that fells me. It'll be the blasted booster. You can just tell, can't you? Breakfast TV star in her 30-year marriage. Yep, she rules the roost. This is Lorraine Kelly. They're calling her the Queen of Daytime Television. I suppose she could be, couldn't she? But, Susanna Reid could be the queen of daytime television. You know, some of the loose women could be queens of daytime television. So, but, yeah. And the trouble is, she doesn't seem to have aged much, does she? But she seems to be a favourite with students. Students, I think, use Lorraine Kelly as, they seem to like her. Her husband's aged quite a lot. His name's Steve. She says, I couldn't do what I do without Steve, but going to a premiere would be... So he's not interested. And that's very interesting, isn't it, when you read that, because Barbara Windsor's husband, Scott, he didn't like those sort of things either. It wasn't his sort of thing. He was more than happy to stay in the background. I saw her on television again the other day. In fact, there's a story in the papers, which I shall tell you after the news, about some carry-on posters, some cinema posters, which have just been sold at auction. If only I'd known.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have a company. Steve, I had both AstraZeneca jabs. I didn't get any effects. A shame. My neighbour wasn't well after his. It seems to affect different people in different ways, doesn't it? And I can't quite work it out. How do you bring an alpaca, Steve, from New Zealand? Well, they fly anything in nowadays, don't they? It goes in the hold, I should imagine. Not exactly hand luggage, are they? And bovine TB is spread through saliva. So grazing animals in the same fields will pick it up, says Trucker Phil, from the grass. Ah, right. But where did Geronimo get it from in the first place? If she's got 80 alpacas on this farm, where did he get it from? And if he's got it, have any of the other alpacas got it? Because it came over from New Zealand. Now, at one point, it was obviously in the field with all the other ones when it had, because they've said it tested positive. So it must have been in the field with some... It was always isolated, was it? Oh, right. So it's been in isolation for ages. 4 years. Dear, I'm not surprised. The other alpacas don't want to talk to him. But then because you can sort of eat the grass from the... I don't know. Oh, it's getting a bit complicated now, isn't it, really? But I wonder if any of her other alpacas have got it, because presumably once one gets it in that field with these 80 together, they're all going to get it. And they would all have to be destroyed, but we don't know. Let's wait and find out, shall we? After they've done the autopsy and found out whether he's got it. But as I say, they need an independent vet to do this. We don't want anybody from DEFRA doing it, thank you very much indeed. I don't trust DEFRA. I want to make sure that an independent vet is going to do this so we can know about it. I think it would be a lot safer that way, isn't it, really? Steve. Somebody else asking about an independent vet attending the autopsy on Geronimo, says Liz in Norfolk. Would DEFRA dare to say that it had not got TB? Well, I'm hoping that they... I mean, obviously it's in their best interest to say, yes, he tested positive for it, and so they made the right decision, but they just faffed around for such a long... This could have been cleared up weeks ago. Weeks and weeks ago. They've just basically dragged their little heels all the time, and it's not been good enough. It's very upsetting for everybody. The people who sort of signed, 140,000 people around the world. Somebody else saying, hope that you're well and fit after your break. I am actually, yes. I am. I think so. I'm raring to go, me, I tell you. I have no hesitation. A lot of people talking about alpaca meat, because this came up the other day because I didn't know what you did with alpacas. I know that they've got wool, and I'm assuming you use the wool. It never crossed my mind that they're actually good to eat as well. The meat apparently is sensational. It's a healthy and flavourful meat, particularly popular in South America, succulent, tender, high in protein, low in calories, fat and cholesterol, a great alternative to traditional meat. Alpaca meat is a popular choice because it's so versatile and can be adapted to many recipes. That's the bit I don't like the sound of. Adapted to different recipes. Sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? But it's because I don't know what she does with her 80 alpacas. Are they sold for meat? I mean, am I missing out on some of these farmers markets where they go, over here we have alligator, this is crocodile, and this is Geronimo? It's like sort of talking about Watership Down, isn't it? The film about bunny rabbits and the butcher who had the big sign outside saying, Watership Down, you've read the book, you've seen the film, now eat the cast. And I remember thinking the same thing about that, because if she's got 80 alpacas, that's quite a lot. They must be quite... I mean, I don't know if they just eat grass or you have to give them supplements, but 80 alpacas is a lot. Perhaps she makes woolen items out of them. But Claire says, I've read Geronimo had bovine TB when he arrived in the UK. So you see, if he arrived in the UK with it, why did they not test him back in New Zealand before they put him on a flight? Something's not right, is it really? A collection of more than 20 vintage posters from the Carry On films has sold for almost £10,000. Measuring 30 by 40, they were made for billboards outside cinemas in the 60s and 70s. Now, the problem was, and with all of these theatre posters, people prefer them rolled. If they fold them, they've got creases on. And these have creases because they were mailed out to the cinemas. They've got all these stalwarts, Sir James, Barbara Windsor, Kenneth Williams. Many still have the fold marks from where they were posted to movie houses and were previously owned by one collector. A 1963 Carry On Cabby poster sold for 1,700 quid, while Carry On Cowboy roped in 1,400. The poster for Carry On Up the Khyber went for 440 quid. So I'd like the Carry On Cabby one. That was one of my favourite films. I loved it. Alistair McCree of Eubanks Auctioneers in Woking said the very colourful poster designs are works of art in their own mind, because there were loads of these things that were thrown away. People would, the cinemas would have taken them down after the film had played and would throw them away. What's your best bit of memorabilia? I collect theatre posters anyway. So I've got a collection of first edition Cats, Les Miserables, Phantom. Yeah, I've had these sort of things for years. Plus I've got The Ghost Train. My favourite was I went to, where the dickens, I went somewhere and somebody said, oh, we're selling off some theatre posters. And of course, immediately I went, oh, how interesting. And I bought some lovely, lovely theatre posters from the London Palladium from the 1950s. I bought about 6 or 7 of those. But my favourite was I bought a Liberace poster, big one. It's big. It's probably about 5 foot by 4 foot, something like that, of Liberace playing the Chiswick Empire in London. Which seems a bit bizarre, doesn't it, really? But in fact, he would be the star of the show. They'd have a bill that, it says on the poster, all the people who were on it. And then after the interval, he would then come on and they would have a couple of things. And then you'd get Liberace and he would do his thing. And I bought that and I paid 20 quid for it. Because they wanted 10. And I remember saying, I'll give you 20. I probably did myself that. But I mean, to be honest with you, it was worth it. It's in perfect condition. There's no rips in it, nothing at all. So fairly good haggling. And I think I only paid about 3 quid for the London Palladium posters. I mean, I know that they made thousands of these things and they were put up all around London. But to actually have them survive, when you go to the Palladium, if you've been there, and you'll probably go for the pantomime this year, in the bar and in the entrance halls, they've all got theatre posters. I've got loads of those posters. And so I've just collected over Arnold Ridley wrote The Ghost Train. He was in Dad's Army. He was always wanted to go to the toilet. And he wrote The Ghost Train, and I've got an original poster of that. I've got loads of things, plus Paddington memorabilia. I know, you've got the raincoat and the hat. And I just like collecting theatre posters, because I thought they were very inexpensive art form. And you could put it on there, and I look at them. But I've got as I say, Cats and Phantom and Les Miserables. And I've got a Chinese Les Miserables poster, which is huge, which is about 7 foot wide. And I bought that. It's nice. It's got pictures of all the cast on there. A lot of these things didn't have, but in the Carry On posters, they've got their sort of drawings. And you forget, you see them now because you can buy the whole Carry On set of all the films for under 30 quid on Amazon. Really cheap, and they're well worth getting. Then they made some other ones afterwards which weren't so good. They put them out on ITV, and they just didn't have that same thing that the Carry On films had. But no, love them. Steve, I've got an alpaca duvet, says this person here. It's beautiful, natural product, really light, cool in summer, warm in winter. Fab but expensive. Right. Well, I've right. So it's a duvet. How bizarre. How bizarre. And Jim says, I heard an expert say about Geronimo that if he had the disease 4 years ago, he'd be dead now. Yeah, but could he not just be a carrier of it. So in other words, you have it, but it doesn't actually kill you. It's like snakes have got all this venom inside them, which they produce, but it doesn't kill them, does it? It's only when it comes out. So perhaps that's the same with the alpaca. Roger says, now you've mentioned it, whatever happened to the Chiswick Empire? Pulled it down. All the empires, Holborn Empire and everything else. Go onto YouTube and Google, and you will find a website devoted to all the theatres around London with all the photographs of the interiors. And it's like looking at a Cliff Richard film. It's fantastic. Some really good stuff there. But the Holborn Empire went, and the Chiswick Empire. And, I mean, in terms of theatricals, you know, it wasn't that long ago that it went. But I used to go past where it was, and I'd always look and go, that's where the Chiswick Empire was. Barn of a place. But they had Liberace there.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Steve, I wonder if Mrs. Alpaca Farmer has names for all 80 of her herd. I suspect not. I don't know how he was called Geronimo. I really don't. I mean, it just seems a bit odd, doesn't it? You think Fred, Daisy, Mary, because people have got names for horses. Why not alpaca? And their cars. So why not an alpaca? I mean, do you think he was the only one with a name, and all the other alpacas shunned him? They were going, don't talk to him. Why? He's called Geronimo. Yeah, do your worst. But hopefully we will find out. But when you'll see all the stories in the papers today, you'll hear about it with Nick Ferrari, because she's going to be on, and I should imagine she's absolutely gutted. She campaigned for ages. She spent £50,000 trying to make sure that this alpaca lived, and it's a 4-year battle. 4 years since it's been in the country. So it tested positive when it was in here. So it's had it for 4 years, and it didn't kill it. How does that work? How does that work? So the shambles that shamed the men from the ministry. As I say, I mean, this poor animal, you know, no matter which way you think, whether you think it's a good idea or a bad idea, and we know the problems with bovine tuberculosis, this animal looks frightened out of its life. Frightened out of its life. 10,000 Afghan heroes to live here indefinitely. UK is in talk with the Taliban. Yeah, right. Yeah, they're still murdering people, by the way, out there, just in case you thought maybe they'd stopped and gone, oh, yes, let's see if we can rebuild our country. I shouldn't imagine they'll have the faintest idea. Pages and pages of pictures of police forming a ring of steel. I mean, you've never seen anything so stupid in your entire life. As Geronimo is tied up, and they formed a ring of steel. They don't look like they've got the faintest idea of what's going on. They must be as embarrassed as everybody else is. I think one woman was arrested. She tried to... She grappled with a policeman, which seems a rather silly thing to do, you know, because I knew that they were going to do it. And this story intrigues me no end. Andy Murray accused his opponents of cheating as he crashed out of the US Open. The former world number one was furious as somebody called Stefanos... something, took an 8-minute bathroom break during their bad-tempered 5-hour first-round clash. He says he went to the loo for 8 minutes. Well, I mean, you know... The 34-year-old earlier complained about the time the Greek third seed was taken between sets and demanded more should be done to clamp down on such nonsense. So, no, they take toilet breaks. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I've never heard of that. Never, ever heard of it, but very interesting. I mean, apparently, a woman was arrested after spraying police with a water pistol and then de-arrested at the Geronimo siege. You know, and I mean, a water pistol, I ask you. So she went really well prepared. Really well prepared. Yeah, I mean, there's a sick... But you're right, actually. Why is this the only one called Geronimo and the other... About 80 others. She's obviously very successful. She's got 80 of these things. Whether they're being bred or whether she just buys them all in, I do not know. Sarah Vine talking about Dolce & Gabbana. At one time, you wouldn't have touched them with a barge pole because of comments they made. Elton John always said that he wouldn't, but the good and the great turned up there to sort of be photographed. Oh, look, there we are, Dolce & Gabbana. It's all very posh and everything else. Could motorists be taxed for every mile they drive? By the time you've paid for this new petrol... If you're somebody who does driving on a daily basis, this is going to cost you an arm and a leg. It seriously is. It's worked out now. It's going to be an extra 12 pence per litre for this petrol. I mean, I don't drive that much. Not that, I mean, I do drive the car, but, you know. Richard Kay talking about the new version of Finding Freedom with those two drearies over in America, complete with a barb at the Queen, finally hits the shelves. He said the last word in... victimhood. whinging in the rain. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, boring. Dull, boring, tedious. Attacking our royal family. No, thank you. Also, goodbye, August. You won't be missed because the weather... And they can't make up their minds in all the papers today whether or not it's going to be sunny or we're going to have rain and wind and all the rest of it. Look what they've got over in Louisiana. I mean, they've got it really bad over there. Happy birthday to Gloria Estefan. There's a way of pronouncing it, and I never get it right. I used to call her Gloria Estefan, but I think it's Estefan. She's 64 today. She's sold 90 million albums. Rhythm is going to get you. No. You remember that one? I think she's fantastic, actually. And this, I've never... Now, you might know who this person is. I've never heard of this person. She's called Zendaya. Just one word, Zendaya. She's 25 today. She's an actress and singer. She started out as a child model and has appeared in The Greatest Showman and Spider-Man. She's one of the most popular people on Instagram with 105 million followers. What? And I've never heard of this person. At last year's Emmy, she became the youngest ever winner of the Best Actress in a Drama Series award for Euphoria. I've never even heard of her. Never heard of her. She's an American actress and singer, began her as model, backup dancer, blah, blah, blah. Oh, she's a Disney Channel child. MICKEYMOUSE, Mickey Mouse. Did you ever see the Disney Club? They were creepy, those children. I thought that was a very creepy programme. Mind you, I quite liked... there was one programme that's about a dinosaur. Could have been Barney, a dinosaur. Was it Barney? I thought that, the purple one. I thought that was quite good, but I always worried about the bloke in the suit. I wasn't sure... Bloke in the suit... Oh, sorry. OK, we're playing that game. OK, yeah, Barney was real. Also... Ina Sharples, played by Violet Carson, born in 1898. She died in 1983. Made her name as Ina, of course, in Coronation Street. And she wore a hairnet. She was famous for wearing the hairnet, and she'd sit there, "I'm Minnie Caldwell, aye." And it was gritty stuff. She even played Shakespeare. But she said, "Now I've become Ina Sharples forever." She was very posh. But, as indeed all of them were. Rocky Marciano was born on this day in 1923, died in 1969. And what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, yeah, here we go. This is 2005, September the 1st. New Orleans ordered to be totally evacuated as it became apparent that the death toll from Hurricane Katrina would run into thousands. The mayor put into action a plan to bring out those still left in the drowned city population, around 500,000, to follow the 384,000 who've already fled. And, history, as they say, repeats itself. And in 1923, the Great Kanto earthquake struck Japan, killing more than 140,000 people. There's also a Google Maps, which is coming out for graves. It'll make millions of memorials available online. I keep seeing all these vehicles pootling about with cameras on the roof, and I'm presuming that's Google Maps or places like that. Because I smiled the last time we went past me. I think maybe I'm going to feature on. They blur your face out. Oh dear, I mean, that's not very exciting, is it, for a Wednesday? I was hoping to get a bit more excitement, but there you go. Well, I don't know what the weather's going to be like today, apart from it's going to be a little bit of cloudy, a little bit of sunny, and it'll be sort of good for getting out and getting... Are the kids back at school? When are the kids back? This week, is it? Thank God for that, honestly, it's gone on far too long. And the Queen's great-nephew to go where Edward failed. I mean, poor old Edward. In training, he had to drop out the Marines. It was all a bit too butch for him. And so now you've got Arthur Chatto, who's a big hit. He's ripped. I mean, the last thing, of course, Edward was ripped. He was just a scrawny little boy. And I think Prince Philip was furious that he didn't manage to make it in it. But anyway, you've got Arthur Chatto to look out now, and apparently he was pictured holding the Queen's train at... Oh, I've got to go. Honestly, just when you get into things, you find an interesting story in the paper, and immediately producer goes, come on, mention the fact you've got a little bit extra podcast today, which I have. End of the road for Geronimo, but lots of questions left behind. Victoria Beckham's got an ice cream machine installed. Not that I think she's ever eaten one. And Madonna parading around in her underwear again. It's getting a bit tragic, dear. Please stop it. Brilliant. Nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Thursday. It's the 2nd of September. Pinch and a punch for the 2nd of the month. And no returns, which doesn't matter. And the weather's going to get better. How depressed am I? How depressed am I? I don't want a weekend full of sunshine. Thank you very much indeed. I'd rather it was absolutely tipping it down and ice and snow and... Not really. I mean, today, thick cloud and a gentle breeze. Thursday, 20 degrees, Friday 21, Saturday 21, cloudy, Sunday 25, cloudy and a bit of sunshine, Monday 20, well, I'm not coming in on Monday though, if it's going to be 27, I'm not coming in, 27 degrees on Monday, 26 on Tuesday, 25 on Wednesday. And then we go back down to the freezing cold conditions, about 23 on the Thursday. But, I'm staying in bed on the Monday. I'm definitely not coming. Seriously, it's just not in my remit to come and suffer with heat, because I'm not good in it at all, as you know. Plus, Michael Barrymore in the papers today. So he was out walking the other day, and they said, what about this thing? Well, of course, he can't talk about it, because he doesn't know. Much as though Stuart Lubbock's father... has been sort of campaigning for an awful long time. Oh, here we go. Ready? So I've just got to do a numbers thing for the producer. 41.9, 27.6. That's my sizes. Yeah, bingo numbers. So housey, as we used to call it. But so it's I forgot what I was talking about now. What was I talking about? Oh, Michael Barrymore. And so what they do, as you know, it was more than 20 years ago. More than 20 years ago, they go out, they go to a pub, they invite Stuart Lubbock back, and Barrymore's house has got a swimming pool one end. Michael Barrymore was the other end of the house with some people, and there were people messing about in the swimming pool. The end result was that Stuart Lubbock died. How he died, I don't know. I've not seen the results of the autopsy, but they said something went on which involved, we know that he'd taken drugs, we know that there were drugs available there, and that was it. I think there were about, was it 10 people, 15 people, whatever it was, an awful lot of it. They've been interviewed, people have been questioned. Michael Barrymore never been charged with anything at all. Why would he be? It's like the Prince Andrew syndrome. Prince Andrew gets loads of coverage. He's not been charged with anything. He's trying to avoid being given a writ at the moment. The lawyers are very keen to hand the writ to him, and he's very keen not to actually to take the writ, because that means it's then been served. So Michael Barrymore was asked out, and he said it's all very sad, because it is very sad, because it's basically halted his career. All right, so he had a party. You should never invite somebody back, but if there's drugs at parties, I have bitter experience that, in certain circles, people go, oh, we've got drugs and everything else. I mean, luckily, I avoided that. I was the party bore. I was the one going, oh, have you got any Bacardi and Coke? Yeah, I'll have a Horlicks and a rich tea biscuit, please. Thank you very much indeed. It's just not my sort of thing. I do enough sort of tablets as it is. So he says it's terribly sad for everyone. Meanwhile, Terry Lubbock is saying, I want some sort of closure. But the police have said they haven't got any evidence to charge anybody at all. Absolutely nothing. Jack says, I'm very excited off to Heaven nightclub. Have you ever been? Well, I went there when it was called Global Village. Global Village. And in fact, my friend, who used to be on my programme, used to own Heaven. So have I ever been there? Yes, of course. Of course. One of the biggest nightclubs. Under the arches at Charing Cross. You go down Villiers Street on the right-hand side. And Paul Savoury used to own it. But it was Global Village, and a friend of mine, John Holly, used to work there as a DJ. It was a roller disco. It became Heaven from Global Village in 1979. But they used to have roller discos up there. I used to know a few of the DJs because they had different areas. And then they used to put things on there, and everybody was very happy with it. That people used to queue round the block for it because it was so big. It was so big. But they used to sell in their gift shop a little a weekend away pack, which comprised of a toothbrush, toothpaste, condoms, and a flannel. For a weekend, for me, a year, and it was very popular. We used to go in there a lot. Dale and I used to go in there, but just basically having sort of a couple of drinks, because I'm not good with loud music. I've worked in discos for years and years. Steve, I've been in there. Yes, good little music venue now. Well, it was so. I think Paul Savoury got rid of it years and years ago, but lovely. Steve, hope you're well. You know who this is. This is lovely Noreen. She said, speaking of Skegness yesterday, Skeg Vegas, we're off there in a couple of months to a 60s weekend. She said, I mean, she goes to all of these things. I mean, this is what she does. Noreen and Brian go to these music weekends where, I don't do anything. I just do a bit of knitting and stuff like that. But she goes to all these music events. And on a 60s weekend, you'll go there and there'll be about 7 or 8 bands. There might be 1 or 2 members there. You know, very rarely do you get the whole band. And, yeah, the Dave Clark, 3 or 2. And they have all sorts of things going. And people love it. It's an opportunity for people to meet friends and people who like the music of the 60s and the 70s. Sometimes it's the 80s, it varies. But some of these people are getting on a bit now. I think one of the ones Noreen went to, Wayne Fontana, was there. So here you go, the 60s rock and roll experience in Skegness. And so they say here the break takes place on a term time midweek break. And to attend the festival, you'll need to add a 60s experience pass to your booking at the end, extra cost of £10 per person. So they've got a pool, a Little Stars fairground for little people, a fairground as well, mini fun fencing. That'll be exciting. What else have we got there? What else we got to go down? Does it go down? Does it go down? ABBA, here we go again. Paddington will be there. The Skyline Gang, Silent Cinema, Salute as Little Mix, which is good. And then they've got Teletubbies, Billy and Bonnie, Puppet Castle. There's loads of stuff going on. I mean, seriously, it's like you're complete. I love redcoats. Don't you love redcoats? Don't you love them? It's just they're sort of, ready? Oh, Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut, McDonald's. I love it. So yesterday, what was that? What was yesterday? I can't think. I didn't get home till late yesterday, actually. Well, sort of late-ish. I decided to treat myself because I've discovered there is no point in rushing to get particular trains now because it just stresses me out. So I've decided just to meander because I've now discovered I've got so many trains that I can get to go home. There is a very nice one that goes to Hounslow at 7:45, which means I really don't need to rush at all. I could wander to Waterloo Station all by myself. No, it's not on the far platform. That one's on, I think they put it on 18 or 19. So it's a little bit further to go to platform 21, 22, 23 or 24, which is what I did yesterday. And I got the Reading train. And that was nice because it was a huge train, 10 carriages and hardly anybody on it. I suppose because all people are on holidays now or they're doing something. Shane says, oh, Steve, please come in on Monday. Oh, I don't know. I shall think about it. I might be difficult about this one. Yeah. What's it worth? Yeah. Just to keep Steve Allen off the radio. No chance. I bumped into somebody in the toilet yesterday downstairs who works at one of our sister stations. And he went, how are you? I went, I'm good. I'm really good, actually. And he said, I listen to you every morning. I said, well, there's nothing worse, is than people in the building you work in who are all in the business. And then they go, I listen to you in the morning. And you go, that's nice. But there's no answer to it. I just sort of stand there looking embarrassed, Oh, can't believe people listen to the programme. Yeah, they all listen, including Ofcom, which is good. But now they've done this ruling for Piers Morgan. It had, I think, the most complaints, 57,000, whatever it was. And all they did was give them a little bit of guidance, only a little bit of guidance, on her saying that she wanted to commit suicide and everything else. They've said just be a little bit careful on that one. But apart from that, he actually challenged them to put up or shut up as he celebrated Ofcom's decision not to sanction Good Morning Britain, because it's freedom of speech. He's allowed an opinion. If he chooses not to believe them, that's his business. And most of the papers have done this thing. She's basically dug a hole for herself and she's dragging poor little Ginger Whinger in with her at the same time, which is not so good, is it? So, she seems to like litigation, but the trouble is gradually it's collapsing a little bit around her. What she should do, is concentrate on what she does best. We're not really sure what that is at the moment. We'll try and work it out. But she's got an office at home and they bought a new house, or it could be the house that they've been renting, for 11 million, but they've taken out a mortgage on it. What's that about? I don't know what's going on there. But I tell you, it's going to end in tears for Harry. I promise you. Never wrong on these things. Never wrong. I thought it wouldn't take long before somebody went to her. Why don't you just go away, dear? Go away. You don't know the truth. In a lot of cases, there's 7 different itemised things that she said which have turned out not to be true. And you think, now, is it because you can't remember? Or is it because you think you're really clever? Or is it because you're really dumb? It's a case. It's on page 5 of the Mail today. I'll read them out a little bit later for you. And it's something that can be checked on. But I don't know whether or not she's in. Let's face it. I always knew there was something the matter when it turned out she never spoke to her family. I mean, what sort of evil person doesn't talk to their family? So it was only her poor mother who got dragged to the wedding. Poor soul, and she's disappeared now. Where's she gone to? I don't know. Perhaps she's staying with them. But Harry's got this house, and they've got 6 acres or something like that, and they can go and play in the garden. I thought, I'm sorry, what do you mean play in the garden? I thought they were supposed to be philanthropists and doing marvellous things and wonderful things. Yeah, as opposed to just having babies and playing in the garden or taking out litigation. But she didn't go through the legal people. She did it herself. She wrote to ITV, apparently, which goes to... But he now calls her Princess Pinocchio, because every time Pinocchio told a fib, his nose grew. I can't remember the story. I just remember there was a puppet master called Geppetto, and that was it. And I can't remember... And then there was a song that went, I got no strings to pull me down, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And that's all I remember. And he was a puppet of a little boy, Pinocchio. Because when you think about it, it's such an odd name. You could have called him, like sort of Brian or something like that. But no, Pinocchio. Where does that come from? What language is that in? I mean, he's had adventures, in all sorts of different languages. And I think he goes back to, I don't know, the 1800s, I think. I mean, I just thought it was invented by Disney. But not really. It was a novel for children. His real name is Pinocchio, blah, blah, commonly shortened to Pinocchio, and about the mischievous adventures of an animated marionette named Pinocchio and his father, a poor woodcarver named Geppetto. Isn't it funny? If they'd known how much money the books were going to generate, they wouldn't have been poor people at all. They'd have done very, very well indeed. But, so Pinocchio. But it's just such an odd name. Is it obviously an Italian name? Do you think there are people in Italian? Do you think the Pope knows people called Pinocchio? Pinocchio Ramsbottom. I love it. John says, what do you think of the old international platforms at Waterloo? I thought Oh, that's the one I goes to, yeah. Yes, it used to be Eurostar. That disappeared, didn't it? I don't know where that went to. Yeah, St Pancras. I quite like St Pancras Station. It's just if ever I've come back there, and I do love the Eurostar because we've got the girls down there who listen. And but the trouble is, I'm the other side of London. I've got to go from St Pancras all the way to Waterloo to get home, which is a little bit of a pain, I think. Mark in Romford says, I hope Barrymore will be back on TV soon. I don't think he will be. He has been on TV since this incident because he went on Coach Trip. He was on, yes, and he's been on Big Brother, of course, as well. But I think there is still a Barrymore Strike It Lucky on the shelf, which they filmed, and then all this collapsed. I went to see him live at the Hammersmith Odeon, which is now the Labatt's Apollo, or so I can't remember what it's called now anyway. And sitting in front of me was Michael Caine. And Barrymore sweated profusely on this show, but he did the usual stuff, and it was packed out. And he said, I wish my private life was as good as my public life. Because what he was basically saying was, every time he turned up to a theatre, there was Stuart Lubbock's father. Basically, I mean, if Barrymore had thought about it, he actually probably could have taken him to court for defamation of character, because he was blaming the whole thing on Mr. Barrymore, which, of course, it was nothing to do with him. Nothing. Right. Short break. Time check. Not going to get many on this programme, I tell you. 16 and a half minutes past 4.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently, says Shane, in Sydney, where they're really having a rough time. Very rough time over there with COVID. The Piers Morgan story was on the news here, and it showed Meghan and Oprah. I switched the channels when they came on. And I think what it was a case of Ofcom rule, even after that many complaints, 57,000 is quite something. That's quite a record number of people complaining about something. And they decided that, he's allowed to have an opinion. If he chooses not to believe them, he's allowed to say that. Somebody can say, oh, I'm this, that and the other. And somebody says, I don't believe you. Well, that's just tough. That's it. But of course, Meghan, thinking she's cleverer than everybody else. It's a case of she's unfortunately bitten off a bit more than she can chew. You wait till she takes on the Queen. I mean, Ofcom got more than 50,000 complaints about the programme, including one from herself. A spokesman said there was a finely balanced decision. Mr Morgan's comments were potentially harmful and offensive to viewers, and we recognise the strong public reaction, but we also took full account of freedom of expression. Under our rules, broadcasters can include controversial opinions as part of legitimate debate in the public interest. And the strong challenge to Mr Morgan from other contributors provided important context for viewers. So the only thing that they've done is they've just reminded ITV to take greater care discussing mental health and suicide. But so just to ensure people are properly protected. But it became one of Ofcom's most complained about TV moments ever. 54,000 people could actually be bothered to get off their bums and write something to Ofcom or send an email. That's what people do nowadays. But no, he's very happy. And of course, the offers of work have come flooding in, as indeed they would. All he wants to do is work for somebody who allows him to have sort of freedom of speech. And you're allowed freedom, as long as you don't libel somebody. Unfortunately, all the things he said, when he called her a liar, my mother would have said fibber, sounds a much better word, or economical with the truth. It was a case of she was economical with the truth on many of the things. She didn't seem to know what it was. She just thought that nobody would ever check on these sort of things. That's what was so bizarre. I remember when Danny LaRue years ago, it's not the same kind of story, but Danny LaRue produced a girlfriend in Australia, and the press went, what? Danny LaRue, girlfriend in Australia. Of course, there was no such thing as a girlfriend in Australia. Might have been an old boyfriend over there, but there certainly wasn't a girlfriend. And the press was so intrigued by this that they all some of them camped, and they went over to Australia to try and find this woman. Well, of course, she didn't exist. It was all... Danny thought it's hilarious. So when he did a Royal Variety performance, he made light of it. But in fact, all it was is that, he didn't sort of come out in those early days. He was but he was sensational, I promise you. If you've never seen him on the good old days, he wasn't what I call modern drag. He was very, very good, actually. He was very good, very, very good. Missed him greatly, actually. The Adventures of Pinocchio, written by an Italian writer, Carlo Collodi of Florence in 1883. Apparently, the name Pinocchio is a combination of the Italian words pino and occhio, pine eye. Pine eye, so it's a puppet. It's just such an odd name, isn't it? Why I don't know why. What do you mean why I? What are you asking me for? Why I? Why I? And another one here. And apparently the Duchess of Sussex is from a divorced family. A divorced family? That's putting it understatement, isn't it, really? It's not uncommon for children of divorced parents to be closer to one side of the family than the other. She's close to her mother's side. She's not. She only talks to her mother. She doesn't talk to anybody else. While not close to her father's side. Perfectly understandable. Well, they seem a revolting family. They really... That's why none of them went. Just the mother turned up. That was it. That was it. And Wayne, my trolley dolly friend, says, talking to Barrymore, I've recently started following him on Twitter, and he regularly posts hysterical clips of him on Strike It Lucky in the 90s. Yes. Well, true. I mean, he was a showbiz entertainer. He was light-ent. We were talking about this the other day in the office. I was sort of saying to people, certain presenters on LBC do politics, or they do, current affairs or things like that. I'm light-ent. I'm light-ent, and I'm very proud to be light-ent. Not everybody's light-ent, but I do it very well. Roger says Spiker's favourite Z-list is by reference, the GC. Oh, she can't get a gig. Seriously, she can't. Really. She's advertising some pain relief machine at the moment. It's got that desperate, but of course she's been eclipsed by Eamon Holmes. Eamon and Ruth have been doing things like that for ages. And so poor old Gemma... It's a case of, here she is again, wearing another outfit, posing in her kitchen. They say she looks sensational in a crisp white shirt and zebra print trousers. No, it's the only things that'll fit her. She hasn't got anything else. She's no stranger, they say, to putting on a stylish display. Are you serious? Do you remember that picture that turned up the other week? And it was her going into a theatre. I mean... she was wearing what can only be described as a tent. It was the worst thing I've ever seen, poor soul. She can't help it. She slathers on, cakes on the makeup, and then she's sort of very, very, just doesn't look right. The hair looks as though it's, dried out beyond belief. And the scraggiest arrangement of flowers on the side that you've ever seen in your entire life. Obviously, she can't have, perhaps, I mean, even the kitchen looks a bit pokey. It's not a big place at all. Now she's got that silly giraffe with the chandelier on there. She's got no taste whatsoever. I love the way that they actually sort of say, "Oh, here she is." Here she is with Rami. This is the one for me. I love Rami. Love Rami. Yeah, he's already been there quite a few times, as we all know. But could be sick. Look how pokey the bedroom is. Look, she's practically sitting on top of the sideboard thing. And that's only a double bed, isn't it, by the look of it? She just makes it look smaller. But they say she's going to... the GC will invite a camera crew into the couple's lives in order to keep her fans updated with their every step. Yeah, here's me shoving my mouth with food again. Here's me doing this. Here's me lying on the bed. Here's me trying to pretend to be sexy. All of which fail miserably. But it's an outfit she was wearing. She went to... What did she go and see? I can't remember what she went to see, but she's wearing this outfit. You have to see it to believe just how ghastly it is and how bad her sense of fashion is. Wait a minute. I mean, look, there's one here, sort of pinky kind of dress. She's got no sense of fashion at all. None of her clothes fit. No, it's not that. It's a bigger... Look at this. I mean, she was wearing this sort of... It's like an orange thing. It's just basically sort of... It's just wrong on so many different levels. She can't wear anything. They say she looks like she's bouncing around like the wardrobe out of Beauty and the Beast. It's not very nice, is it? But so true. Yeah. People are so cruel nowadays, which I love, actually. Remember when she was spotted buying fake Gucci T-shirts in Manchester? Oh, she doesn't have it. Her parents had to look after her money, Gemma, because she couldn't be trusted. She's not bright enough. Not bright enough. But all she wants at the moment is her baby. Because they've all got them in Towie. In fact, that's the thing. If you're a member of the Towie crowd, the living legends in their own mind, well, then the thing to do is to try and find yourself boyfriend quick as possible, get yourself up the duff and have a baby. And then they do a programme on ITV2. That's all they seem to comprise of. It's sort of dreary people who appear not to be married, having babies, which is lovely, isn't it? Which is lovely. And Jeanette says, Steve, if I open a magazine or newspaper and see Meghan and Harry, I skip to the next article on the TV, I just turn over. Well, she's obviously got a lot of issues. And the issue is that I think she's realised that she's got to capitalise on being with him, because he apparently is... But, I mean, he's gradually getting worse and worse. It's he isn't the fun-loving Harry that we all knew from years ago, when, Harry would get drunk, come outside, all that kind of stuff. Harry, when he was drunk, was hilarious. Now he's just a boring, dull little man. So as far as I'm concerned, stay in America. Stay in America. Steve, what about an ABBA new music teaser? Yeah, they have got new music. They're making an announcement this evening. Now, I know what the announcement's going to be. So, I mean, if I tell you, it'll spoil it. It will spoil it. So, I'm not going to tell you, but Bjorn's Spiker. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I can't tell you too much about it. Steve, listened to you the other day re your collection of vintage cinema posters. I'm off to Spitalfields Vintage in the back of the taxi with all my stuff. Come on down, Steve. There is a stand that sells vintage posters. You have to be very careful, Jeanette. With a lot of vintage theatre posters and things like that, there's a huge fake market. People will sort of... It's like dinky toys and stuff like that. There's a huge market in fakes where they'll take the toy... People, and I've watched them doing it. They take it apart, they spray it, so it looks immaculate. There's a company that make all brand new boxes. They put it in there, and they sell them. You go to any of these toy fairs. That's why you look at them, and you go, blimey. But they literally, I've seen people take them apart, little tiny spray gun, and absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. What else we got here? So when? David says Ofcom made the right decision about Pitt. Well, of course they did. That's what they're there for. That's what they're there to make right decisions. Although I have to be honest, he was never fired from ITV. He walked out mainly because the weatherman sort of started making thing. I mean, I should imagine he'll be writing to Mr. Beresford and going, see, I was right all the time. I was right all the time, Alec. Nothing you can say about that. Because people complain about everything nowadays, I mean, it's now, they had a thing the other day for doctors not allowed to call fat people fat. I mean, because apparently they might get upset. Really? I don't know why, because all of a sudden you see people who were fat and all they seem to do is spend all their life going, I'm going to lose weight. Look at Gemma Collins. I mean, she was fat. She was clinically obese. There was no two ways about it. And then she sort of decided she was going to lose weight. And you think, so basically the shop you had selling oversized clothes is a bit embarrassing. So doctors now, they have to train, to improve their bedside manner. Because, you mustn't say the F word. Well, I tell you what, why don't we just not serve them in hospitals and go, listen, I'm sorry because you are fat. What do you think you are? I'm Rubenesque. No, you're not. You're fat. I mean, if somebody's fat, they know they're fat. I mean, you look at Alison Hammond, who was on the television yesterday. I mean, I don't know whether or not she's got glandular problems or she eats enough to sort of feed 3 beach huts. I've got no idea. But compared to Rochelle, I mean, admittedly, some people are dead unlucky. Some people are dead unlucky because every time they eat something, they put on weight. Other people can eat as much as they like and not put on an ounce. We have an AP on the programme and he doesn't seem to put on any weight. And we're getting rid of him. And because I refuse to have people whose weight does not fluctuate. The whole idea is we want people's weight to fluctuate. But he was one of those things. I was listening to the whole show on the tube yesterday at Hyde Park Corner and laughed out loud. I got some very weird looks. I know. It's not good to listen to this programme if you're sitting with other people. I mean, I find it easier. If ever I see somebody who just looks slightly peculiar, I always do the same thing when I walk past. I go, like that. And then they turn round and I, of course, look the other way. Always amuses me.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Niall says, don't forget it's a must-be-won jackpot this Saturday. 20 million up for grabs. Woo! 20 million. What would you do with it? Honestly, you'd have to give it back, wouldn't you? And go, don't insult me. 20 million pounds. What would you do with 20 million pounds? You just put it in the bank. I don't think there'd be anything I'd be doing with it immediately. 20 million is not really enough for what I want to do by the QM2, And so you just put it in the bank and save it for the rainy day. It would be there as your fallback thing. So in other words, if everything all went pear-shaped in your life, if you're married and the marriage split up and all the rest of it, you've got the money there to be able to do, something with it, as opposed to going, what do I do now? That's what happens with an awful lot of divorces. One side loses out, especially if there are children involved. I've heard horrendous stories of children involved, and then the wife meets somebody else and they move to a different part of the country, and the father's going, what? I mean, I'm surprised at the Andres and the entire sort of menagerie that they appear to have down in Jordan's place. I'm surprised they know where anybody is at any one time. Is Harvey in the house and in a house down the road, in his own house? What's going on? Because on the night she was attacked by person unknown, she ran to Harvey's house. Like, he couldn't do anything either. But I'm hoping that one's going to end up in court. Absolutely. So £20 million, as I say, the people listening go, oh, what would you... The trouble is, if you're an old person, if you're over the age of 60 or something like that, 20 million quid, you've been settled in your house for some time, you've got a car, you might have retired, so is it going to make any difference to you? Probably not. You keep it there for a new house, that'd be the only thing. But also, why would you want the strain? The strain of selling your house and then finding another... Oh, dear, honestly. I think you'd have to find one of these companies which come along and you say, right, I want a house, I want this, and this, and they then go away and find it. Once they found it and you've then approved it, they then get people in to decorate it and all the rest of it. So you just move in with a toothbrush. That would be my idea of fun. Not having to pack stuff up, put the box, and you get there and you've got boxes. When I moved last time, you pay somebody to do all the administration, everything. It was raining and I've got boxes all over the place and I couldn't find the blasted kettle. And my mother always said to me, if ever you move, because they moved loads of times. We must have moved about 10 times. She said, have a box for the kitchen, which has got tea bags, coffee, milk, the kettle, teaspoons, cups and saucers, mugs, things like that. So when you get there, that could go in the kitchen, and then you're all ready to sort of start having a cup of tea. Because the one thing you do need, if you've moved yourself, and some people do it, although it's so cheap to have a removal company in, it's not as expensive as people think, because they've got one big lorry, and they just sort of put it all in there. It seems to work. Seems to work very well for them. But no, very, very stressed. And they do carry stuff to the lorry. Yes. And, I mean, some of them will unpack for you as well. They will unpack and they will put stuff in the right room. So what you have to do is put down sitting room, and they will then put it into that room, and they will literally, then they take all the boxes away. Because otherwise you're clambering over boxes for weeks. There's people listening going, do not remind me. The removal lorry's here at 7 o'clock this morning to sort of start loading it up. It's amazing, actually, how much stuff you've acclimatised and you've accumulated over the years. I mean, it's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Anyway, so we're now waiting, aren't we, on the results of Geronimo. Do you know she's got 80 alpacas, that woman? 80 we were talking about it in the office yesterday, because my boss said to me, he said, you managed to get loads of mileage out of that one. I said, but it's such an interesting story. This poor alpaca, now deceased, had this illness, so they say, was sick for 4 years. How he survived, I've got no idea. So that's why she wants to find out if he tested positive. If he tests positive, well, then we'll know that DEFRA made the right decision. But they've got no idea. She's accused the government of concealing its processes after she was refused permission to observe its post-mortem. I have to be honest, I wouldn't want to go to a post-mortem either. Probably a little bit better with animals as opposed to people. But Miss McDonald's, who's a veterinary nurse, she did well financially, didn't she? She's got 80 alpacas worth, quite a bit of money, a nice farmhouse, land, and all sorts of things. But either way, poor old Geronimo didn't look very happy about the old thing. I wonder if he knew his name was Geronimo. I wonder. She said hitmen ripped the animal from a farm and tortured him in plain sight. I mean, what do you think he's going to do? Talk? God, it's an alpaca. Goodness sake, honestly. I wonder if alpacas make good for eating, says Niall. Yeah, of course they do. Best meat in the world. Best meat in the world. Very tender. No carbs, no fats. Very good. What do you think they eat in South America? They don't get some sort of Frisian cows over there and stuff like that. They eat alpacas and llamas and stuff like that. The results of the post-mortem, they say, could take 3 months. Why? I've got no idea. Because they're bloody slow. 3 months on a post-mortem. It's an alpaca. Surely they're going to cut it open and go, right, that. Yes, he's tested positive. Surely. 3 months, because by that time we'll have lost the will to live. We really will have done. Roger says, on Heathrow Airport, absolutely everybody wore a mask. Oh, it's on, yeah, of course they're making a television programme. They're not going to have people there who haven't got... There was some stupid woman in America. I love watching breakdowns, Karens breaking down and being arrested by the police. And there was one woman standing there. She's quite an abusive person. And she's been accused of assaulting somebody else. And she said, I am a Christian woman. She goes to the police officers. And they're going, it doesn't really matter. We're telling you what you did was wrong. And she's not I do not have to wear a mask. God protects me. And I thought, here we go again. We had that a few weeks ago where somebody is telling somebody, God will not protect you from COVID. I'm terribly sorry, but it doesn't work like that. But I've got a lovely story of a little boy who waited 300 days for a heart transplant. He's only 4, bless his heart. He's got the biggest smile on his face you'll ever see. Makes you feel glad to be alive. And he had his heart transplant, having waited forever and a day. And he went home and he had a little dance. But he's still connected up to tubes and everything else. But he's sitting up there in his pyjamas. Bless his heart. He's so sweet. He really is. Frightened Afghan. There he is. Look at him. What a great smile he's got, hasn't he? No teeth, but great smile. And his name is Finlay Pollock. Don't make me say it. And so he was diagnosed with an enlarged heart at 18 months old. His condition deteriorated him. He was cared for at home for 2 years. Condition deteriorated in October, taken to hospital in Belfast. He was put on the urgent transplant list after suffering a cardiac arrest at the age of 3. 3 cardiac arrest. My goodness me. And he's got brothers as well, and bless his heart. I mean, I should imagine he's very, very grateful, and Mummy and Daddy are very, very grateful. And it's pictures like that restore my faith that I've never wavered with the NHS. The NHS, who do such a fantastic job and have to put up with such crap from people who go in there. You know, don't call me fat. Oh, shut up and go and deal with somebody else then. We're just telling you the truth. If you keep eating at this rate and smoking, you're going to die, OK? How much more can we lay it on the line for you? Did you see the essayist Who Dares Wins on Sunday night? No, I really can't be bothered with garbage like that. It doesn't interest me. I don't like Ant Middleton, whatever his name is. I'm not interested in Ulrika Johnson. You know, I mean, I'm just not interested in any of the people who are on it. I couldn't care less. They all bleat on about something. Apparently for Kerry Coke-Toner, it's therapy. Well, I'm sorry, darling, you're doing it for money. If it's therapy, well, I'll tell you what, you pay us for being on it. OK, you won't do that, though, will you? Because you're a millionaire, aren't you? Not really. All my old school friends, Steve, turn 40 this year. What's the etiquette for cash in the cart, in your opinion? For 40? No chance. Nothing at all. Not one penny piece. Not one penny piece. And, no, school friends? What, you've kept in contact with that bunch of degenerates? You're joking. God, blimey, I wouldn't want to run into any of... Actually, there's only a couple of... I used to have a friend who was in the same class as me, and I would cycle to his place and we'd go out on the bikes for the day. But if I bumped into him now, I wouldn't know what on earth he looked like. Because it was such long, and he wouldn't know me. I mean, if I told him who I was, then he would probably know. But yeah, I have seen old school friends, not friends, but people I went to school with over the years. They all look like old people. They look like really old. And you sort of think to yourself, I wonder if they've looked at me going, I wonder if that's who I think it is. Because we don't look anything like we did at school. If I look back at all my school pictures, I mean, I was gorgeous. Absolutely stunningly good. I'm not surprised I pulled all the time. And I was a very lucky boy. By myself, but it was a case of, you know, you see people who've lived in the same town their entire life. They go to school in the town, they get a job in the town, you know, they get married in the town, then they die in the town. And they've never moved any further, whereas me at 15, I was in London. Not maybe the best place for a 15-year-old, but no, some people just don't, they like the area where they are. 20 million, Steve, I wouldn't buy a house, but I'd have a great time helping out those in need. Yes, I mean, put it this way, I would probably be a philanthropist. If I saw something in the paper, you know, about sort of somebody's had all their Christmas presents nicked, which of course they will do. It's the same story every year. There'll be a family who've got all the Christmas presents out. The mother's on benefits, and she's saved up all year to buy her Christmas. There was some woman, she's on benefits, and so it's not that far-fetched. She spent £5,000 on presents for the children, and people were saying, and she's on benefits, how does that work? And she was saving money from each week or month, and so by the time they got to Christmas, they could all have great Christmas presents. Blimey, I mean, we never had that many presents. And then I think she got robbed, because they had them in the window, the tree and all the presents around it, and so somebody broke in and nicked all the presents. So they did the crowdfunding. Remember the woman I told you about, the breasts, who wanted us to pay? She was doing crowdfunding. She's an opera singer. The Sun have printed it again. It's about 3 days old, that story. I did it. She's got very large breasts and she wants to make them shorter. It's going to cost £7,000. So as opposed to dipping into her own savings, she wants you to pay for it. She said, I'm hoping there's going to be some kind people out there. And I thought, why don't you get out there and get a job, love, and start saving for it? Oh, because apparently I can't stand up, or I can't do this and can't. And I'm thinking, no, I'm sorry. It makes me seem terribly hard, but I think you should work for it and save up for it. Maybe ask your mummy and daddy. There's a picture of her. I'm thinking, yeah, whatever. Steve, I still can't get over the Chase asking a blind man about snooker colours. Yes, we thought that was slightly odd as well. Slightly odd. Because, especially if he'd been blind since birth, because as we pointed out before, you can't describe pink to somebody who is blind and who's been blind from birth. If you say the colour pink and they go, what's that? Because they only see grey. They don't see anything else. They might be able to pick it up, but they're not seeing a colour. And you say pink and they go, pink. They go, you know, like your lips. But of course they don't know what that is. They know lips, but they don't know colour. You know, blue like the ocean. Right. What's blue? Well, in their world, it's all grey. But fancy asking a blind person about... I mean, he got it wrong, which actually is not at all surprising. But, yes, but he did all right. He did all right.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000 plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, it's women like Kerry Katona make me glad I'm gay. I have nightmares about being stuck on a desert island with her. Oh, I don't think anybody wants to be stuck on a desert island with Kerry Katona, thank you very much indeed. It's all about me, 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 me. That's all she can talk about, even on the SAS programme. Ghastly. Steve, I still hang around with the same friends from nursery and school. They're still as mad as a box of frogs. Really? Oh dear, I find that slightly disturbing. Slightly disturbing. So you hang with the same friends from nursery? I don't think I went to nursery. I don't think I did. Put it this way, if I did, I can't remember anything about it, which is probably just as well. Happy birthday to Moira Stewart today. The Taliban have taken to the skies. They're very excited because the Americans left all these things for them to play with. And you know what they're like, the Taliban? Oh, we must go out there and play in a helicopter. So off they go and play in helicopters, and they've got one here, and they're all waving out the window. You so wish it would crash, don't you? I mean, you know, you live in hope. Oh, the Taliban, as my boss said to me the other day, don't think anybody's going to be shedding any tears about them. Thank you very much indeed. As Meghan loses the war against peers, she must be absolutely fit. I don't know whether that goes through lawyers or something and she has to pay for it or something. It's the arrogance. You know, rarely have we seen such arrogance unless it's Prince Andrew. And he's fairly arrogant, isn't he, really? So they've got it. New Man United ace Ronaldo's lover causes stir in Venice. Her name is Georgina Rodriguez. And you know what she is? She's a model. Of course, they're all models. Everybody's models nowadays. And then they've got Dame Helen Mirren, who turns up. She's looking quite old now. Hello. She has the picture that's in the Mail today is not a good picture of Dame Helen Mirren. It really isn't. But Cristiano Ronaldo striking over looks set to get tongues wagging among the wags of Cheshire. Oh, I wouldn't worry about them. Oh, ghastly people. Ghastly people. Stunning defeat for the Duchess. This is in all the papers. As the watchdog dismisses her complaint after Piers called Oprah interview a pack of lies. Well, I mean, I prefer to call it economical with the truth, or the fact that she's obviously got a very, very short attention span. Did I get water? Right. Oh, it's there. OK. I'll just wait till the well runs dry and I sort of expire on the floor, you know. Don't worry about me. I'm only the presenter, you know. Adele is in the papers today. She's lost a ton of weight. I mean, she really has. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Didn't bother doing your hair today, obviously.
It was windy.
It was windy. I say that to people. So I didn't do my hair today. Why? It's windy. How do you look like Steve Allen? Jump in a puddle and pull yourself through a hedge. She's lost 7 stone, has she really? Is it funny? She's lost 7 stone. Gemma Collins claims to have lost 3 and still looks the same size as she did before. Especially if you see the latest picture of her in the kitchen. Very unwise to have a picture taken of your bum, dear. It's not a good thing, you know, unless you've got a little bum. Dominic Raab. And on the defensive yesterday. I don't know, why is it certain politicians you read about in the papers and then you go, I just don't like you. I don't know anything about you, but I just don't like you. I don't like your arrogance. It's the arrogance that annoys me. You know, it really is. Here are all these people, a human caravan of Afghan refugees walking through the desert to Iran via Pakistan. And, as I say, hotly pursued by the Taliban, who don't want anybody to get out at all. They had a victory parade in Kandahar the other day. I mean, you have to ask yourself the question, are they all completely a bit sort of doolally? They're all there sort of waving their rifles like it's something out of, you know, Battle of Little Bighorn or something like that. It's just pathetic. They're riding on heavily protected military vehicles, which were probably nicked from the Americans. It's like, oh, we've got a gun, we've got a gun. And you think to yourself, my goodness me, your lives are so shallow and so empty. So empty. What else we got? Try diets before pills for diabetes. As I told you, this skinny injection that Gemma Collins took, there was no effort involved in doing her sort of losing weight. It's an injection designed for diabetics. And it's been not recommended at all for anybody like her because it's false economy. She'll pile it all back on again. Look at who was that other one who sold us the diet video thing, all the exercise. What was her name? Scarlett. Yeah, Scarlett, who went from fat to little thinny person because she'd been to a boot camp in Switzerland, and they go, you can make a few £100,000 out of this, and then blow me down. She then goes, oh, can't be bothered. And so, having flogged this bit of fakery to everybody, she then piles all the pounds back on. Look at the size of her now. Enormous. It was just cheating the public. Cheating the public, not very good. So, try and, you don't need to go onto a special diet of shakes or anything like that, or, eating with one leg behind your head or something. You don't need to do any of those sort of things. You just need to get exercise. Eat sensibly. Don't eat loads of fried food. If you're going to have something like, McDonald's, don't have it every day. It's bad for you. Very, very bad for you. KFC, bad for you every day. As a treat, it's nice. And pizza, you can have a pizza, but not all the time. It's fattening. I know. It's easy though, isn't it? You see them on the television. Kylie, go order a pizza, extra large. And they sit down. And that's why parents don't cook anymore, do they? They really don't have to cook, because you just go out and order this stuff now. I get on the bus the other day, as I'm prone to doing. I was driving it, so I thought I might as well get on it. And a bloke gets on. You won't believe this. He's got a trolley. He's a Deliveroo driver, and he's going on the bus to deliver the food. It permeated the entire bus, and he was a big, fat, smelly old man. And he's got this Deliveroo thing, and I'm thinking, I thought they had those little mopeds that they whiz in and out of traffic. Nobody's passed their test, you notice. They're as bad as the pizza delivery drivers. And they're there. Somebody the other day ordered, what did they order? A double sausage and egg McMuffin from McDonald's to be delivered. To be delivered. I mean, a lot of them use bicycles. So by the time you get your food, it's stone cold and congealed as it sits in all that fat. But a bloke with a Deliveroo bag and a trolley getting on the bus, I thought was just about the ultimate. They all look so dirty, these people, as well. They really do. Dirty, dirty people. I wouldn't want my food turning up with any of them. Thank you very much indeed. Can you fill up with E10? This is the petrol saga. I should have written to Nigel, actually. I should do it today. And can you fill up? Year from which all cars compatible include Audi, 2009. So if you're before 2009, you can't fill up with E10, I'm assuming. And so it goes on, from Ford, except the Mondeo, 185, blah, blah, blah. And so it goes through. So you have to sort of check. Also, a manufacturer, Allit Mowers, say that they're phasing out petrol mowers because of E10 and moving entirely to making electric machines. See, I used to love the smell of petrol in our little... I used to absolutely love the petrol mower that we had. We had a Suffolk Punch. Always remember it. I don't know why. I think it was like, having the right pram. Although we didn't actually have a pram. My mother was able to walk from an early age, so it was okay. And but I mean, I couldn't wait to mow the lawn. It was never a hassle in our household. Does somebody want to go and mow the grass? I'll do it. And you drag the mower out of the shed, and then you pull the handle. There it is, that Suffolk Punch lawnmower. That's what it was like. My God, they look ancient. And they were like that. They made a lovely noise, and then your grass box would fill up. Nothing better than an overfull grass box. And you'd go and empty it at the bottom of the garden behind the rhubarb. There was always a place where you could put it. You couldn't just leave it on the lawn. And you'd go and empty it all behind the rhubarb, then come back and clip it on the front again. And off you went up and down the garden. Because I used to sometimes do stripes, up and down, up and down. And then I thought, no, I'll just wander round. We had a very odd-shaped garden. We had what do they call it? A shuttlecock court as well. Not a court. We just put a net up, and we hit our shuttlecocks over the net. Which Badminton. That's right, Badminton. Shuttlecock court. Yeah, Badminton. We used to like that. We had swing ball as well, but I didn't like that. Swing ball was too violent. You hit it, and it came round, smacked you in the mouth. Many of the time you'd be up and then down again, and then the cat would wander in and just sit in the middle. Go away. You can see we're playing, can't you? And then we had our little hamster, little Judy. Bless it. We went into a garage. We were going on holiday in the caravan, and we pull into the garage, and the bloke says, after my father had filled up with threepence worth of petrol, because we were pushing the boat out and filling up, and he said, do you want a hamster? And for some reason, my father said yes. So we ended up with an ice cream tin. Walls did an ice cream tin, which they put it in before they delivered it to the shops. And in the bottom of it was some straw. And he gave us a bag of food, which comprises of sunflower seeds and things like that. And there's this hamster sitting at the bottom of it. Apparently his kids had got bored with it. At a garage, yes. We didn't have to pay for it. And so we went, oh yes. So we're sitting in the back of the car playing with the hamster, because you have to play with hamsters. Because if you don't, when you eventually go to pick it up, it'll bite your bloody finger. And they're quite sharp, quite sharp. And we called it Judy. I don't know why we called it Judy. I have no idea. And it stayed with us for, well, it seemed like an eternity, but I think it was only a couple of years, because they don't live very long, hamsters. And you could always hear it at night, because they sleep during the daytime. Yeah, 2 years. Some may live longer. They're often a child's first pet. They're ever so cheap, but you've got to play with them and take them out of the cages, but make sure there's no cats around or anything like that. But our one slept during the daytime and only came to life at night. And you could hear him, it's a bit like me, because the wheel, and it would run round. It seemed to derive great pleasure for the wheel, which was lovely. And the cat would sit by the cage. We had a lovely white cat, and it would sit by the cage just watching it. And I thought, oh, how lovely, they like each other. I didn't realise the cat had other ideas. You're my lunch, and I'm going to eat you. So when eventually poor little Judy passed on, and we buried her in the garden, as you do when you have a little service, God bless Mummy and Daddy and look after Judy in heaven. And the cat promptly dug her up and brought her to the back door for the next 3 weeks. Went to put a brick on top of the grave. It was getting a bit embarrassing in the morning as Judy slowly decomposed before our eyes. Seriously, it was the funniest thing ever. And I remember thinking then, and then our dog disappeared. I don't know where that went to. I think it was put to SLEEP. That's all I know about it.
Jimmy was chuffed with his new Italian scooter. However, he was even more chuffed that he bought it on his Barclaycard. Because when things didn't quite go to plan, he had protection and could claim back on his purchase. You'll be up and running in no time, Jimmy. What you buy is your business. Giving you purchase protection is ours. Search Barclaycard Protection to find out more about how we protect your purchases. Barclaycard. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday, 2nd of September. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you Monday through Friday until 7. 2 podcasts a day. 2 podcasts a day. You can either have the whole show, where we take out the adverts, the travel and news. We take all of that out, so you just get the programme. Or we've got my little bit extra, where, I mention a few Z-list celebrities and we basically take the Michael out of them. It's as simple as that, because they're always fair game for it. They seem to love the publicity. It was so funny. They had the GQ Awards last night. I couldn't go. I was very busy. And so today we're going to be talking about the GQ Awards. And, some of the people who turned up there, you sort of think to yourself, do they all sit in an office? Like whenever they have these sort of awards ceremonies for, sort of this magazine or that magazine, do you think they sit there in an office and they go, OK, who are we going to nominate? OK, anybody drinks first of all? OK, bottle of Liebfraumilch over here and, bottle of Riesling and all the rest of it. And then they sort of go, right, let's actually start having these things. So they sit down and they come up with those things. And as the awards get more and more bizarre, the names are simplified of the people who've won them. So, for example, you've got Breakthrough Actor of the Year is Kingsley Ben-Adir. Who? Never heard of him. I mean, he could be breaking through till the cows come home. Band of the Year, Wolf Alice. I mean, seriously, Wolf Alice. And then what was the other one we had where the answer... Wait a minute, let me just have a quick look. Oh, there we go. Icon. They sit down and go, Icon. Who do you think they out of all the people that you can come up with on the television? Sacha Baron Cohen. I didn't even know he was still alive. I had no idea. And so what they do is they invite the legend, Sir Anthony Hopkins, outstanding contribution, Bobby Gillespie. I mean, it's like people are sitting there going, who's that? And then you get Gary Lineker turns up with his dreary son, George. I mean, sort of you kind of lose the will to live. Heroes of the Year. Game Changer of the Year, whatever that means. Vivienne Westwood. Vivienne Westwood. I mean, what does that mean? What do you mean Game Changer of the Year? I don't know what that means. And so they do it knowing that they can fill the papers up with pictures of all the good and the great going out, because they need an opportunity to put their little dinner jackets on and everything else. I mean, even Ronan Keating went. He's about as big as a thimble. Ronan Keating, bless his heart. He turned up with his little wife. I always remember seeing Ronan Keating because when he used to sing in the little Boise band he was in, he had so much hair on his body. It was growing up his neck. You know, because when you have a shave, you have to kind of get lower and lower every time. I told you after Dale had his facelift, he had to shave behind his ears because they pull the skin back and then anyway. And so Ronan Keating did this thing, and then he was pictured naked in a paper. They have celebrity, they go GQ's Naked Edition, and they find all these people who are willing to get their kit off. Sadly, Ronan Keating did, but he'd shaved his entire body. He's a little bit like Davy Boy Beckham. Davy Boy Beckham shaves his body completely because we know that because Spice told us, the wife, and you sort of think to yourself, it must be quite traumatic actually if you've got to shave everything on a daily basis. His lady shave must be chock-a-block, I should imagine. But Ronan Keating, all of a sudden, didn't have all this hair growing up his neck, and his body became sort of quite, I don't know what they call it, is it hirsute or something like that? I love it though. But I love all these award ceremonies because it's just a way of sort of getting people to be interested in GQ magazine, and most people wouldn't buy it. You know, you might buy OK magazine or Hello, but, you know, it's only real aficionados who would go out and buy GQ because it's just full of adverts for sort of tall, wavery little models wearing the sort of clothes which you wouldn't be seeing dead in anyway because they're too expensive. But they like it. They've always done it. Things like that have happened. I remember years ago there was an awards ceremony for television programmes put on by, let's just call it a company, and they had all these clips of the people, and they go, you know, nominated for, you know, best radio presenter, Steve Allen, or so-and-so, so-and-so. Depending on who turned up, determined on who got the award, because they'd been caught out the year before by saying, and the award goes to Steve Allen. Well, I'm terribly sorry, Steve can't be with us tonight, but here to accept it is, you know, the head of Bunty magazine or something. Yeah, Nick Ferrari will come and collect the award. And so they only made sure that the people, so that they had a load of people going up to collect an award, you know, so they knew. They would sort of check, are they there? Okay, right, plug in the clip of that one. Okay, that'll do it. And the winner is da-da-da-da-da-da. And there's so many ways of cheating. I tell a very interesting story. It's an old story. I've told it before over the years of somebody I knew who worked for a hospital radio station who got interviews with all the stars. And you can try it yourself at home, but you'll have to listen. God, that's a cheating way of doing it. How can I say that? I'll say, but you have to go and download My Little Bit Extra, which is also available, and it'll be available just after the programme. Dear, what else? Steve, Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, we're all wondering who the voice was just then saying it was windy. Is he the new Groovy Gang? No, he's not. He's the AP on the show. And don't ask me to pronounce his name because I get it wrong all the time. I get Michiel. Mihal. It's Irish Michael, because his father's called Michael. So it must be very confusing. This is Michael, and this is Mihal. Right. So why isn't he called Michael? Well, because yes, explain that one to me. Why is he not called Mihal as well? Or yeah, your brother is Padraig. Yeah. Oh right. How many of you are there? Just 2. Oh blimey. Your parents must have been averagely busy then. Only 2 in the family. Only 2. Doesn't seem very many. There's 2 in our family as well. I wish there'd been more. I would love to come from a big family. There was, in fact, a family on the television ages ago. Now, they might be an Irish family, but it's literally brothers and sisters and all that. They're a huge family. They're absolutely enormous because they've got kids and the kids have got married and all the rest of it. But most of them are still alive. I think they just must have lost one person. But I think they were a very big family. I think they were in the Guinness Book of Records as being, you know, one of the largest families. I'd love to have come from a big family. I thought that would be fun. You know, if there were minimum 5 or 6 or something like that, I'd love that. All in favour of it. But most people could only have what they could afford to have. A man in China died in June. He had 89 children. 89 children? Good Lord above. Not all with the same woman, surely. She must be crawling around on her hands and knees. No more. 89 kids. Good Lord. That seems a lot, doesn't it? 8485, 38 wives. 38 wives. Well, currently 38 wives. Well, he's dead now. Well, I'm not surprised. It must be exhausted. Imagine the last one probably killed him. So, did he have 38 wives all on the go at the same time, or did he sort of, you know, have child with? No, we don't know. But I mean, it's a lot of children to have. Imagine the family gatherings must have been fantastic. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, sorry, but the outcry, says Matt, over the chase question is another example, a load of woke nonsense. It's a general knowledge quiz, and anybody who knows basic rules of snooker could have answered it. Just because he was blind, they shouldn't have to change the question. What next? Not being allowed to ask somebody in a wheelchair? No, it's not the same as a wheelchair at all. Absolutely not. He's blind. He has no idea what colours are. When they say to him, what colour ball is in, he doesn't know. He knows what snooker is. It's got balls in it, but he wouldn't know the colours. So it's definitely not the same as being allowed to ask somebody in a wheelchair a walking question. I mean, there aren't any walking questions, are there? And also, you haven't lost your facilities. If you're in a wheelchair, you can see something, you can hear something. He's blind. He doesn't know what colours are. So if somebody says, what colour is this ball? He's blind. He doesn't know what do you mean, what colour ball? There's a load of... Oh, dear, honestly. Some people never get it, do they? They never, ever get it. Never get it at all. Other stories in the paper. Well, we've got some birthdays to celebrate today, including Moira Stewart. She's 72 today. So many happy returns of the day. And Keanu Reeves. A lot of people have said I look a bit like Keanu Reeves. I bear a striking resemblance to quite a lot of people, actually. I'm a bit more rugged. I know, exactly. I mean, actually, if I'd chosen, I could have gone into all action films. I could have definitely there, me and Winnie the Pooh and Paddington. You know, could have had a bloody field day, couldn't we? But Keanu Reeves is 57. 57. Also, Madonna had her 10th UK #1 in the year 2000. It was a single Music. I don't remember Music. There was a song called Music, but it was by somebody else. Music is my first love, and it will be my love. It had Sacha Baron Cohen in the video. I always thought he was the most unfunny person ever on the television. I just didn't get any of it. I really didn't. I think I must be missing a funny gene somewhere, because I didn't get that so-called comedian who's on the Stephanie What's-It garbage programme, Russell Kane, about as unfunny as the unfunniest man you're ever going to find in the world. He's just not funny. He's just not funny. And apparently he's going on tour. Hope he stays on tour. But no, you can't ask a blind person a question about colours. They don't. You can ask them general knowledge questions, of course. But if you said to him, OK, what colour is the British Airways logo? He wouldn't have the faintest idea. Why would he know? That would be unfair. That would be unfair. You know, you have to ask people, you know, the right sort of questions. Also here, meet the women who can't face the new term without back-to-school Botox. Oh dear. There's a woman here. Her name's Nikki. She's had £300 worth of Botox. Microblading. I don't even know what that is. What's microblading? Is that something really odd? And it's a hair removal. Microblading. Costs £89. I know that. So, and her hair costs £100. But I don't know whether or not she's had hair extension. Microblading. There you go. It cuts into the skin in the area of your eyebrows and implants pigment into the cut. Oh my God, that doesn't sound very good, does it? It involves hundreds of tiny strokes that build a texture that looks like your own eyebrow hair. Like an eyebrow I've never even... Well, I've heard of it, but I didn't know what it was. Isn't that funny? I didn't know what it was. I had no idea. Yeah. But then there's a woman called Faye. So she spent £489. Faye spent £60 on a facial, £200 on Botox, tear trough fillers... whatever that is. Eyebrow and lashes, £20, nails, £20, hair, £105. Blimey, really? That much for that bad job. £855. That costs. It's an awful lot of money. There's another one here. Her name's Shannon. Hair extension. She's way too old for hair extensions. Shannon. They're looking at all these women, how much they spend. She's had £700 worth of hair extensions. I don't know why. Botox, £450. Fillers, £1,100. Fat dissolve, £400. Facials, £300. And a manicure and a pedicure, £80. £3,030 she spent. They must have seen you coming, love, because I tell you, if you look like... Oh, she's got tattoos all the way up her arm, which probably costs the same amount of money. Lindsay, she spent £95. But why do women's hairdressers charge so much for women? £95 for that. Laser hair removal, £150. Pigmentation removal... I don't know what that is, but it's £300. Eyebrow microblading, £300. And Invisalign braces. She's obviously having her teeth sorted, £2,200. It's a phenomenal amount of money, isn't it, that people spend on these things? Whereas, you know, I don't do anything like that. I've got I'm lucky I don't need it. I mean, I'm lucky, as Dame Edna... What? As Dame Edna says, she's, I'm the nearest thing to sort of perfection. She says, and she's lucky, she said, because most people have got inner beauty. I think most of mine's inner, and I don't know, fighting to get out at the moment.
From Marvel Studios.
What I'm about to tell you is going to be hard to believe. Again.
Loki Season 2.
War is on its way.
Join the God of Mischief on his mission.
You better run!
To save the multiverse's past, present, and future.
Time slipping.
You know that?
Yeah.
You've seen that?
Yeah.
Can you fix that?
No.
Marvel Studios Loki. New season now streaming exclusively on Disney+. 18+ subscription required. T's and C's apply. You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
One of these days, I'm going to let you hear the conversations we have. When you're listening to the adverts, I say, I'm going to ask if we can have a little system, and you flip a button over and you can hear the conversation that's going on in the studio, because you won't believe the conversation we've just had. Seriously. Send £5 in an unmarked envelope and I'll tell you. Music was my first love. Was that John Miles? I don't know. Music was my first love and it can be my last. Oh, lovely. Oh, that's exciting today. It's exciting today. We like our news. I like to find out who the newsreaders are actually on the programme, because sometimes you don't see them very often. I see them for a little tiny bit. But today we've got another one of my favourite newsreaders back again. Ooh, so excited. You'll find out at past. You have to wait. Also, here are all these people. And they've got Dominic Raab squirming at the hearing the other day. They were saying, basically, why did you go on holiday despite the alert, which they knew about in July? Because they don't care. They just do whatever they want. I mean, isn't it supposedly that Boris is on holiday at the moment, but they're not saying he's on holiday. They're just saying he's not around at the moment. Still working, yes, always working. Walsh says, always listen on my headphones, like a DJ, which, listen, I don't mind. Another one here says, if I keep active, bit of a walk, I've more freedom with my diet. If I overdo the eating, and I do occasionally, and don't exercise, the waistline suffers. But Kim says that. But you don't need any celebrity DVD. I've always said to people, listen, these people have been to boot camps. The only person that you could ever say hasn't is Davina McCall. Because she's always been fit. And the simple adage is, eat less, exercise more. If you go out for an evening and you have a lot to drink and all the rest of it, well, then you pay for it the next day. And that's where most of us give up. We go, I can't be bothered. Really, I can't be bothered. But that's what it is. It's little and often, and the exercise. So as opposed to taking the lift, you walk upstairs. I mean, I take the lift to come into the building, because by the time I walked up our staircase at the front of the building, I wish they'd put an escalator in. I've had a word with the boss. It's not going to happen. But at least I'm asking, or a stair lift for me. I could just sit there. But they're so slow. I wanted to go and whiz you up to the top, but it never works like that, does it? Never works. But no, just little and often. And also, I was told, just watch the fat content on things. But we all lapse. Nobody's perfect. If you were, you'd be the most boring person under the sun. So, just go easy. And of course, as it comes into winter, we eat more because we tend to exercise less because it's cold. But every time, it's going to happen, there'll be a picture of some fat, bloated, overweight celebrity in a park doing an exercise with their gut hanging over the top of their sort of short things or whatever it happens to be. And you think, I'll always say this, I can pick them out a mile off. And I always go, that'll be one of those DVDs. Lose weight, my way. And you'll see them popping up on chat shows. But to be honest with you, I think most of the producers have got wise to it. They know it's just done to boost their bank balances. They've all had them out. I mean, some people, find it easy to lose weight. Some people find it very, very difficult. But don't ever waste your money buying a so-called Z-list celebrities, fitness DVD. They're not experts. You want a diet? Go to the doctor. They'll give you one for free with pleasure. I want to do a diet, they'll weigh you, and they'll say, well, actually, you're this much overweight, you need to lose this sort of weight, and you do this and all the rest of it. Cycling's very good, but you're never going to lose weight on cycling. It's just going to build your muscles up. That's all it's going to be. But you're never going to sort of lose weight like that. It's very nice to cycle, and it's good to get the heart pumping and stuff like that. I mean, I've done so many programmes on diets over the years. My argument has always been, if diets worked, there'd be one. and we'd all do that diet because you would know that it was guaranteed. But every single person is different, and that's why it's a billion pound industry, because they can part you from your money. You see them all on the television. Oh, you can buy all of these shakes here, or get all your meals prepared, and it's £300 for the month or whatever it is, a week, or buy all these shakes and you drink that and the weight's going to fall off you. And there is some bloated presenter on the television telling us, they've been exercising for years on, this is a moving conveyor belt or a VibraPad. What the hell is that for? What's that for? You might as well sit on the washing machine. It's roughly the same effect. And they sit there. Eamon Holmes has got this thing. He can barely move, poor sod. Seriously. And Ruth says to him on this advert, she goes, you come here for, I can't, my legs. They're terrible and all the rest. And then the next thing, he's galloping around like a lamb in spring after being on this vibrating platform thing. And it's a fee-paying gig. Because it's not easy. I mean, sometimes, I do have thin friends. Well, I say I have thin friends, not anymore. I don't want to be with them. I don't want to be seen with them, because you can always guarantee somebody will take a picture. I've got pictures of me with sort of five friends, and I just look bigger than all of them put together, because they don't eat anything. And then a couple of them have been on diets and they've lost a load of weight. And I think, that's good. That's cool. I have to be ill to lose weight. That's the only time I can ever do it. As long as I'm ill, I can lose the weight. But I don't want to go down to being silly. So I don't want people to look at me with pity and go, look, same size head, weedy little body. Because I looked at I look at pictures in the papers of all these sort of page 7 blokes, and I think, are you really happy? Do you really want to be that thin? And luckily, I've got a little team that if I start looking weedy, they'll come right out with it. Well, some of them pop it on a postcard, but mainly they'll say, Steve, you're looking a bit weedy. And then I'll know to go out and eat a few more kebabs. I need to eat more. I need to get some crisps inside me and some of that Uncle Ben rice. Oh, it's not called Uncle Ben rice, is it? It's just called Ben's rice. I bought it the other day, actually. Egg fried Ben rice. Ben rice, egg fried. Just Ben's. It's very nice. It was very good. And I did it in a frying pan. It's called the One Stop Cook. And so I just put in, like the other day, and I didn't use bacon. I put some little tiny sausages in. That's about an inch or something. Yeah, like little cocktail sausages, but I quite like decent ones. Marks and Spencer have gone off the boil. They used to have dribbled then, I'm so sorry. They used to have, I've got to that stage, I mentioned food, I dribble automatically. Can't help it, but it turns out to be useful in some places. And so they then changed their sausages, and they used to be really good quality. The ones that they've got at the moment are not very good quality. They start cutting back on things, and that's when I get angry. So I shall let you know when we get to Christmas. Because QVC yesterday, they were selling Christmas lights and Christmas baubles and stuff like that. And people would be saying to me, oh, Steve, but it's only September. And I go, listen, they're advertising on the television. They're advertising on the television. If they're advertising on the television, it must be around the corner. And it is. I mean, we have in our building here, I mean, some of the studios go mad. Absolutely mad. We had one of our studios downstairs, and I think it was Classic FM's studio. And I think they had, I wouldn't swear to this bit, so don't take me to task, but I think it was one of their bosses who wasn't really a huge fan of Christmas. So the staff decided that they were going to decorate the Classic FM studio. So every day they brought something else in. And by the end, at the end of the 2 weeks, we had inflatable reindeers, there were Father Christmas, there were Christmas trees, there were lights, there were tinsel. You could barely see the presenter in the studio, because as you walk down the corridors, you can see the presenters in the studio. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. And so all ours was very discreet at LBC. We had little trees on the tables with battery lights. And I remember putting something in one of the studios. I used to put tinsel around the microphone thing, because I thought it was quite pretty. And there's a factory in Wales that makes a lot. And we have got some old tinsel in there. And I'll try and bring in a little tree with lights on it or something like that, just to cheer up and be in the festive mood. And I love it, because very shortly the garden centres are going to be taken over by Christmas decorations. So if you have just woken up, nice to have your company. We've got measures to keep your cholesterol low. And Good Morning Britain did not breach TV rules when it aired Piers Morgan's comments about Meghan Markle. I don't think he wants his old job back there, and I don't think they're going to offer him a job back on there. He said about 10 offers on the table, and it was very interesting. I mean, lots of people, including Kevin Lygo, who's very big in ITV, have said, it was his decision to leave GMB. They've got no plans to invite him back to the programme, but they will keep working with him on his life stories. But he's been exonerated. 54,453 grievances. Do you think it was one of those things that just built on the internet and somebody went, I think I better write this one out there? Because on the internet, there's a lot of very sad people, I should imagine. But Ofcom's report said he'd been routinely challenged by his co-presenter Susanna Reid, and that's it. It's balanced. Most of the people who probably complained hadn't even seen it. They wouldn't have seen anything like this, and they have no idea on how good he is at doing it. And he just basically said he didn't believe what they said, didn't believe anything. Didn't believe anything at all. But he's entitled to that opinion. As long as you don't libel somebody, you're all right. If I actually sort of said something about somebody which was not true and I'd heard about it, then, somebody is perfectly entitled to come back and say, wait a minute, you can't say this because that's not true. And so you don't. You don't say things like that. And so he didn't say anything that was wrong, and he's allowed to have freedom of speech. Winter Wonderland, back this year. Yes, I'm a bit disappointed, Jace, that you've got to pre-book to go into it. I don't want to pay to go into a fun fair. I'm really sorry, because I'm a huge fan, as you know, of fun fairs, big fan of rides and everything else. As far as I'm concerned, I just want to walk in to Hyde Park and go on the rides. And it's bad enough to have to pay to go on to actually walk into the fun fair. No, thank you. And then it's more for the rides. And I think last year, what was I paying? I didn't pay anything last year because it was too expensive. And they were charging, it was like £5 for it. It was like event prices, £5 for a portion of chips served by some sullen-looking bloke or a girl who wishes she was somewhere else. And I thought, no, I'm not going to buy it. I don't mind paying what's reasonable, but I think last year, some of the big rides were like £8. £8 to go on. So here we are. So for 2021, you'll need to pre-book in advance. And once you're inside, you can stay as long as you like. Well, that's very big of you, isn't it? So entry is free during off-peak periods, and it costs £5 or £7.50 for peak hours. Once you're in, stay as long as you like. If you spend £20 on any of our attractions, it shouldn't take you long, believe you me, the entrance ticket will become free when booked in the same transaction. But just remember, your tickets are only valid for that day that you're going. If you walk out there and go, we'll go back another day, you can't. They're valid for a particular day. That's why you've got to pre-book. Don't just turn up. Well, I'm not going then. And we used to be a nice little crowd of us going. Well, there wasn't a crowd till I got there. I'd go, the drinks are on me, and all of a sudden, the most popular man in the place, I've got the toffee apples kind of thing. And you walk out, and all around your mouth is all this red colouring and everything else. I love a toffee apple.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, I bought my Christmas cards, says Stella, yesterday. Well, actually, you see, I don't think there's anything the matter with that at all. I nearly bought Christmas labels. Costco do a big pack of Christmas labels, and they're really nice, actually. Very nice. But went to Card Factory, and the cards are gorgeous, considering how cheap they are. Do you know, I didn't know Card Factory was still going. So obviously they are. Because I tell you what I buy in there. Birthday cards. Because a birthday card, it either says happy birthday on the front or it's got a picture of something. You just want something plain, because nobody reads the verses inside a card. Oh, yeah, roses are red, violets are blue, I love you, do you love me too? That kind, you don't get anything like that. And so I think they were something like 10 cards for £1. So I bought like 20 cards, just in case somebody goes, oh, it's so-and-so's birthday tomorrow. And then you just literally write their name on the envelope, stick the card in there, sign it, lots of love, Steve, sticks the money in there, and that's it. Works out really well. Works out really, really well. Because you don't want to... you can spend a fortune on birthday cards. £2 or £3 is too much as far as I... Because nobody... They just go, oh, it's a card from Steve. Then they throw it away. Yeah. How much money's he put in there? Tight-fisted. So look, nothing in it. Look at that. Nothing in it at all. So I don't have a problem with that at all, buying Christmas cards. Somebody says, absolutely the best time of the year. Chilly weather. Well, not at the moment, because coming up next week, 26 degrees. I might have to bring my ombre solaire in and sort of put it on while we're in the studio. And then when I go outside, because I don't bother with things like that. I'm not a sitting on a beach person. I didn't, do I tan? I years and years ago I did, but I don't now. I'm not out in it often enough. Whereas my friend Lynn, she's obsessed with the sunshine, obsessed with it. Literally, she'll be out there, the sun lounger, the whole business, glass of wine in one hand, cigarette in the other. She's off. She's off and right. She loves it. She hates it when it's overcut. Because some people get sad, don't they, get this seasonal affective disorder. Whereas, I'm not particularly bothered. I'm really not particularly bothered. But so do I tan? not now. But I did, years and years ago I went to the south of France and tanned there. And that was quite nice. Because you've always got that little white bit where your little trunks have been. Love it. But you're right, Joe. Chilly weather, crispy leaves, fireworks in November, and then Christmas. Fireworks in November. I love the smell of fireworks. I love this. And petrol. I've got very strange taste, hasn't I? But everybody likes that, don't they? Please don't write in with your favourite smells. It's not BBC Local Radio. We don't do that kind of thing, OK? You want to do that, you go up to Shropshire, have a chat to the wayward presenters and tell them my favourite smell is cut grass, OK? They'll love you forever. Because then the next week they can do your favourite biscuit, your favourite sweet, favourite children's toy, favourite grandparent, one who gives me money. That's how it works, isn't it? So, but not for me, actually. Steve, which Golden Girl would you be? Apparently, when young Ian Payne was sitting in, he'd never heard of the Golden Girls. What was that? Ian Payne had never heard of the Golden Girls. No, we don't. The producer doesn't remember that at all, and he's very quick at issuing writs. So be very careful. I have seen the Golden Girls, but I don't think I'd want to be any of them. Thank you very much indeed. Estelle Getty, who was the oldest one, she wasn't really that old at all. They gave her a little wig and everything else, and that kind of changed. And then there was Rue McClanahan. Yeah, she was 2 years older than her daughter. So there was Rue McClanahan, who was the man lover, and then there was Betty White. B. Arthur was the one. The amount of people who used to say to me, B. Arthur, is it a bloke? I used to go, because she was so statuesque. She came over for the Laurence Olivier Awards, and I was there with Leslie Joseph. Excuse me, hang on. Another one we've dropped. And she's enormous. She came over with Angela Lansbury. Bed knobs and broomsticks and all the rest of it. Steve, it's very rare you see an overweight postie. One of my brothers 2 years ago did a seasonal Christmas job as a postie, lost nearly 2 stone. Says Kim, with all the walking about. Let's recommend that Gemma Collins gets off her bum and gets out there and gets a job. She could work as a postwoman. And I shouldn't imagine she'll cope with it. She can't seem to cope with anything at all, really. Bit of a shame. Weatherspoon's beer drought, shortage of Carling and Coors on tap. Do you know, that story, really, I couldn't care less. I don't drink beer. I don't drink lager. I don't drink Guinness. I don't drink cider. I don't do anything like that. I used to. Still no McDonald milkshakes. One of the places ran out of fries the other day. Fries. McDonald's, you'd have thought that they would have nipped round to Iceland and emptied one of their freezers out and bought all their chips and then come back and done them. Yeah, I'd have been out there reflogging them to them, But I do like a McDonald's milkshake. Trying to suck it up the straw, I tell you, even with my abilities. It takes some going. Somebody said to me when they first opened McDonald's here, they said, and they do this Big Mac. And I remember thinking, I can't wait. Up until then, we'd only had Wimpy. And so we went there and they ordered a triple thick milkshake. I nearly did damage to my jaws because I could barely suck this stuff up the stupid straw. And you can't drink it any other way. It's the only way is with the straw. You've got to suck really, really hard. And then the burger arrived and we opened the lid of the box. Blimey. That was like 2 burgers and that dreadful gherkin thing they put at the top of it and the cheese. I always say no thank you. I don't like gherkin. Why do they insist on them foisting this thing on us? Everybody hates it. People say no gherkin, but I've started doing the yes. I think it's an American thing. I think the Americans like gherkins so much they shove them with everything, don't they? But then look at the size of the Americans. Lord above. Some people you see on television programmes, they are ginormous. You know why? There's no food control. And yet there used to be a bloke over there. You'd have loved him. I can't remember his name, but he was a fitness trainer. But he was as camp as a row of tents. He used to have a little pair of shorts on, and he'd get all these people dancing, and he had curly hair. And now somebody listening will go, that's so-and-so, because I have to show a picture of him to Joe. So who was that man in America? Was it Richard something, or was it not? Curly hair, fitness person. I'm not even sure if he's still alive, but he was ever on television. But he could not have been camper, and he'd be that one and all this kind of thing. It was sort of interesting, but at the same time a little bit cringe-making. So come on, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Best thing about McDonald's milkshake is dipping the chips in it, says Jack. Yes, you're barred. We don't want peculiar people. You can't do things like that. That's not normal. You can put cheese over fries and you can put other little bits and pieces, but definitely not a milkshake. I do like the milkshakes. I'm not sure whether they've ever seen milk or anything like that, but occasionally they do banana, and I love a banana milkshake. Banana milkshake is delicious. I see the BBC have been criticised, always. They've hired Cheryl. It used to be Cheryl Cole, Cheryl what's-her-face, Cheryl who knows, to host an R&B podcast instead of a black artist with a background in the genre. Comedian Dane Baptiste questioned why the singer had been picked. She's 38. She didn't know anything about R&B. What Cheryl knows about, music, you could write on a grain of sand. He says, it's just weird to me that Estelle, Floetry, Ella May, Jamelia, Alexandra Burke, Keisha White, Shola Ama and Emile Sandé weren't considered for it. Yeah, I agree. And also, she's supposedly an expert. She doesn't know anything about anything. She doesn't know anything about anything. She really doesn't. She really knows nothing. I mean, I'd love to stick her on Mastermind. Cheryl, chosen background, R&B. She wouldn't know anything. Absolutely, it would be dreadful. But apparently, the BBC say, because they always have a spokesman, they don't have names, their spokesman, mainly because they aren't real people. Many of our shows are fronted by DJs who are experts in their field. Others by people with a passion for their topic. Cheryl's You, Me and R&B shares personal stories from her youth. Yeah, this was the day I went into court. OK, here is me being sentenced. I mean, what's that got to do with R&B music? Come on, love. Cheryl says, I've always had an absolute love and passion for R&B. Yeah, and Louis as well, eh? Well, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that didn't go anywhere, did it? So she's stuck at home now. I mean, I'm just waiting to see that wonderful picture of Cheryl pushing a pram. That would be something that would be quite funny. The man is Richard Simmons. There he is. American television personality. And he's a fitness personality and public figure known for his eccentric, flamboyant and energetic personality. For that, read Campers Christmas. Okay. If you watch him doing it, but apparently he's now a recluse. He's 73. He was... I mean, you'd see him on the television all the time because every television programme in America seemed to use him. Plus, he had his own, workouts. He's done weight loss and prominently through his Sweating to the Oldies line of aerobics videos. But, I mean, to be honest with you, only the Americans would have this and nobody would guess. Nobody would know. Nobody would say anything. Looks like a young Leo Sayer, says Stella. Not anymore. But see, I knew you'd all know that. Oh, somebody says, Steve, the Americans have ketchup on everything. See, I don't mind ketchup. I did try a McDonald's bacon roll the other day with brown sauce. Ugh. The brown sauce bit didn't work. The roll's not very good either, no, but ketchup works better. So yesterday I had one with ketchup. It was my little treat on the train. As I was walking to the train, I thought, be common, Steve. Be common. So I walked to the train eating this thing. And you could see people, salivating as I walked past, eating this thing. A bit of the bacon got stuck in a tooth and it was sort of hanging outside my mouth and all the rest of it. One of those great looks, You try and look casual. And, of course, your mask is underneath your chin because you can't eat with the mask on. It's not physically possible. And it always makes me laugh. But I only had to go to platform... yesterday was platform 24. But it's such a long way, isn't it? Because I have to know where to sit on the train so that when I get off, I'm straight up the staircase at Richmond. I don't have to walk, miles through the Great Unwashed. No, thank you. I like to sort of get off the train, up the thing, and then sort of, get out into the real world, which is good, isn't it? 5:45 is already. It's 5:45. Seriously, I can't believe where the time goes on this programme. I could have grown a beard but I can't grow beards. I was thinking, I'm not sure about beards. I think men grow beards if they're if they don't have great sort of jaw lines and things like that. There's always a reason. I mean, it's not surely just down to laziness, is it? It is. Oh, is it laziness? See, I don't mind shaving when I'm getting ready in the morning. Takes me hours. It doesn't work, does it? As you can tell. But I always sit in front of the television, cup of tea, tablets, bottle of water, shaver, and I just have a shave because I do dry shave. Yeah. I do dry shave. I can't do wet shave. wet shave, I'm covered in bits of tissue paper because I'm bleeding all over the place. And being on blood thinners, that's not the best thing at all. So the chase is done. The contestant, 20 years, I'm just telling them about this story, which I'm going to throw forward. I'm throwing ahead. A 20-year-old contestant beat the quiz pro. He's landed £75,000. Well done to him.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 6 is the time. 10 to 6. They've declared a state of emergency, believe it or not, in New York City. This is because the remnants of Hurricane Ida have swept through the region. And the state of emergency, I mean, at least one person has drowned, with the city and parts of New Jersey and Connecticut under a flash flood warning. If you look at the images on the internet, on the underground, on the subway down there, the water is pouring out. I mean, tons of it. It's almost like it's going through its own train wash or something. And then there's cars. The water is up to the doors, just above the doors, just hitting the window. And it's absolutely atrocious. The water here, I'm looking at one of them, and it's going down to the subway. The water is pouring down the stairs. It's like a fountain that's gone mad. Literally so much water, so dangerous. And all those people who are living in sort of basement flats and stuff like that, it's a case of they go, oh, this is really lovely. And you go, not now, it's not. And you know why? Because the drains can't cope with that amount of money, that amount of water. In Twickenham, we have street cleaners, but they don't clean the drains out. The council should come round, because in front of Stevenson's, the sports shop, they've got about 4 or 5 drains, and they're thick with mud and leaves and everything else. They need to get their machine round, suck them all out, because if we have a deluge of rain like they've had over in America, everything floods. And people sound so... In fact, when I went through... Do you remember I went the other day to Carluccio's in Richmond to have breakfast, which I thought was very nice. Very nice. And then there's a Thai restaurant next to Carluccio's, and they said closed due to flooding. A little bit further up, about sort of 6 or 7 shops further up from that, the Royal Bank of Scotland, which is closing anyway, is also closed because of flooding at the moment. So, I'm not sure what that is. I remember saying to them, why are they flooded there and they're not flooded there? The Thai restaurant, it's quite a big Thai restaurant. I like Thai food, but none of it comes with added pond water, thank you very much indeed. Here in Sydney, Macca's, as we call them, serve fries in a big box slathered in cheese and gravy. Really? In Aussie McDonald's. Certainly better than dipping them in the milkshake. So you get gravy, cheese, and... Why don't we get stuff like that? This is a McDonald's over there. Steve, I always like Mr. Motivator, says Bill. Yes, we always like him, but Richard Simmons was... he was about as camp as they came. And he would burst into tears at the drop of a hat, which was quite funny, actually. Shane in Sydney even knew it was Richard Simmons, which is good. Rachel says, I love the colder months too, Steve. One of my most favourite days of the year is the day the clocks go back. Get home from work, close the curtains and get cosy. Yeah, I mean, I like that idea. I like that. I don't know what to do today, actually. I'm trying to think what I've got to do. I had things to do the other day, but I don't think I've got anything to do today. Yeah. And my friend Hilary, I know that she's got an important thing to do today, so I wish her well. I'm not going to tell you anything else. You have to leave it at that. Yeah, our Hilary out there, bless her. But, and if you've got a birthday to celebrate today, I'll be the first one at this time of the morning to wish you many happy returns of the day. And well done to the Chase's biggest solo winner. This is Eden Nash. All he wanted to do was buy a second-hand car, by winning some money on there. And he was up against, is it Dara Ennis, who's the new Irish fella on the Chase? Is it? Hello? Hello? It says Irish correspondent. Irish AP is going to be shaving his beard off today. We didn't even think he was old enough to grow one, but I mean, he has, seriously, since he's been here. But he said he's going to shave it off. I mean, I wonder why are you shaving off for a reason? Is it itchy? You see, when I started years and years ago attempting to grow a beard, and it just, I mean, as you can tell, I'm fairly light skinned, so it doesn't really work for me. But I used to I thought I'll grow a little moustache, but then I thought, no, I don't want to look that camp. And but you spend all your time licking it with your tongue because it was really weird and bizarre. And I thought, no, beard, not for me at all. It's sort of, yeah, and you get food in it. And some people, they have competitions around the world for people with curly moustaches and long beards, which they plait and do everything else with. I just think it's laziness. The amount of people you see on television that have been invited onto a programme haven't even bothered having a shave. Really? Honestly, don't want to invite them. Steve, knew a bloke years ago, dead handsome. Everybody had a crush, you know the type. He shaved off his beard, no chin, nobody recognised him. Went from Mr. Handsome to Mr. Not So Much with one shave. Yeah, because sometimes you don't, you see somebody and you go, what? You've done something different. What is it you've done? So I can't wait for tomorrow. We're going to walk in. I won't know if you've shaved it all off. You're going to end up with a rash, aren't you? Though that's the trouble. People, especially on your neck. Terrible. There's that bloke, George, somebody who does a house programme. He used to get terrible rashes on his neck. And am I facing the right way or something? What's going on today? Just sort of, mentioning that. Some people suit beards, others, but then some people suit suits. And other people don't. I remember seeing one of our salesmen years ago when we were in Hammersmith, very tall bloke called Steve, very popular name. And he wore a suit every day because he was going out selling on the road, selling advertising on LBC. And then I saw him in a pair of jeans. Didn't look like the same person at all. Looked completely different because he was so tall. But the suit, because around our way, the favourite competition is, guess what the young man walking down the street with a suit that's too tight does for a living? He's an estate agent. Okay? You can always... In fact, I saw one the other day and I was tempted to go, excuse me, are you an estate agent? Because I knew he was going to say yes. It's terrible to be right all the time, isn't it, really? But that's what we go. So now you've discovered that over in Sydney, their McDonald's serve their chips with cheese on and gravy. Now, why can't we have that? Why do they have to get different fruit? That is discrimination, as far as I'm concerned. It's because we're British that we don't get that. It's like in America. Was it America? No, Vienna years ago. They used to do like a McRib, which was a little bit silly putting it in a roll because it just made it all soggy and it wasn't at all nice, actually. But you're quite right. Everybody telling me, Steve, the Americans have catch up on everything. But I don't have a problem with that. It's okay. But anyway, well done to Eden Nash. Mind you, he's not as innocent as he looks. He is, I think he's, what is he now? He's something in the city. So he comes from Bishop Stortford. He'd been jobless at the time of filming, had a Twitter chat with the chaser. Dara wrote, Eden, you legend, sorry you had to sit on this for so long. So he's got it in his bank account. He answered, it was, he's 20 years old and he got that much. Not bad, is it? I'm always very jealous of people like that. I'm jealous of the fact that they know things, that you don't know. But then I know lots of things that other people don't know. Everybody's got their own particular talent. Clean green, will it run in my machine? Well, I tell you, if you understand this petrol malarkey, you're a better man than I, Gunga Din. I'm going to have to write to Nigel. Seriously, which one am I putting in? Am I putting in E10, unleaded, or Supreme E5? Before I was putting in Super, unleaded. Go to the government's website. I was none the wiser. None the wiser. 95% of cars in the UK are compatible with the greener fuel. Which one? So forecourts will now stock E10 petrol as the cheapest type of unleaded fuel. So then you've got the other... Oh, dear, honestly, it's so confusing. Most affected vehicles. Luckily, I'm not on this list. Most affected vehicles, Volkswagen Golf, MGB, Mazda Mark V, Nissan Micra, Morris Minor, Rover, MGF, Ford Escort, Rover Mini and MG-TF. They're the most affected vehicles. Thank God my car's not on there. I don't feel as I'm going to be affected. I haven't got... My mother used to have a Morris Minor. She couldn't remember it. Later in life, I remember saying to her, do you remember the Morris Minor in grey? And she went, no. I was like, how can you not remember? She used to have driving shoes. Most women in those days had driving... So you had shoes that you walked about in, and then for driving, she'd put softer shoes on. No, just us again. Everybody's got their own little quirks, haven't they, and stuff like that. Gavin and Stacey star Melanie Walters doesn't believe the sitcom will return, which is a shame because I liked Gavin and Stacey. And well done to Manchester United star Aaron. Is it Wan-Bissaka? It is. He's pleaded guilty to driving whilst disqualified. What a buffoon you are! What a buffoon! The amount of people that they stop on the Interceptor programmes. Have you got a licence? Yeah. Is it provisional? Yeah. Why are you driving? Australia's even worse. Australia, they seem to stop people, and these mouthy little nobodies with spots all over the place, mainly on the girlfriend, start sort of coming up, I was just driving down here to go and pick something up. Yeah, but you don't have a licence. You're just picking on me, aren't you? This bloke nearly got into a fight with a copper. He said, you're just picking on me. He said, no, you don't have a licence. You're driving a car and you've been stopped before. You're quite clearly of limited intelligence. Ridiculous. Apparently you can have barbecue sauce with your fries at McDonald's, says Roger, if you ask for it. It's not the same as having cheese over the top, is it? I like the idea of cheese. Cheese on fries. That's a very appealing thing this morning. I feel like having a breakfast now, but it's only Thursday. I have to treat myself on a Friday to something like that. But it's nice to have your company. You're very, very welcome. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So we're with you till 7, then Nick Ferrari will be here. Loads to talk about today. Every day there's another thing, but now you've looked at the pictures, hopefully on YouTube, and you've seen New York's underwater. I've never seen so much water in it, and this is the aftermath of the storm that hit Louisiana. Not good.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I think I'm E5. I think I'm E5 petrol. I put E5 in the other day, actually. It's so expensive. Seriously, honestly, I might have to take out a second mortgage. It's ridiculous, just as the first one's finishing. When I said ketchup on everything, Steve, it's on the table of every home, so they put it on their Christmas dinner. Yeah, see, I'm. Funny thing is, because it's sweet, I'm more into savoury. So for Christmas dinner, I don't even like stuffing. You know, they do all these posh stuffings now. You know, sort of what? Oh, it's just I begin to wonder sometimes whether or not he's listening to a different programme. Is he listening? Oh, he's listening to something else. Oh, right. It's got capital on. How exciting! But no, you can get chestnut and prune stuffing, which means you have to sit near the bathroom. But anyway, which is quite good. But I don't even like bread pudding or anything like that. They say, "Oh, we're putting bread pudding out there." Oh no, thank you very much indeed. But no, just bread sauce. Ugh, awful. But one of these days, I shall actually get round to having a pudding on Christmas Day. It's always there to enjoy. It's just that you stuff yourself so much on the little sausages with the bacon and all your other little bits and pieces, which they've said we should be sort of running out this year. Well, I mean, you know, just go and buy it and freeze it. Or make them. I mean, surely you can go and buy sausages. There's no shortage of sausages. It's just don't keep playing with it. If you keep playing with it, honestly, it'll get, be a dreadful rash by tomorrow morning. It's going to be awful. You might have to put makeup on to cover it up. It's going to be a bit embarrassing for you, isn't it? Did you see James Nesbitt, the actor? He spent quite a lot of money on hair transplants, and he went on the programme the other day, and everybody was going, what's the matter with him? They painted his eyebrows on, and so, of course, it looked a little bit... Because a lot of people don't have... I don't have any eyebrows. I've got little bits of eyebrow, because I'm too pale. You know, and if you're ginger, you don't really have much eyebrow either. So, just a little bit. But his looked as if somebody had taken a black pencil and gone round like that. It didn't look quite right. And so people were going, what's happened to his eyebrows? Because people notice it. But you can have them tattooed on, I believe. You can have... I don't know whether they do it just for women, because a lot of women do things like that. Steve, in Japan, they have KFC for Christmas dinner, says James in Swindon. I should imagine even in Swindon you could have KFC for Christmas. See, some people don't bother with Christmas. They wouldn't celebrate Christmas, you know, either for religious reasons or the fact they're just not interested, and they wouldn't have Christmas dinner. Wouldn't make any difference at all to them. It's only, you know, certain people in the community that would go, I love a Christmas dinner. But I've always liked Christmas dinner. Even when I was little, I liked Christmas dinner. So Patrick says use E5, and one here from David in Shropshire. He says the important detail is that the 98 RON gasoline will stay as E5, and our guidance is that Bentleys should always run on 98 RON, which means it's E5. Further details on E10 fuel on the government's website. So all Bentleys from the 1990 model year will be fine to run on E10, but it's the E5, which I think I put it in last time. It seems to work fine. I still might have to write to Nigel, though, and say it. I was going to do it the other day. Yeah, but always best to check. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Kevin says go to the government website, enter reg to check. Yes, I mean, a lot of people are going to be very confused by it. In fact, they must be confused because they've mentioned it in the papers about the past 3 or 4 days. So you pull into, you know, you think either way you're paying through the nose. Okay. Greetings from Vienna, says Paul. Scott. He says, so excited about the new ABBA songs after 39 years. They were my first ever concert in 1979, and now they're back. Surreal. We'll be home tonight, glued to YouTube for the big announcement. It's great to have you back in the mornings and sounding very healthy. Thank you, Paul. That's my friend Paul from Vienna. So there you go. Which actually I think about all the time, mainly because they have a lovely Christmas market there. And the announcement from ABBA that Paul is talking about is going to be at 5:45 today. It'll be on LBC. You'll find it all over the place. And Eddie's taking it live. Did I get a soundbite the other day on Eddie Mayer's programme? I haven't heard from Eddie for ages. I've got to speak to Ian Dale, I think, either today or tomorrow. Probably today, I should imagine, actually. He's taking me out for lunch. Psst. How cool does that seem? Yeah. I don't think it'll be KFC. That'd be so funny, wouldn't it? We go for KFC. Not quite the same. Not quite the same. So you'll get this announcement from ABBA 5:45 today. You'll hear it on LBC, and I've got a rough idea what it is. And Paul, I think, is very excited. New songs, and we've got the Eddie sound. But we never work these out. Every time we have a soundbite on the Eddie Mayer programme, we always, somebody will say to me, "Oh, I think he'll be using this as your soundbite." We're never right. We've never once got it right. So this was yesterday's. Toasted wholemeal sourdough with smashed avocado, mixed with slow-roasted tomatoes and red onion, char-grilled courgette, sautéed potatoes, spinach and slow-roasted tomatoes. There you go. That's what we had at Carluccio's. It was like, you can find it online. We looked at it. Even the producer, Joe, he thought it looked really nice. No, lovely. Even the vegan and the vegetarian ones look lovely. No, but I know. It's become a standard thing to put beans with it. They've got... wait a minute. Where did I see this? I found an advert in one of the papers for today, and it's for a breakfast, surprisingly, because a lot of people... Because nobody can be bothered to cook breakfast anymore, can they? You'd rather go out to a supermarket or somewhere like that and actually sort of get them to cook your breakfast. And I found this one breakfast. I remember thinking... it's hardly worth turning the oven on when they can turn out a breakfast much, much cheaper than anybody else can. Here it is. This is at Morrison's. A breakfast at Morrison's. OK. 2 bacon, 1 hash brown, 1 half of a tomato, 2 sausages, mushroom, beans, black pudding and egg. £2.75. It's reduced from £5.50 at the calf. Yeah. At the £2.70. How do they make it for £2.75? Seriously, I mean, I don't know how they make things like that. So it's hash brown, beans, bacon, 2 sausages, mushroom, half a tomato, black pudding, and an egg. £2.75. I know where I'm heading. I don't think we have a Morrison's near us. That's the trouble, isn't it? That is the trouble. Oh, that looks quite nice as well. Is that the same one? That's got got toast with it. My one didn't have toast with it. But isn't it funny how at one time they would slop the beans on the plate. Now they put them in a little ramekin type thing, which is quite sweet. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a Daily Star today. I don't know why I don't have a Daily Star. There was no reason. It did say it was on my list, but it never managed to appear. Slaughtered alpaca. Geronimo's owner has accused the government of a cover-up by not letting her experts attend his post-mortem. And Geronimo tested positive for bovine TB 4 years ago, but Helen claims the results may have been false. All she wants to know is, was he positive when he was killed? That's all she wants. If they then say, yes, he turned it, why couldn't they have told you that ages ago? Post-mortem, we say, could take up to 3 months. Why they're so slow? What are they doing? They're doing loads of animals? I don't know. I really don't. Very worrying. Also, this government tool launched today where women and girls will be able to flag areas where they feel unsafe. Because there are places, places where not just women and girls, but men feel particularly unsafe as well. Here they are, the Afghanistan mass exit. They don't want to be there, do they? Why would you want to be in any place where the Taliban are? A bunch of sad little losers. Ghastly. Virginia Blackburn talks today about what do you have to do to catch the eye of Dolce & Gabbana. After providing Lady Kitty Spencer with about a gazillion outfits for her recent wedding, they've now roped in the rest of the world's A-list to wear their clothes at a mega bash in Venice, including our very own Dame Helen Mirren. I mean, to be honest with you, she's 76 now. They say, take that, all those women who rely on elasticated waists in middle age. We may all be going down, but some of us are going down fighting. The little lout should face the music, says Virginia. This is down at Reading. They reckon the amount of detritus, all destined for landfill sites, will take an estimated 10,000 years to decompose. And these are people who see themselves as eco-warriors, green warriors. You know, perhaps they didn't have time to clear up after themselves in their haste to get to the latest Extinction Rebellion demo. I noticed the police have started coming down hard on them. Nobody, I mean, what did they say? They've arrested about 350 people or something like that. You know, people have sellotaped themselves to, you know, different things. And I don't think they've finished round here. I don't think so. Yesterday there were loads of police round here. Did you notice that? I was sort of noticing, because you do notice police. So I'm not sure if they finish round here or they're sort of going to go and superglue themselves to something interesting. Like an underground train, you know, underneath it. I don't know why. It's just that the police are sort of saying to them, you know, come off the buses and all the rest of it. And Extinction Rebellion saying, oh, we are peaceful protesters. Go away, go and do it in a field somewhere else. You're getting on our nerves, all right? You're very silly. Very, very silly. Apparently there's a Morrison's in Brentford, says Michael in Twickenham. Thank you. And Astrid says there's a Morrison's in Brentford. Is there? I wonder where that is. I'm not sure. Yes, it's in Brentford. Brentford is all undergoing this sort of regeneration of the area. I mean, they've knocked down. They're going to make it really quite classy. Won't help for some of the people there, but you know, there's a Morrison's there. I don't know if it's big or little.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Here's Morgan all over the papers this morning. Nick Ferrari, no doubt, talking about that later, a victory for free speech, and then the question: do I get my job back? I think the answer is no to that. He's got 10 other offers, apparently, so he says, but I think you're going to be hearing him this morning with Nick Ferrari. Is Piers on with Nick? I wasn't sure. I think Nick is going to be talking about it anyway, because it's an interesting one. It opens up all sorts of things. And Waitrose have launched their Christmas range. 122 new products, including vegan lobster roll, a 3-fish roast, and coffee and chocolate-infused cheese. I like the idea of the 3-fish roast. Scottish salmon, cod and smoked haddock. Which sounds nice, doesn't it? Plus dry-aged bone-in sirloin of beef matured in beef. Plus they've got a jewelled roast with a fruity centre, a savoury mushroom roast with sweet caramelised onions, and a spicy apricot centre. And among the delicious desserts, espresso martini chocolate torte. Plus they've got lots of little tarts. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. The first one is Waitrose breaded stuffed olives. Perfect to spice up your antipasta board. It'll go down well on that council estate in Warrington. I'm sure they'll all be worrying about that one. Waitrose #1 truffle prosciutto crudo with pork from a unique breed of pig reared in northern Italy. I bet the pigs are thrilled. Don't worry, we've achieved international fame. Matured for 20 months and marinated with summer truffles. Waitrose Bloody Margaret prawn cocktail. That's what she was like, wasn't it? Princess Margaret. Pork and game pie. Outdoor bred pork with venison and pheasant in rich hot water crust pastry, finished with a savoury bone stock jelly. I'm not sure about that one now. And mini New Yorker-style pastrami toasties, a twist on the favourite sandwich filled with cheddar and Emmental cheese, pastrami, mustard and pickles. So they've got 122 items, and then they've also got Dutchy free-range feathered turkey crown, vegan jewelled roast with a fruity centre. So that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Even vegans being catered for. Even vegans. This one here, the jewelled roast, a savoury mushroom-based roast with sweet caramelised onions, chestnuts, a clove-spiced apricot centre with a crunchy, colourful garnish of apricots, cranberries, crushed chestnuts, sunflower seeds and pine nuts. A bit boring, isn't it, really? But it doesn't matter. Waitrose dry-aged bone-in sirloin. It's got rich red currant and juniper dew. And but the 3-fish roast sounds good. I like the sound of that. That does sound good. Which has got the salmon, the cod and the haddock with a zesty lemon and dill butter. I'm liking the sound of that one. Pudding. You'll like this one. This is a nice one. Waitrose's #1 brown butter mince pies with Courvoisier, but a giant cracking penny from Heston, inspired by childhood memories of chocolate coins. You can still buy them. I always buy chocolate coins every year. This shimmering bronze Belgian chocolate shell surrounds rich chocolate mousse with hazelnut ganache, sitting on a chocolate and hazelnut base. But I do like the vegan winter pudding. Apples, blackberries, raspberries, blackcurrants, layered with bread and soaked in a lightly spiced fruit sauce. So that sounds quite nice. That sounds quite healthy, apart from the bread and the sauce. Yeah, and just turkey. No mention of the roast potatoes this year, does it? But they've got 122 items. So expect within, I should imagine by Monday, you're probably going to be getting, this is what Marks and Spencer's are offering. For the sort of the festive. Fancy doing it now. See all those people going, oh, it's too early to talk about Christmas. These are all these big supermarkets who are announcing what their Christmas range is this year because they want your business. God knows they want your business. Whether they can get any of these items into the shops, we have to wait and find out. You imagine if you get there and go, because I tried to get the Heston pudding. Do you remember years ago they had a pudding that it was an orange or something, and you cut into it and it all... they were like a nightmare. I would every day I'd be the first in the queue at Waitrose, running down the aisles. Where's the Christmas pudding? Where's the Christmas pudding? Have you got any Heston Christmas pudding? No. Why? Oh, because the staff have just had them. What? Brag them out here. I'll wrestle it out their hands. And in the end, I was going all over the place. Eventually managed to find them, which was lovely. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, I like Heston Blumenthal, but he did lovely little mince pies. Bite-sized mince pies, because, the other one. But the best ones 2 years ago were Iceland. Iceland's luxury mince pies. We do like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Great to hear you on the wireless, says Ash. Thank you. And then somebody says Adam says Morrison's have gone all posh with their breakfast and spoilt it for me. Beans in a pot, bloomer bread for toast instead of thick white sliced, and grey instead of a plate. It's not what people of Eccles want. They have to go posh now, don't they? Because they're all doing it. They're all doing it. And Steve, you've reminded me of my old mum's Morris Minor, says Pat, which my daughters adored. She promised it to them when they grew up. Came the day, but I had no room for it. She sold it, said she'd give them the money. They got £7.50 each, as she got 15 quid scrap. I can remember my grandmother used to live in Ilford. She had a player piano. You know what a player piano is, don't you? It's a piano. You can play it normally as a piano, and yet directly in front of you, there's a sliding window. You open up, and you put a roll of music in there. And you fix it in, and then you close the little doors, and underneath you, in between your legs, there's pedals, and you push the pedals, and the piano will play itself the tunes that you've got. And they were called player pianos. Nowadays, they're quite expensive. A friend of mine has got a piano that plays by itself, and it's transmitted. He's joined a club. The piano's got this mechanism fitted in it, and it plays tunes for him, transmitted. You sort of take out a contract with this company for 20 quid a month or something, and the piano just plays away in the corner. But these player pianos were very popular, and then all of a sudden it was that brown furniture that went out of favour, and I think she had to pay somebody to take the thing away. Nowadays you'd kill to get these things, but they were all over the place. It's like sewing machines, and the old treadles. You don't find those anymore. It's all electric and whiz bang doodle. There you go. That's what these... Oh, sorry, I'm talking to you listening on the radio, and you go, there you go. And you go, what's he on about? That's the player pianos, those pedals that pulled out, and the piano played itself. You put a music roll in there. And my grandmother had loads of music rolls. And look at the prices for them now. Look at the prices. See, that seems quite cheap. And only an upright player piano, 199 quid. There's also one in Rosewood. There's a Steinhoven, a hand-painted piano at 4,500, or a Steinhoven polished, which is just under 12,000 quid. But the player pianos are not as expensive as I was thinking. They're actually... it was a lovely thing, about £200 on average. Not bad, is it? There you go. I'll get you one of those. Leave it alone. Yeah, it's Christmas sorted out. If only I had somewhere to put it. Steve, I purchased an anniversary card yesterday, and the Christmas card section has already been opened, says Richard. Does anybody buy these advent calendars? Do you buy the advent kit? You can buy them all over the place. In fact, very shortly you better buy them. I buy them, and I give them to people. And I bought the other day. You know what I bought the other day? I've had a complete breakdown. And I was sort of sitting there, twiddling my thumbs, thinking, should I have another Prosecco or not? And I gave you 2 last year. Do you know what I bought the other day? Don't ask me why. They were so cheap. They really were so cheap. Fortune-telling fish. Have you ever seen? Do you remember them? You put them on your hand. It's a little bit of cellophane, and depending on how hot your hand is, determines on what it does. I bought 25. I bought 20 because they came in a pack of 25 for £3 or something, and I thought, I'll buy them and I'll give them to people at work. Then they can all sit there watching this thing curling up. We used to have them years ago. It is just cellophane working on heat on your hand. You've seen them before? Yeah, they're great. So hopefully they actually... Yes, what's your fortune? I don't know. I haven't got them yet. Because they also were telling you what your sex life is like. I thought, don't need to embarrass me on that one, thank you very much indeed. No point in doing it all from memory. But anyway, it's I have to rely on other people to tell me what it was like. Seriously, it's that bad. But as I say, I'd much rather have a Hovis biscuit and a cup of cocoa. Doesn't get you into trouble that way, does it? But no, fortune-telling fish. They should be here, I think, tomorrow. They should be, well, today they might be here. In which case I shall bring them in and you can have them as a gift. So exciting. But they do, I think they're so cheap, as I say, 25 of these things. 25. Steve, you didn't mention the Walker's mince pies with the wee dram of Glenfiddich. I didn't, actually. And I didn't, really. Oh, look, we're losing somebody with only 107 followers, thank God. This is somebody called Borshi, who said, Steve Allen, he talks about Christmas. It's in all the papers, love. You must get out in the real world. Don't be a dreary. Don't want to be boring, do you, all your life? Goodness sake, honestly. It's in all the papers. QVC is selling Christmas stuff now. In fact, all yesterday was all Christmas items on QVC. I'm sorry you're a misery and you don't enjoy yourself at the festive time of year, but, you know, hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn king. Let's all go and stand outside her house and sing to her just to really wind her up.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. We found another one. McVitie's have launched mince pie flavoured chocolate digestives. But Brits have complained. Oh, I can't believe it. It's too early to talk about festive food. Sadly not. Sadly not too early. I told you, Costco have all their Christmas stuff on display, most of it. You know, you get QVC. Apparently, my sister, not me, this is Susie, used to work at QVC. All the staff have made a Christmas dinner on the day they air all their Christmas items in the summer. They wore Christmas jumpers too. Of course. Of course. You know, listen, we didn't have much of a Christmas last year. People are determined. But then you get sort of the miserable people. You know, I don't like Christmas. Steve Allen's talking about Christmas again. They've probably written to QVC and McVitie's as well at the same time. Generally speaking, they're a bit tragic. They are a bit tragic. But, Steve, all the Christmas goodies... It's giving me an early Christmas glow. You carry on, so don't worry. I do. Oh, no, listen, it always makes me laugh when somebody will write to me to say, oh, you talk about Christmas again, I shan't listen. You go, well, go and have another miserable life somewhere else. It's 114 days to go. Have you got your advent calendar out? Get it out and start crossing off the things. I never understand it. And another one here. It should read, Steve Allen always talks about Christmas, but follow for great advice and scoop the best Christmas items before everybody else does. Absolutely. If it's good, we talk about it. Actually, somebody said to me the other day, you're going to be here on Christmas Day. I don't know, actually. This year, I don't know. Tish in Shirley says, I've got all my meat from Costco in the freezer. So she's all ready. Which is quite nice, isn't it? Plus, Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about Tim Weatherspoon, who's admitted he's got supply issues. This following on from Kate Howie admitting the Leave campaign talked about this. So it's going to be very interesting, isn't it, really, to find out whether or not they're going to... What was the thing they were running out of? Yorkshire puddings? How can you run out of Yorkshire puddings? Aunt Bessie's been busy for months and months. And also beer. They might be running out of beer. I mean, do they think that by saying that, there's going to be a huge rush? Everybody going, quick, Weatherspoons, quick, before they run out? Or are they just going to go, well, that's their problem? I don't know how it works, because I haven't heard of any other organisation saying we're running out of beer or running out of Yorkshire puddings. I mean, there's loads. I went into Iceland the other day. There's loads of Yorkshire puddings in the freezers. I know there's a lorry driver shortage, but, you know, by sort of telling us we're running out, surely best not to say anything. That would be a lot safer, because otherwise people are going to go... Can you imagine you go there and you go, we'll have 3 pints. Oh, we've only got 2. OK, we'll have 2 pints. Have you got any more coming in? Oh, I don't think so, no. We'll have roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. No Yorkshire puddings. Oh, OK, we've got pigs in blankets. Not this year, no. Yeah, you're not doing yourself any favours at all. Catherine says, I love your singing voice. I was in a choir. I was a chorister till I was 11. My late mum was called Carol, as my nan loved Christmas so much. You could sing a carol a day. I love singing. People are always surprised when they hear me singing. Mainly me. I do sing along a lot. Actually, I do sing along. You know, if I'm in the car listening to Christmas carols, yeah, which I will be today, and I've got all the CDs ready. Just hear those sleigh bells ding-a-ling-ding. You know, it's good because I'll tell you what'll happen is, I mean, when do I start? Well, already we started listening to things in the car. Yes, I've got lots of things, but it's a case of it's over so quickly because for those of us in the business who work, so you have the lead up to Christmas. I'll work. Or maybe not this year, I don't know, Christmas Day and Boxing Day and everything else. And then it's finished, everything goes back to normal. And I think, no, it's too short. You've got to make it last as long as possible because it is the most wonderful time of the year. It's on a Saturday this year. It's on a Saturday. Have you seen the other one, which I like, and I keep meaning to buy it because I'm always looking for things for my brother's wife, for his daughters or my godchildren. And they do, it's a box of cosmetics. You have to pre-order this thing. This year it's £85 and it's got lots of different companies and they put them all in this sort of advent calendar box. It's 85 quid, but you've got £450 worth of stuff in there. And I remember thinking, that's good, but if you don't order these things quickly, you'll see an advert in one of the national papers and it'll be a case of quick order it now because they do go quickly. I think you'll find Joe Malone do another one, an advent calendar with a different a little candle behind each thing. So here we go, the Advent Calendar, pre-ordered, Look Fantastic it's called, and it's got everything from Shiseido, one of the best manufacturers in the world. It's got cleansers, it's got repair treatments, it's got night mask. It's £85 delivered, but it's worth over £414. That's the price of all the things. And there's loads of bits and pieces in there. I mean, it's sold out 6 years in a row. So what they do is they tell you see, I know it's only September, but this stuff will be sold out. I was talking to somebody the other day about Costco and they said, I love their Christmas things. I said, yeah, the only problem with Costco is the moment it appears in Costco, and you're in there, you've got to buy it because if you say, I'll pop back tomorrow, it could have gone by tomorrow. And that's the danger. And then you have a very depressing year, like that person who goes, Steve Allen's talking about Christmas again. You know, you have to get it in now. Somebody says all the Christmas presents I bought and started to wrap them. I think that's taking it too far. I just generally give money. I just generally give money at Christmas. It's so much easier than having to go round and find presents because then you've got to check what do you want, you know, what do you need. And, you know, all my godchildren are sort of old enough now to not have to worry about, you know, all those little sort of present things. They'd rather have money. They've got cars to run. My youngest is learning to drive at the moment. So, you know, and they want, you know, they want money to put petrol in the car and pay for their insurance. So that's where Bank of Uncle Steve comes in, I suppose. Stuart Manning says Liberties do the best advent calendar. Expensive, but very good present for the wife. Aha. Uh-huh. Has it actually got something in it, the advent calendar? Has it actually got, because some of them have, you open up the door and there's a little chocolate in there or something like that. I quite like that idea. Selfridges were doing the other year, you know, the Quality Street tins, they were doing, you could make up your own. So only put in the ones, that, if you like something hard, then, you know, then you just get the old hard ones and you pop them in there. Or if you're just like me, see, I like soft. And so you can get all of, what? You can get strawberry and raspberry and orange and stuff like that. So you don't have to have the ones that you don't like, because sometimes the hard ones can take your fillings out. So you don't want to do that, do you, really? But no, I mean, I quite like the idea of an advent calendar. But you've got to, if you buy a wooden one, which you can buy, oh, that's nice, isn't it? Liberties, oh, it's got things in it. Oh, things in it. Oh, it's packed. How much is it? Oh, I like... Oh, it hasn't been announced. Oh, they've not revealed, but it's got loads of items. You're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 25 items in there. Wow. Oh, you're right. That's Stuart. That's definitely a nice one. We like that a lot. He says it's £175. He said, but you get £800 worth of cosmetics. That's a nice present, isn't it? You see, I think people would like that. One year I went out and I bought some Estee Lauder things, and you could buy for an extra 30 quid their gift box, which came with all these makeups in and stuff like that. And so I bought, you had to spend a minimum of something to 40 quid, this beautiful paint palette of all sorts of... and I bought that, and everybody loved them because ladies like that kind of thing. Ladies and girls and women, the one thing they do is they love opening and going, look at this, look at this. I've got a face cream at home, which I bought from Estee Lauder, I think. I was going to give it away, but it's so expensive, I keep it myself. I've got to that age now. Chris says, you should bring out a Christmas album this year singing the classics. Yes, that would be quite nice. Mike in the Wirral says, scandalous. Wetherspoons have withdrawn the black pudding from the breakfast menu. I've never eaten black pudding in my life, and I don't ever want to eat it. No, I couldn't. Is that funny? Certain things I'm not going with it at all. Definitely not. And another one here. And it says, we open our tin of chocolates on the 1st of December because, as you say, it's over so quickly, says Pauline in Crowborough. It is over quickly. Every year, the lead up to it is the longest bit. You know, all right, so we upset a few drearies. Who cares? Nobody cares about them. Listen, they have their own miserable existence to try and deal with. So we leave them to themselves. You know, they can go there, sit there and talk to other miserable people. But we only do the happy stuff. We only do the happy stuff. And it's over fast. As I say, Christmas Day... Boxing Day, you tend to find, you know, they've either started the sales or the shops are open again, and it's disappeared, isn't it? It's a shame. Catastrophe, says Graham. Christmas dinner at the local pub's been cancelled due to food supplies, supermarket shelves all empty. Oh, yesterday, he says, I bought some teddy bear-shaped Christmas shortbread from Pound Stretcher. Really? I mean, we don't have any sort of problems about food shortages at all. I think it's going to be fine. Although pubs are expensive. We went to one a few years ago. As I say, it was about £79 a head. For, you know, I mean, but you have to pay for it in advance. And now it's called in advance because they've got to get the food in to make sure. But, I love Christmas dinner. But you're right, catastrophe. Catastrophe.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7. 10 to 7 is the time. Nice to have your company. I've also reminded that they did an advent calendar in Costco last year, and behind each window was a little bottle of gin, all different flavoured gins. I mean, it was quite substantial, quite nice. And I couldn't find anybody apart from John Warrington who enjoys gin. And it was quite a big thing. You can't pop it in the post. Now, do you remember I got caught for speeding? And this was quite a while ago. In fact, actually, it was the 23rd of May that I got caught for speeding. And I'd been out, and it was the early hours of the morning. It was 5:35 in the morning. And I'd been down there because I'd not driven the car for ages, and I wanted to charge it up so that... because I've got two batteries, and you need to keep them sort of topped up, so you need to drive the car on a fairly regular basis. So I go down there. Anyway, I got caught for this thing, and I get the piece of paper through the post from Surrey Police, which is, you know, exactly as, you know, I'd been flashed by the camera, and it said, you've been done that, and then you have to fill in the form which says, yes, I was the driver of that vehicle on that day, and you put down your driving licence number and all the rest of it, and you send it off, and they will then presumably write back to you and tell you exactly what the penalty is going to be. 4 months later, because if you remember, I wrote to them, I filled in, I sent it off. Month after that, they then write back to me, you haven't filled in this form and sent it back to us, which of course I had done because I'd mentioned it on the programme. I don't tell lies. And so I filled in another one and sent it back to Surrey Police, who must either be totally incompetent or somebody'd lost it. It'd fallen down the side of a post office van somewhere. Anyway, and I mentioned yesterday, I'm still waiting to find out. And there was a footballer who'd also been done for speeding. And it was a case of he'd been done for speeding, same car as mine, everything else, and he got fined £220. So I thought, I mentioned it on the programme. Although I'm still waiting to find out. Perhaps they've got a strike on at the DVLA, or Surrey Police have given up and they're not going to bother. No, I get it through yesterday. I'm going to be fined £100. £100 and 3 penalty points. But I have a clean licence, so I'm not overly bothered by something like that. And I wrote back and said, yes, I was driving the car at that speed, but it was just one of those things. Everybody gets sort of the police force chasing you at some particular point. So it's £100, which is very good. But this is a conditional offer. In other words, it's this, or if you want, you could take it to court. But as I've already admitted that I was driving the car, it seems a bit of a pointless exercise. And that's it. So £100 later, which actually I think not bad. Not bad. Seeing as the footballer got fined over £200. So I'm feeling as though I'm doing a little bit better. Doing a little bit better, actually. Another one here says, I always put Creed on my list to Santa. Do you still wear it? Of course. Absolutely. I definitely do. Steve says, George, I'm never up to hear you live, but school starts today. Starts today? On a Thursday? No. What a peculiar day to start school. Why don't they start Monday? So lots of schools, apparently, in England are back today. I bet they're thrilled. Oh, you know what that means, don't you? The buses will be packed. Do you remember when they used to have buses? Round our way, we had buses that they were only for school children, or oiks, as I prefer to call them. And then there was another bus which was for adults, but the school children could get on that one as well. And the school children sit on the disabled seats because they're peasants. They don't understand. They can't read the little picture that says this is for somebody who has difficulty standing up. And they don't bother getting up and giving their seats up to anybody. They're so rude. Absolutely unbelievably rude. So the trains will be full. Because I don't know how many schools are going back today, but George says, I'm usually a podcast listener, so it's nice to hear you live. Have a nice day. I'm hoping so. The weather is definitely getting a little bit better. So next week it could go. Over this weekend it's okay. We're sort of, we don't need to worry. 21 degrees tomorrow, 21 degrees Saturday, 25 degrees on Sunday, Monday 27. So I shall be coming in here in a pair of shorts. Not. I don't allow any of my team to wear shorts. It's the only thing I put my foot down on. It's just absolutely unnecessary. You never know. Steve, I witnessed a couple pulling up outside a children's trust charity shop and brazenly stealing items left outside. I got photographs. The police have done nothing. They can't. You know why? Because it's been left on the pavement. The shop don't own it. So you can say, I used to watch a couple from Hounslow. She would be dropped off in the car. I watched them. Seriously, it became like a joke on a Sunday. And they would come round in the morning. People would have left all the stuff on the Saturday late. They would come round. She'd look outside the shop. Then she'd signal to her husband. He'd turn the car round, park outside the shop. They'd load it all up. And then they'd go and sell it at a car boot in Hounslow. And I remember thinking, oh, that's a bit mean. But then I suddenly realised that the shop don't own it. They do put signs on the window, please don't leave stuff outside, because the police are not going to do anything about it. It's stuff dumped on a pavement. That's what it is. And so that's why. So if you are going to be leaving things for charity shops, try and do it when they're open. But again, of course, you've got to find somewhere to park. It's just a nightmare. It really is. Our school, says Jackie, goes back tomorrow, Friday. Doesn't seem worth it, does it? I don't understand why that is. And no, you can't take the speed awareness course. This is a special dispensation. This is a conditional offer of fixed penalty. It's some. I've never heard of it before, but no, they don't offer you the speed awareness course, which I think is about £65-70 or something like that. But I've got better things to do with 3 hours of my life. Thank you very much indeed. So no, we just sell it. We just sort of send them off the money. QVC have an amazing Christmas wreath, £36, full of amazing chockies from Hotel Chocolat with a red bow. I've ordered 2. Lovely. Steve, my son starts back to school tomorrow. Oh, right. And Steve, I had all of that. £100. It's a scam. 35 on a 30. Yeah, well, you were over the speed limit. If the speed limit says 30 and you go, at 35, £100. It's not a scam. That's what you have to pay for it. You could take it. It's the law. If you want to contest it, you can go to court. But if you lose, more embarrassment, I'm afraid. More embarrassment. Oh, I couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference. Somebody else talking about another person saying that their school is going back tomorrow. So they go in for one day. It's a bit tough, isn't it? I want to be a school person. That would be quite nice, isn't it? But at the moment, everybody's celebrating with Piers Morgan. I mean, it is, as he said in one of the papers, you know, he calls her Princess Pinocchio. And basically, it's just going to encourage him to sort of say more. And he says, woke brigade think they can silence anybody with an opinion they don't like. The trouble is, they looked at the claims. The Sun have listed 17 claims. I mean, it seems like quite a lot, doesn't it? And then Piers then demanded Meghan and Harry put up or shut up. You know, it's not going away, is it? It's not going away. But perhaps she'll learn her lesson. You know, she isn't anybody. She's nobody. But he didn't tell lies about her. He just said he didn't believe anything. He said, I wouldn't believe her if she read the weather forecast. Mind you, I've fallen into that one before. You read the weather forecast and you suddenly realise this isn't true, is it? We were saying for the last bank holiday, oh, it's going to be a heat wave. Yeah. Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. But it does mean that we do it again tomorrow from 4. So I wish you a fantastic Thursday, being 2nd. On my Little Bit Extra podcast, good day for Piers. Bad day for the shy retiring couple. The GQ Men of the Year Awards. You get an award if you can name any of them. Helen Flanagan has quit Corrie, I think for about the 2nd time, to focus on other projects. Apparently unemployment is now classed as a project. Friday. We love Friday. It's very cold out this morning. It's a bit nippy, considering they've said next week we're going to get a couple of days of heat and ghastliness, and then hopefully we go back to the wind, the rain and all the rest of it. Mind you, over in America, boy, are they suffering. Are they suffering? I forget what the death toll is at the moment. 50 in America, in New York City. 50. That's people who've been caught out with these flash flooding. Unfortunately, Britney Spears has said, it's an act of God. Unfortunately, not really, no, it's climate control. And they did warn us about this years and years ago, but obviously certain parts of America are susceptible to flooding. It's like getting earthquakes in Japan. That's quite a normal thing to get in Japan, depending on where you are. And in America, if you're on the San Andreas Fault, there's a very good chance that, you know, something is going to happen to you. I've seen it. I've seen pictures on the television. But I saw the most amazing YouTube video earlier on, which had me in tears, which I'll tell you about in a second. I'm in that kind of mood today, actually, because it's Friday and I love Friday. In fact, actually, that's a lie. I love every single day. I don't have a day where I go, oh, it's only Wednesday. I always think, Wednesday, that's good. I don't think... It's funny, actually, I was thinking the other day, I must be very lucky because I've got a job that I never wake up in the morning and go, oh, God, I've got to go to work. I never think that. Yes. I mean, I'm actually sort of very amenable to everything. I bounce in, you know, get myself ready, go onto YouTube, watch something that sort of either gets me really angry. Have I ever done a slot I hated? No. I think I've done every slot. I've done the weekend breakfast, I've done mornings, I've done lunchtimes, I've done early evenings, I've done overnights, I've done early breakfast. And I don't think I've ever been in a better state. State being the operative word. Yes, mentally or physically. I think it's one of those sort of things. But some people hate their jobs, you know. Obviously, it depends what you do for a living. But even if I was driving a bus, I'd be equally happy driving a bus. Stop at that bus stop. I didn't see you. I'd have a field day with it. I got angry the other day. No, I didn't get angry, but I remember thinking, because something happens to me every single day that means you can put it onto the programme. And I've seen quite a number of people getting on buses with no masks on, but they've got the little lanyard round their neck with, I'm exempt. You can pick them up off the internet. You can pick them off, you can print anything you like off, and you just stick it in a little slip and they put it around their necks. And I'm on the bus the other day, and I'm sitting down, I've got my bag, I bought a few little bits and pieces, and a woman gets on, and she's probably about anywhere between 60 and 70, and she's holding her lanyard, and it's a case of, she gets on the bus, and she holds up things and she says to the bus driver, I'm exempt. So the bus driver's got this thing that he's playing every bus stop going, you must wear a mask to travel on, you know, and covering your face and mouth and all the rest of it. And all I kept thinking was, because we've just been onto the internet a minute ago, $2.99 you can find these things from, on Amazon, $2.99, and you stick it round your throat and you get on the bus and you go. So in other words, she could have been carrying COVID. and spreading it to people on the bus who, thank God, the rest of us were all wearing masks. She was the only one who wasn't. And she didn't, it's a case, you just pick these things up off the internet. It means nothing as far as I'm concerned. So in other words, she could be riddled with the stuff, gets on a bus and infects people. All because I don't have to wear one. Well, you do have to wear one. I don't care what people say about it. I get really off with it because it's so annoying. I mean, some people don't for medical reasons, but you can still get other things that you can put on. They go, oh, I can't breathe. Well, then get the face shield one. There's loads of these things out there. There's no excuse. And it's people like that, worse if you got COVID. Worse. But I just kept looking at her thinking, if she coughs, I'm getting off the bus. I don't want to be anywhere near her. But it's this sort of holding a little lanyard. I'm exempt. And I'm sort of thinking if I was the bus driver, you wouldn't be getting on it at all. And it's amazing how many bus drivers, somebody gets on and they put their Oyster card or whatever it is up against the little machine. It goes beep, beep, and which means it hasn't gone through. And the bus driver lets them on anyway. It's really annoying. You feel like saying, get them off the bus. They haven't paid. They've been doing this all the time. Oh, I've got loads of credit. No, you haven't. I tell you, I wouldn't let anybody on the bus. I'd be sitting there. Sorry, a dog on the bus. Get off. Get off now. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if people pay to put a dog on the bus, but I've seen people put dogs on seats and stuff like that. Dirty people. And I've seen people put their feet up on the seat. That's quite normal, actually. Quite normal. But, no, I'm looking forward to my weekend today. When I say today, it starts for me on the Friday, which is great. So anyway, I get in this morning and I'm faffing around and get myself a cup of tea. And I'm going through YouTube. I always go through YouTube. I check all the emails, see if there's anything I'm missing. Oh, we'll have to do the emails in a minute. And I find this YouTuber, and not YouTuber, it was a little film, and it was from Turkey. And it was Deaf Man Gets Surprised. And he's in a town in Turkey. I can't remember exactly where it is. But anyway, he's profoundly deaf. And so his sister decides that they're going to surprise him because there's nobody else that he's ever discovered who is deaf in the neighbourhood where he lives. So with the help of a film company, they decide to make a film and to surprise him, but not let him know it's a film. So they take, I think, about 30 people and they teach them sign language, basic sign language, so they can do a little thing like, oh, I'm sorry I bumped into you, or here are your hot bagels, all this kind of stuff. And they teach them sign language. And he comes out of his flat in the morning with his sister, and a man walks past him and he says, good morning, but he signs good morning. And he goes, and he signs back good morning. And he looks at his sister like, nobody normally says good morning to me. Certainly not signing it. How would they know? Anyway, all this stuff's going through his mind. And then he sort of goes in to get his bagels. And the man signs, I've got some nice hot bagels this morning, and things like that. Anyway, it sort of goes through. Different people bump into him, and they sign, oh, I'm sorry I bumped into you, that was my fault. Then somebody drops their oranges out of a fruit stall, and he goes to pick them up, and the man goes in sign language, thank you very much indeed for that. I'd like to give you an apple each. So he gives him an apple. Obviously, as I say, in Turkey, they don't see that much fruit. It's obviously quite expensive because he puts it in his pocket. He goes, thank you very much indeed. And then he says to his sister, he goes, do you know these people? Yeah, you can type sign language Turkey into YouTube. I promise you, it'll have you in tears because they eventually get to like a sign. We have, you'll see advertising hoardings all over the country. And I mean from here, Land's End to John O'Groats. It's as simple as that. And they've got global written at the bottom. We own all of those. They cover so something that's put on here onto these big posters which you see up the motorway will appear in Scotland. It's terribly clever. And they've got one of these things, but it's one of the town centre ones. We have them as well. The picture changes. And it's a woman. And she's from Samsung, and he's there, and she calls his name, and then she starts signing that we're sort of going ahead to make sure that things are a lot easier for people nowadays, and it's like he's just standing. He can't believe that there's all these people that he's bumped into, who sign him, and then they all come towards him, all of them, and they go, we've been filming you because, your sister wanted you to meet other people who can sign, because it can be a very lonely world out there. We've had a number of people. In fact, one of my former producers, Uncle Rob, he learnt sign language. And he could sign. And I think he went to evening classes for it. But she's talking to him, this girl, this video call centre, Samsung, and it was just really lovely. And then at the very end, all these people come towards him and shake his hand, and they say, look, you're on camera, and he bursts into tears. I was already in tears long before that bit, because they do this thing with the hands at the side of the head, which is applause, applause, applause. And it was something that was just so lovely. And I thought, do you know, that's why I used to like Noel's Christmas presents. I would cry all the way through them. There was never a story that Noel would do with his Christmas presents every year that didn't affect me deeply. And at one time I used to think, what a wuss. What a wuss, Steve. Pull yourself together. I get emotional talking about it because I just think it's so nice to do something like that, you know, to actually say to somebody, you know, I know that, you know, we can communicate, and I've learnt these little bits. And you can learn it. People go to evening classes to learn signing. So I thought it was lovely. I thought that was quite a nice thing to watch before the programme. Put me into a terribly depressed state, so I got there. Dog nappers could be jailed for 7 years in a major crackdown. Oh, I think 70 years would be better for this piece of filth out there. You know, it's people who buy dogs at car boots, or of somebody in a lay-by, or they've seen an advert in a local paper and you can't see the mother. You're always supposed to see the mother if you're going to buy puppies and things like that, and you want to see all the medication, because most of them have got... I mean, one couple bought a puppy the other day, and it turned out he had parvovirus. And they paid quite a bit of money. And again, it's the usual thing. If you're going round to somebody's house, you need to check them out properly. Really check them out properly, because people are selling these things because there's a lot of money there. If you're going to spend on average, you know, £1,500, £2,000 on a puppy, which people do, if the dog has a litter of, say, 6 puppies, you're looking at serious money here. That's why there's so much criminality going on. What else have we got? So the dog nappers, that's good. Effeminate men have been banned from television in China. My God, we'd have to close down ITV, wouldn't we, really, if it was all like that? I wonder why. They've banned effeminate men. I mean, what are they saying? You know, they don't... effeminate men aren't... They did give a reason. We can't find out what it is. We should find out, because it just seems a little bit odd. Because, you know, China is full of effeminate men. They spend a lot of time holding hands and things like that, you know. And it's So they're cracking down on effeminate styles because it's in entertainment shows, and that vulgar influences should be avoided. It's an unhealthy content in programmes. Well, it seems to serve the Taliban okay. They like a bit of the old effeminacy, don't they? Seeing as most of them appear to be that side of the fence. They've also cut children's online gaming, which you knew about, and they've introduced Xi Jinping's ideology in schools as well. There's this ideology. At one time, people followed Little Chairman Mao's Little Red Book, but I don't think people do that so much. And they also didn't want girl children, did they? They only wanted boys. So there was a bit of a backlash there. They still turn out some lovely food. That's all I care about. It's just that they don't eat the food that we eat. I'm quite sure if you go to China and ask for crispy duck, they'll look at you with absolute horror. Yeah, lemon chicken with cashews? Anybody? I don't think so. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Don says, it's nice when people use their platform to spread kindness. Listen, if you don't do anything else today, go to YouTube and type in deaf man Turkey, and you'll find it. And it's worth watching, because it's so sweet. So sweet. It was like yesterday we had the little boy who'd waited 300 days for a new heart, and he had the biggest smile on his face, and he just wanted to go home and dance. You know, he was 4 years old, for goodness sake. He'd been ill for long time. They weren't even sure if he was going to survive. And that's when it kind of hits home. That's when you suddenly realise that, you know, children are our future. Sounds like the title of a song, doesn't it, really? It's a very good song. And yet we have to look after them. That's why, you know, the Alder Hey Children's Hospital and Great Ormond Street and all the other people who do all these wonderful things for children. There are lots and lots of ill children in the world. Some don't get better. Some do get better. Some end up with illnesses that mean that their life span is so much shorter than everybody else's, and that's when it's so difficult. So, you know, anytime you sort of see children's charities appealing for money, God knows they need it. God knows. I find it embarrassing that we have to have Great Ormond Street Hospital and Alderhay appealing for people, would you give £2? And you're thinking, shouldn't the government be funding this? I mean, I applaud people who give money to children's charities, to any charities, really. We've had it here with Make Some Noise. We had some heartbreaking stories a few years back of children who really were ill. One little boy, he wanted to be a pilot. That's what he wanted to be. But unfortunately, he was getting iller and iller, and there was no chance that he was ever going to be a pilot. But so they make his life as good as they can. And there's hundreds and thousands of these people who do lovely things for children. And if you do one nice thing, a day or a week, we can make the world a much better place.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Thank you for choosing wisely. Thank you for adding to the spike. Thank you for adding to the spike. I always say that to people because which group was it who were on the television a short while ago, and they were known as the Thank You Band because they kept it was Take That called themselves the Thank You Band because they kept saying thank you to people for following them and buying their records. A bit like ABBA could be the Thank You Very Much Indeed Band. And we say thank you as well because the audience figures have never been better. And you know what comes with audience figures? Money. And you know what comes with money? Contracts. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about in this business. You've not heard about this one before. Yeah. The bigger the audience you get, the happier they are. They couldn't be happier. And having seen The Spike, if you haven't seen it, then you have to check it out. But it's so fantastic. But as I said before, even the people that write in peculiar things because they've got quite a few screws loose. There was one who thought he was married, and there was one who thought he was in security up in Scotland. Turned out he wasn't in security at all. just lived a total fantasy life, which was a bit of a shame, really. No money, lived, basically on handouts. People tried to pretend he was in security and we didn't do anything like that at all. They live in a fantasy world, but because they write about it on the internet, I get a bigger audience. It's very counterproductive for me. But, well, it's not for them counterproductive. For me, it's very good because it just means that the audience gets bigger and bigger. Because, as I say, you speak to people and they go, 4 o'clock in the morning, who listens? And you go, have you seen the audience figures? Have you seen the audience figures? Good God in heaven. There's people out working at the moment. People get up throughout the night. And then somebody said, what did somebody write to me a few years back? They were so thick. They wrote, you're on the graveyard shift. I thought, are you serious? What? Why do you call it the graveyard shift? This is 4:20 in the morning. London is buzzing away out there. There's places open, bigger audience than a lot of the daytime shows. That's what it is. But of course, you can't explain to the terminally stupid because they're a bit thick and they don't understand things like that. Tickets on sale for Pantoland at the Palladium with my friend Paul Zerdin, which is excellent. Gary Barlow's out on tour as well by himself. I suppose the others he takes out when they sort of got some more material. And Andrew's Wall of Silence defence. There's another ghastly piece in the paper about ghastly Sarah Ferguson saying, I'm every little girl's dream, marrying a prince. I thought, not that one, pal. Not that one. She's still hoping that she's going to be a producer of this book she half wrote with somebody else. I've never heard of that. Have you ever heard of that? No, me neither. And also 1 in 10 shoppers who use buy now, pay later services generally get visits from the bailiffs. I've lost track of how many bailiff programmes there are on the television. For me, it's a toss-up between the bailiff programmes or the interceptors. I love the interceptors. I think they're really... I wouldn't want to drive at that speed. Well, I have driven at that speed and I got fined £100. There was nowhere near that speed, actually. Some of them. And you get people, and it turns out they're either druggies or they're drug dealers. And they generally... the American ones are very dramatic. Get out of the car. I'm afraid you're frightening me, goes this woman in the car. You knew what she was. She'd been caught texting behind the wheel of the car, and the cop pulls her over, and she said, if I'd had my mace here, I would have maced you. And he said... And she'd stopped in the middle of the road. She was so thick. Really awful. Really awful. And so he said, pull in over there, madam. So what are you going to do? Give me a ticket? Yes, I'm giving you a ticket. Well, I don't think you're allowed to because you frighten me. I'm a woman. I don't feel safe in your company. You've got a gun. You've broken the law, you stupid old baggage. That's why we're taking you straight to prison. And then there was that copper, wasn't there? Which you've probably seen on YouTube as well. And he stops this Uber. He doesn't know it well. I think he knows it's an Uber. And the bloke's filming. So he stopped, engine off, he's filming the copper. The copper says, turn it off or you're going straight to jail. Big fat copper he was. Big fat copper. And so he goes on, and then he goes, turn it off or you're going straight to jail. And the bloke goes, no, I know my rights. And the policeman goes, I know my rights. He says, no, I know my rights because I'm a lawyer. It turns out he was a lawyer. And the copper goes, and an Uber driver? And the bloke goes, yes. Do you want to see my bar card? At that moment, the policeman, was made to look like the biggest turnip under the sun. It was really awful. And then the police admitted, because apparently you're perfectly entitled to film the police. Perfectly entitled. They can't stop you doing it. Some of them, we've got some very angry policemen in this country. Quite clearly, old geriatric should have been pensioned off ages ago. Some bloke's filming outside a police station because a friend of his was killed in the police station. And the policeman comes out and he goes, don't film. You can film this building, but you can't get any closer to the windows. And he said, I haven't been near the windows. I'm warning you, goes this copper. And so the bloke filming goes, you've obviously got a bit of a chip on your shoulder, haven't you? Because you do get people who is sort of naturally aggressive towards people. They think that, because you wear a uniform, it's a licence to actually just arrest people left, right and centre. Admittedly, I mean, half the ones that feature on the television deserve to be arrested. They're far too dangerous to be allowed out without their mummies and daddies, which is good. Steve, I assume you get more texts, emails and tweets than any of the others. I don't know, actually. We haven't counted... We haven't counted, but we are the number one podcast on LB. And people go, "Ooh, you were up at 4 a.m." You go, "Yep," and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much indeed. Still recovering from flu. Christina says, "If I can't catch you at 4, I listen to catch up during the day." Thank you very much indeed. We like that. Pet Clark made a good recording of "Thank You for Giving Me" this morning. Oh. And somebody else says, I love listening to you. I've lived in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for 20 years. Thank God for the internet. Well, I agree. The internet and mobile telephones, fantastic. Steve, puppies, even crossbreeds, are going for over $3,000. You're more likely to get mugged for your dog rather than phone or wallet. Yeah. Breeders have a lot to answer for. I call them greeders. Yes, there was a girl the other day. People stopped her. They wanted to take away the dog. And people leave them tied up outside shops and things like that. And the thief will come along, whoosh, nick them. Or failing that, there was one woman, she had a kennels. Thieves broke in, stole all the puppies because they're all worth thousands of pounds. Can't imagine what sort of people want to steal puppies. Crooks, I would think. Crooks. Lovely Noreen says, hope you're well. Just going back to Skegness. The weekend we're going has got the swinging blue jeans. Oh, the hippie shake. Remember that one? Also the Union Gap. Young girl, get out of my mind. Chris Farlow, you're out of touch, my baby. The New Amen Corner, bend me, shape me, any way you want me. Brian Poole and the Tremolos, and I can't remember what their hit was. And Vanity Fair was Live for the Sun. Sun, 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 wee. And also, she said, we should have been in Liverpool last night seeing the Mersey Beats and the Swinging Blue Jeans. But it was cancelled due to lack of sales. Well, it can't be through you publicising things, for goodness sake. You're the beacon of light for them. Definitely. Which is good. Isn't that awful? Cancelled due to lack of sales. Oh dear. That must be like going to a Bobby Cole Norris gig. It must be awful, The last time we had a meeting of his fan club, it was in a phone box. Perhaps he can join Matt Goss or something. Another one here. My wife has bought me 2 sample sets of Creed, but I can't decide. Do you have a favourite? Aventus. That's the only one, really. I mean, you could probably try the other ones, but, you have to take it from me. Michael says, what a nice opening to your show. Thank you so much. Steve, I'll watch The Turkish Man on the YouTube tonight. Thank you for telling me. You must watch it. It seriously is. It restores your faith in people being nice to people. That's why we used to like Surprise, Surprise with sort of Scylla, because it was a programme that did nice things. Carol Vorderman did one as well. She had a very good one. They went into somebody's house and they gave them a new kitchen and while they were at it, a new bathroom. Nick Knowles used to be very good at doing it, where you break down in tears watching these people who had disabled children or a disabled father or the mother had died or something like that. And he would go in there and with the help of all the local tradespeople, there'd be like sometimes 50 to 100 people there who were giving their services for free. And they would literally change somebody's house and then the family would come out. And they got clapped and DIY SOS. And now he's been taken off it because he did an advert, I think. And whoever makes it, oh, we don't want that, do we? And yet there seem to be loads of people doing adverts. Yeah, what about Gary Lineker? What about Gary Lineker and that? He turned up at the GQ Awards last night. He's way too old for that sort of thing, isn't he? But never mind. Watching the Shield TV show Classic, says Waj. And what was the other one? I'm not alone, Steve. Your initial rant was so cathartic. If you were so ill you couldn't wear a mask while sitting down, then you need to wear one all the time. Teenagers just walk past the driver on the buses without bothering to dig out a bus pass. Yeah, but the trouble is, I don't know why they bother having bus passes for children, because they don't pay to go on it. I mean, I got on a bus the other day, and sometimes they let on the pensioners who are travelling too early. They're supposed to be from 9 o'clock, but some of them get on at 8. Remember that old baggage from Richmond? And she'd go on, I'm just going to... And you think, no, you pay for it, darling. You pay for it. Rod Gilbert is going to replace Nick Knowles on DIY SOS. I've done Rod Gilbert a few times, actually. But Nick was the... You can't put somebody on a programme who's never done it before, because in your mind, that's Nick Knowles' programme. It's like Blind Date, Cilla Black. That's it. It's as simple as that. It couldn't have been anybody else. You know, nobody else could do it. I think... did O'Grady do Blind Date? No, he did Blankety Blank, didn't he? No, it came back with him. Oh, right. Mind you, we had Alan Carr doing all these different quiz shows and everything. That was a bit dreary, wasn't it? He'd never work in China. Steve. And another one here. When's the Make Some Noise thing? Actually, soon. October. David says, do you watch Grantchester? New series starts tonight. No, it doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. It really isn't my sort of thing at all, which is a shame, actually. Steve, I saw a real tearjerker recently. The waitress getting numerous tips in America. Yes, her husband was ill in hospital. She got given a new car to take her to hospital, and they gave her enough money to stay in hotels near. But then the bad news was, at the end, her husband died. But she'd been able to... She was working every shift as a waitress to actually sort of get the money to go there, and her car was on its last legs, so they got her a new car. You know, which is nothing for these. Let's face it, if they give them freebies to old Prince Andrew, let's take away the Prince, shall we, and just call him Randy Andy. I think that's what he was called by the press all those years ago. Roger says, yes, I know exactly what you mean. Didn't they find 75 puppies on a traveller site, I think, for some... They were breeding. Oh, no, they weren't. They were stolen, because they had to try and... That's why people keep saying to you, if you've got a puppy, you know, A, take out pet insurance, and secondly, get it chipped. Get it chipped. I mean, you know, it can take but a... You know, they don't feel anything. It just goes like that, and then it's all sorted out.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Radlett Centre has some lovely shows for the autumn. Oh, it does. I played the Radlett Centre. In fact, I think the Radlett Centre was our first Steve Allen gig, I think. It's a small little theatre. It's out at Bushey in Hertfordshire, just down the road from Costco. So how convenient was that? And we all went down there because we got booked in. It was only, I seem to remember it was a small theatre, about 300 or something like that. And we sold it really quickly, not as fast as we did the Queen's in Hornchurch. The Queen's in Hornchurch was our fastest seller, and by the time we got to the Shaw Theatre on the Euston Road, they were queuing at 3 a.m. to wait for the box office to open. It was just really bizarre. The Radlett Centre, it is 300, yeah, and we sold it very, very quickly. So they said, do you want to put another one in, another date? So we put another date. So we did 2 dates at the Radlett. Normally the theatres we were working were 600-ish. That was about the average for all those sort of places. The Beck at Hayes and the Queen's out at Hornchurch. And then we played the Fairfield Halls in Croydon. We did that twice. And that was oversold. I think it was about 1,600. We sold it's all changed now, isn't it? 1,000. We sold 2,200. People paid to sit on the stairs as opposed to sitting in a seat. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So there you go. which is lovely. But you're quite right, Jackie, the Radlett Centre is very well supported, which is good. Lovely one here said, give us a little bit like Christmas to frighten me out of bed, Steve. Now, do you know, that was such a good song, but I can't remember who sang the blooming thing. It's beginning to look a lot like... No, not Perry Como. Was it the bloke who did... Oh, can't remember. Did he have a drink problem? Most of them appeared to have it. Yeah, he probably did in those days. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Take a look at that. Was it Perry Como? Who else did it? Was there somebody else who did it? I thought, Johnny Mathis can't be much good. Meghan Trainor. How odd. Yeah. Johnny Mathis, the moment he actually came out as gay, all of a sudden he disappeared from view. It was quite good. But Christmas song, written in 1951. Oh, there you go. The song's been recorded by many artistes, but it was the hit for Perry Como. I like it. Stuff like that is endearing. Because you can play it year in, year out. And that's why, I love the people who get really annoyed. Oh, never can listen to Steve Allen ever again. He's talking about Christmas. I know. Sad, isn't it? Very sad. Well, for them, it's very sad. When was the last good Christmas song? I haven't had one for ages. We've had Hey, Mr. Churchill, come on. What else do I like at Christmas? Mariah Carey, something like that. But nothing like the old ones. It's like they've not written a decent Christmas carol for donkey's years. Most of it goes back, to the 50s, doesn't it? ABBA have got a Christmas single out this year. Somebody said Dean Martin. Dean Martin had a big hit with Magic Moments. And a friend of mine was big into Bing Crosby, loved Bing Crosby. He came over to do a show with the family and Rosemary Clooney at the London Palladium. They released an album at the same time, which is lovely. Have you ever suffered from vertigo, says Stella? I have. Yes. I have suffered from vertigo. I banged my head and I was all right lying down. When I tried to sit up, oh my Godfather, it was awful. It was awful. But I mean, now a lot of people sort of check themselves into A&E if you get it, because you're become unbalanced and you can't do anything. It's dreadful, really. Dreadful. TV chef Tom Kerridge says expensive pub grub is worth it. He charges about 87 quid for a steak. Now, we've decided, much as I adore Tom Kerridge, I think £87 for a piece of meat is a lot of money. If there's 4 of you or 5 of you, I think that's too much money. Cabbage is apparently 7 quid. We could buy a field of cabbages for 7 quid, couldn't you, really? Kerry Katona out for the count on the SAS programme. I know every programme she goes on, she drones on about how boring her life is. Oh, people just know me as the drunk, the cokehead and all this. Yeah, because that's all there is to you. What do you expect us to think of you? Goodness sake, honestly. But, I mean, how many times can you trot this dreary stuff out? Good if you manage to get... Oh, my goodness me, how much is this? This is fish and chips. You get about 8 chips, £32.50. The piece of fish... See, I like a big piece of fish. What's that next to it? This is served at Kerridge's Bar and Grill. £32.50. Deep-fried brill and chips. I have to show my ignorance. I don't even know what brill is. Because I know it's fish, you fool. But, I mean, I've seen bigger goldfish than that. And also, who just has about 8 chips in a little bowl? And I don't know what the dips are. One will be mayo and one will be garlic and one will be something else, I should imagine. Doesn't beat Carluccio's the other day. So it's more expensive. He says here, if the diner had pan-roasted turbot with pom puree and a sauce gribiche for £32.50, nobody would question anything. I would. I wouldn't spend £32 on that. I mean, I find it's expensive enough at some place where in a fish and chip shop, they're charging 13 quid for fish and chips. I think that's too much. I think that's a lot of money, but it's acceptable, but not £32. There are people doing, amazing bits of fish that are deep-fried and served and cost the earth. Yeah, that's called tempura. But if it's just a bit of fish in a batter, he said it's sort of justifiable. Apparently, it's the chips. He says, hand-cut from incredibly expensive potatoes. Well, give them something else. You don't have to have chips. Give them mashed potato. That's cheap and cheerful, isn't it? It's mash. Yeah, give them some smash. Or you can go and get that frozen mashed potato in Iceland. That's very good. That is for £2, that is. You could eat a whole bag of that. That's lovely. I just pop it into a saucepan. I might have it today, actually. Oh, no, I can't. I'm going out with Ian Dale for lunch. Very exciting, isn't it? Very exciting. Magic Moments was Perry Como. And Steve, in your DJing days, was there a song you played at the end of the night when the lights came on? No. We always used to finish the night with a slow record because all the blokes wanted to pull. And so you play something slow, and then they'd all be sort of rushing around trying to find somebody, with sort of two legs that worked, as opposed to them draping themselves around your shoulder and dragging you to the floor. And then you'd finish and you'd go, they don't play I know, isn't that funny? We did that. It's like the cinema. They used to play the national anthem at the end of the film. They did. I can remember going to a cinema in London, and the film finished. It was a Christmas film, I think. And then up comes, and people stood up. Some people were very rude and left the cinema before the national anthem had finished. But yeah, I mean, just the moment the credits start rolling on the film, they're out the door because they've got to get their bus home. That was quite normal. But then all of a sudden they actually stopped doing things like that. TV used to finish. When they used to close TV down at night, it finished with the national anthem. I don't know why. It stopped ages and ages ago. I mean, the girl who pictured on the BBC painting on the noughts and crosses kind of thing, the test card thing, she must be about 90 by now, I should imagine. She's certainly getting on a bit. And Jackie says, I love to hear the Salvation Army. There she is. And that's what she looks like now. She's aged. But of course everybody's aged. She was only a little girl. Her name's Carol. And she was bemused by her return to television. But I quite liked it. But a test card, what was the point of that? What was the point of a test card? It was a test card created by the BBC and in countries elsewhere for more than decades, like other test cards usually shown while no programme was being broadcast. It was developed by a BBC engineer. Father of the girl in the central image. Oh, right. Oh, good Lord above. Well, there you go. Learn something new every day, don't you? But I never understood what it was there for. I thought it was there so we go, oh, look, colour. Colour television, I suppose that was it. So that was his daughter. Oh, interesting. We found a pair here. I think it's father and son. They're thieves. And they thieved £1.7 million from a widow. She had some antiques around the house and they took them and sold them. One of them's, I think, about 82. He's been sent to prison for 8 years, so he'll be dead in prison. I hate people who use stuff like that. Anybody. 13 quid for fish and chips you're having. A giraffe, Sammy says here. You wouldn't get that up north. We wouldn't pay it. No, but yours isn't fish, is it? Yours would be river cobbler or something like that. They'll be flogging you. You couldn't tell the difference between a piece of haddock or a piece of river cobbler. You can't tell the difference. That's why they flog it to you up north. You'll buy anything up there. We're far more selective. I mean, loads of pubs charge more than that. Gone are the days of going into a pub and going, we'll have fish and chips, beans on toast, and or have you got any hot pot? That's what they're like up north. I mean, the whole of Coronation Street revolved about the Rover's Return, one of the most outdated pubs you'll ever see in your entire life. Only for poor people who've obviously got alcohol problems. And then it was all Betty's hot pot. I mean, the toilets lead into Ken's house. And there's no upstairs in the pub. When they go up there, they're on a ladder looking out the window. It's very embarrassing. But also, it's a bit dated. Coronation Street. It took them ages, didn't it, to actually find somebody of ethnicity running a corner shop, whereas, in fact, the entire country had been like that for donkey's years. There's a troubled Euro Millions winner dies 8 years after winning £27 million on the jackpot. She had issues, and she ended up with, I don't think, any money at all. She'd given it away or people had stolen it from her and things like that. So that was a bit of a shame. What was the other one? Oh, the firefighter showing off his six-pack after losing 4 stone. And poor old Gemma Collins. I think I want to be a gardener. Yeah, dear. Why don't you get out there? Why don't you be a personal trainer? It's equally as bizarre, I should imagine. Poor old Gemma, honestly. Life passing her by. Also, Jan Moyer says she's very pleased to see Extinction Rebellion vandalism. Do you know that a lot of the people causing the vandalism out there, they're nothing to do with Extinction Rebellion. They're people who are anti the police and they just want to look for trouble. So far, they've arrested about 350 people. That's going to hold up the court system, isn't it, really? And the bid to make laughing gas illegal. This is the stuff you get little metal you find them all over the place, little metal canisters, and they'll deliver them to your house, or failing that you go to festivals, there'll be somebody openly selling them. What's this one? Extinction Rebellion activists smash JP Morgan's windows. These people are thick as... Look at it. There's one here. You know, so frightened are you, girlie, that you had to put a little mask on and all the rest of it, and then you smashed somebody's windows on the embankment. Green activists using chisels and hammers. Apparently this morning, this was the other morning, 8 women representing Extinction Rebellion arrived at the building and used hammers adorned with the words "Live, Laugh and Love" to break the glass. I mean, they really are thick as bricks, aren't they? I mean, it really is, you know. Apparently, the world's worst bank, they say, for funding fossil fuels. That doesn't entitle you to go around and start breaking something up. I wish somebody would come around and break you up, you know, and arrest you and all this sort of thing. They've obviously got quite a few screws loose, haven't they? You know. Steve, isn't the Radlett Centre in Radlett, says John. You said it's in Bushey. It's down the road from Bushey. I said the Costco is in Bushey. And the Jewish cemetery. Don't you know anything? God, blimey, honestly. Some people.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Welcome to Friday. Welcome to You Can Put Your Feet Up. The weather's going to be so-so. It's not going to be fantastic over this weekend. It's next week. You get a couple of days, I think might be maximum 3, where the temperature goes up. Today you've got 22 degrees, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. They're obsessed with this gentle breeze, have you noticed? Tomorrow, Saturday, temperature drops down to 20. Sunday boosts up to 24 degrees and Monday's 25 degrees. Tuesday 26, blimey. Tuesday 26, Wednesday 27. Oh, so you're going to get 1, 2, 3. You're going to get 4 days of sunshine. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a little bit, I think, of sunshine. So that's all right, isn't it? We can cope with. I can just about cope with that. I'm not wild about it. 6:30 tonight. Oh right. Thank you. It's all right, we're just trying to find out what time Ian Dale was on stage, and he's on stage at 6:30 tonight. I was just going to find something, and I can't remember what I was looking for. What was I looking for on here? There was something I was going to look for on my telephone, and it's now completely gone out of my mind. Steve, I'm interested in your opinion about cinemas. What for? What for? You go there to watch a film. Actually, I haven't been to a cinema in ages, but if I do go, because we have next door to us here in Leicester Square one of the biggest Odeons I've ever seen in my life. It's not as big as some cinemas, but you pay extra for posh seats down the front. They're electronic seats, and you could put... there's another one here, which is opening in this posh hotel. It used to be there before, then they stopped it, put up the hotel, and then they put a new Odeon in there. It's got a new sign up, looks lovely. Not as good as the global sign, I have to tell you, but it's still very nice anyway. But the cinema next door here, which we have company meetings in, because it's about the biggest venue round here, and we always get goodie bags from Pret a Manger, which is lovely. Yeah, we always get there'll be a banana, an orange juice, and a croissant or pain au chocolat or something like that. Have you ever been to them? Oh, they're fab. I sometimes pick up a few on the way out. Yeah, yes, it was all for... Oh, God. Some strange man's just walked into my studio. Don't know who it is. And the seats in there, some of them can go up to like £30 or £40 because it's like an armchair you're sitting in. But of course, the moment I'm in an armchair, I go to sleep. So it's pointless sending me to anything like that. And it is lovely to go there because if you go and see a film, you see a film because it's made for the big screen. OK, they're not made for watching on televisions, whether it's a 32-inch or a 55-inch. They're made for seeing on the big screen. Films look better, don't they, when you're sort of watching them. But every time I go to the cinema, the moment the lights go down, I went to see a Quentin Tarantino film next door because I was interviewing somebody from this film. Might have been Quentin, I can't remember what it was. But anyway, and 3 of us in the cinema, 3 of us watching this private screening, because normally the screening rooms are, they hold about 20 people or something like that, and they're all over the place in London. You can spend your time wandering off. Me and Charlie Girling used to wander off, and me and Mr. Moyles went to a few and things like that. And I was sitting there, and I kept nodding off during a Tarantino film, which is basically a blood fest. In fact, I think the colour of blood is called Tarantino Red. Because there's literally, this one, it started off all nice and it was all lovey-dovey, and the next minute somebody turns up on a horse and blows somebody's brains out, and then the next minute somebody else pops up from somewhere and blows the bloke on the horse's brains out, and and in the end, I'm sort of sitting there just listening to this, pew, 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 and I'm thinking, I just need to go to sleep. And I can sleep through anything. Absolutely anything. I used to be able to sleep years ago when LBC were in another studio. I used to have to stay behind at the end of my programme because we used to play things called morning music, which was music to brighten your day. It was like the forerunner to Classic FM, but we just had an hour of it. And I used to literally turn the studio lights off, lie down on the floor and have a little kip for an hour. And I loved it. I could do anything like that. Seriously. I could sleep. Some people say, I couldn't sleep if there was noise, or I can't. I can't sleep if there's no noise. I mean, sometimes in the breaks, I've had a few times where I've just sort of thought, just close my eyes. Because it's warm in here. It's it's warmer this morning than it was yesterday. And you end up drifting away. Train journeys, I'm the same. You wake up and you've discovered that your lips are super glued to the window because you've sort of dribbled, and and you have to pull yourself away from the window. And then you look at the person opposite who's staring at you. I have missed my stop. Only on one occasion. I was on, I think, a Reading train. I ended up in the middle of God knows where. And I literally got off the train thinking, because I'd had a few sherbets. I've been on the town with the team. And I remember seeing this tumbleweed coming down the platforms. And I remember thinking, I want to go home. I didn't want to be out there. But there was no taxi company or anything like that. So I crossed over the bridge to at least be prepared. And blow me down, within 2 minutes, another train came along. So I hopped onto it and got myself home, which is, it was lovely. It was lovely. I quite like it. But they go both ways, the trains. But my friend Steve Hargreave, he used to get so tiddled in town if he was going out to one of these clubs or something like that, or a screening, that he'd end up at Heathrow Airport. You can imagine when you wake up at Heathrow Airport, you're going, where? Because you just become disorientated about the whole thing. So I should not be like that again, I promise you. Because, I like to make sure that I get off at my stop. But I can work it out. I've told you, I found out where the guard is, and the next carriage will drop me off in Richmond by the staircase. So I don't have to sort of, wander down the platform or up the platform. But, no, it was lovely. I love it. Do you know what goes well with a Big Mac? Chips. And a bottle of Chablis. Apparently, they've worked out that this £100 bottle of Chablis goes very well with a Big Mac. Now, I personally wouldn't waste a Chablis with a Big Mac. I mean, a Big Mac is with fries and then possibly a hot apple pie or something like that. I could eat a hot apple pie. Who said that? I don't know, it's in one of the papers today. I don't know who it was. I don't know these people. They just sort of do these stories. And they're also... there's 2 new Mr. Men books, Little Miss Brave and Mr. Calm. Perhaps we could have Little Miss Princess Pinocchio. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? I love it. I bet she must be absolutely apoplectic with rage. That, especially as Piers Morgan has said, can you vote for me in the National Television Awards? Just to annoy her. Little Miss Shy and Retiring she could be. And then we could have Little Mr. Ginger Whinger. Although Harry the other day was doing something on climate change. I can't believe he actually wrote it. It doesn't sound like his words at all. We've seen him because, in fact, if you can write something like that, how come their podcast was so dreadful? So dreadful. Which is terrible. Near Radlett Station, says Beverly, not Bushey. It's over the road. I know exactly where it is because I have friends of mine who live in Bushey, and the Costco is over the road. You go over the road and there's the Radlett Little Theatre. Been there loads of times. Don't tell me where it is. Honestly, why do people start at this time of the morning? Another one says, I work on the railway, and I've seen groups of Extinction Rebellion protesters going back home to the West Country on a diesel train. How does that work out? Well, they're hypocrites. But it's the vandalism, which unfortunately, you want to go round to where they live and start smashing their windows, see how they like it. They'll be the first one, I bet you anything, they'd be the first ones to call the police out, and the police should then go, really busy, bye-bye, and put the phone down. You can't have 8 people turning up at a bank, no matter what your thoughts are, and start smashing people's windows. That's called vandalism. I couldn't care less who you are, whether you're hiding behind a mask or a silly little face thing. You wouldn't like it if somebody came round to your house and started chucking bricks through the windows, would you? Really? Not very good. These people, it's like Harry, such a hypocrite. Oh, you must do this, you must do that, and then he takes a private plane. Not the first time he's taken private planes, but there again, he's a bit like his, whatever they're calling Andrew now, and they have called him some names. He's another one. I'll do what I want to do. Why? Because I'm Prince Andrew. Yeah, plank. We didn't vote for them. Steve, what do you think about Hounslow Council giving £20 vouchers out to encourage people to spend in local shops? Well, it's okay. I don't have a problem with something like that. If put it this way, if the council can afford to do it, then fine. But if it means that services are going to suffer as a result, well, then not fine. But also, Hounslow High Street, a bit of a dump. Really, I don't want to be rude about it, but it's Well, they do. Yeah, they do have local shops, don't they? I don't know. I mean, if ever there was a melting pot, Hounslow would be it, because you get all the staff from the airport who live and work there. Then they've sort of chopped off half of the high street, and so you've got, I think there's a Marks and a Primark and a few of those sort of telephone shops. You've got the Treaty Centre, that's lovely, isn't it? Lots of empty shops there. So there's loads of opportunity to expand. But I mean, a £20 voucher, I mean, I don't know whether you have to be a certain age to qualify for it. But £20 is £20, isn't it? If you give £20 to a pensioner, you know, they're going to go, thank you very much indeed.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Welcome to Friday. It's the 3rd of September. We're racing through. So you've got 4 days of intense heat and sunshine to contend with, which will please my neighbour Lynn, who, as I say, loves the heat. She was supposed to be going to Turkey, but because of flights being cancelled and everything else, it didn't kind of work out like that. But she will be very happy. And Nigel, because I was trying to find out, because we've had this problem. All the radio stations are talking about it. What fuel do you put in your car? And I was right, actually. I'm putting in E5, which, of course, typically is the most expensive. I paid £1.51 a litre the other day. I mean, it's just extortionate. But Nigel is one of my regular listeners. He's ever so nice, and he looks after the car. So if the car needs to go to have something done, I phone him up, and he says, yes. He says, sorry to hear about the fine. The 3 points would upset me more. Because I said to him, I'm useless at these, especially on the petrol, because we've had this discussion every day. And then Roman Kemp was talking about nobody knows what they're putting into their cars at the moment. But he says, I couldn't risk, because I then wrote back and said, you're a bit of a diamond. Thank you very much indeed for telling me which petrol it is. Luckily, I put the right one in. He said, I couldn't risk you telling me off this Friday morning on the radio, as I've got the day off and wouldn't hear it. I told him off before, actually. But he's got a day off today. At the moment, I should imagine he's fast asleep. But no, so I'm putting in E5, which, as I say, is so expensive. Does it make any difference? Yes, it does, apparently, as you will discover. And there's one lawnmower company, they are changing all their petrol lawnmowers into electric, because people won't know what to put in, and most of this petrol doesn't work for lawnmowers, which is not so good. I used to love the smell of petrol lawnmowers. Funny how mind you, I used to love the smell of petrol. I remember years and years ago, we lived in a caravan, and we were looking for a house in an area, and in those days we had a caravan anyway, and so we moved on to a garage. They were building this enormous garage in Berkshire, and we said, could we park the caravan there? So we parked the caravan there. We lived in it for about 3 months while my parents were looking for houses in the area, but we needed a base there. And we used the garage toilets. My mother used to clean the garage's toilets. She put fluffy towels in and everything else, because we were using them as well. How we had showers, I've got no idea. I think we just had what they call a strip wash. Did you ever used to have that when you were a kid? Strip wash? Yeah, I mean, your mother would sit you on the sink. I was 34 at the time. Anyway, and I was... I wasn't really. 35. And so we lived in this caravan. And for some reason, in those days, when it got to winter, the nights would draw in and there'd be fog everywhere. London was full of fog, and we were out in the countryside, and it was misty and everything else. But like a smog, but when cars used to come into the garage, they went over a pipe, like a piece of rubber tubing, which went bing, bing, and it rung a bell. So if the bloke had nodded off, that would wake him up. And I used to rush out there to serve the people, and you used to have to take the pump out, and you'd say, how many gallons would you like? And they'd go, I'll have 2. And you'd put 2 in on the dial. You turn the dial up to 2 and then put the petrol in. And I was about 14 at the time, and I didn't realise I shouldn't have actually been serving petrol at 14. But the blokes in there, they didn't have no self-service. Oh, no. No, you actually you went into the petrol station and a bloke came out, sometimes in a white coat. And they would then put the petrol in the car. I think self-service came in a lot later, because we all stood there looking a bit bemused. Where do you stick this? And sometimes the men would come out and tell you. And then they do your windscreen and clean it and all the rest of it. But no, I was serving the petrol at 14 until the bloke who owned the garage told the blokes off in there and said, why is he serving petrol? You're not supposed to be serving petrol at that age. I used to love it, though. The smell of petrol, and it was dark and damp, and it was just nice. It was just nice. Different things, everybody's got stories of what their childhood was like. Call for alcohol alert on drinks with less booze than banana. I didn't know banana had booze, did it? 60s self-service came in at petrol stations, yeah. Not all of them, though. Most of them, if you go out into the country, it was a little man who came out of a box and then he'd walk back inside. Some parts of Ireland as well, yeah. But I used to love it. Ours was a fairly big sort of garage, but we had all these workmen there who were sort of building this enormous garage, which is still there. It's like a big car showroom in the garage. And I remember thinking, that was quite good fun, actually, in those days. But where we had a shower, I don't know. I can't remember that at all. Happy days anyway. What have we got? We got, no, I'm not going to tell you. Doesn't make any difference. Most garages will cease E5, says Mary. No, they're not. No, it's, there's the standard E10, but I need E5, which is what we've got round our way, which I put in the other day. So you get E5 and E10, but you've got to learn. Mine is the most expensive. Mark in Romford says we bought a miniature Labradoodle pub. They're cute. Aren't they cute? They're so nice. They look like... I used to have a pyjama case years ago. The days when I wore pyjamas in bed. And you unzip his tummy and you put your pyjamas in there and then lay him over the pillow. What? That was quite... You never heard of a pyjama case? Yeah, there were lots of them, but this one did look like a Labradoodle. And you turned him over, and they're so cute. They've got lovely little faces, bless their heart. Lovely little faces. And then you'd unzip him and then pop in your pyjamas and then zip him up again. That's how it was. £580 just before the prices for dog went through the roof, says Mark. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, now you'd be lucky to get a dog under £1,000. They've gone through the roof. But unfortunately, people are still buying them from the so-called puppy farms, which we used to have years ago, all in Wales, most of them, the puppy farms. There was a big thing where they had undercover people going in there and showing you all these puppies who were just literally, there was the breeding mother and all these puppies, and they were in pitch darkness. They had nothing. And they were literally then taken out and said, oh, here's your puppy, £1,000 or whatever it happened to be. They do the same with sows, breeding sows. They have all these little piglets, but the sow is in a pen. It can't go anywhere. It's just there for breeding. Very sad. Steve, normally, a catch-up man here, but I'm on overtime today. I'm very happy to be part of your spike, says Chris. Did you read about the stupids on the beaches of Norfolk pestering the seals? Oh. Now, wait a minute. There's a seal story in my mind, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, there were some people who went to get close to a seal to see if they could take pictures of it, and these things are enormous. They can do you serious damage. And it was a case of this beachgoer. I mean, people have been told, stay away. And look at him. Plank of the First Order. What a pathetic little specimen he turned out to be. He tried to touch one of the pups. I mean, he's that thick. Well, here he is. He's in the sun. Hayley, spelled Haylea. Oh, God, honestly. The worst, isn't it, really? Spotted a group of 3 men, two women and a toddler, thought to be tourists, pushing each other over within metres of the seals. Oh, I was hoping that the seals would have bitten them. That would have teach them a lesson, wouldn't it? And it's recommended 10 metres away. But to try and touch one of the pups. Seals can bite if they feel threatened. Bites leads to infection due to the bacteria in their mouths. Peter Ansell, chairman of Friends of Horsey Seals, slammed the group's behaviour as very silly and very stupid. No, they're just thickos. They're people of limited intelligence, and you only have to look at him to realise. I mean, the baby seal he tried to touch threw itself into the water as quick as possible. I mean, he really is a dimbo. That person should be prosecuted. This is animal cruelty of the worst possible kind. Thicko. Thank God we don't. Mind you, we've had whales in the Thames, haven't we? We've had whales, and we've had. It's being very patient, that seal. I wanted to bite him. I really do. I mean, what an idiot. What an idiot. He's a sort of buffoon who climbs into the tiger's cage to see if he can pet it in the zoo. We've had a few of those in our time. Yeah, we've had a few of those. Somebody climbed into the lion's cage in some zoo in Czechoslovakia or something like that. And the lions, of course, who weren't quite used to seeing somebody inside the cage, looked at him and sort of got closer because they weren't sure what he was. If it was dinner, it still appeared to be moving. And then they attacked him. But he had a mental illness. That's why he climbed into the cage in the first place. But they had to sort of get all sorts of people with fire extinguishers in to get the animal. But the animals thought it was their dinner. They don't know. And they've got that dreadful place in China where you buy an animal to be fed to the lions. Have you seen that one? Yeah. Lions. They've got prides of lions, and you can go there. You can either have a chicken, which you can feed to a crocodile, or you can buy a cow. And the cow, you pay whatever it is, $100 or whatever it is for the cow, and it turns up in a flatbed truck, and the flatbed truck back lifts up and tips the cow out, and then the lions just rip it to pieces while it's alive. Absolutely. Only in China. Only in China. And apparently it's a popular day out for the Chinese. I was hoping we could if we could substitute maybe the cow for the Taliban. That'd be quite a good idea, wouldn't it? I'd pay for that one. I'd pay for that one. $100, let's have 3. Come on, bring them in now. Bring them in now. Another one here. Waz from Derby says, Steve, I keep finding earwigs in my house. What shall I do? Move. Earwigs. I mean, you have to move if you've got earwigs. Because when you're asleep in bed, they'll crawl into your ear, then they'll lay eggs, and then they'll eat you from the inside. I was always told that. So every time I see earwigs, if I lift up plant pots that I've got, sometimes you get earwigs under there. They don't like the sunshine. They don't like the sunshine. So the moment it's there, they scuttle off to go somewhere else. I'm having a day today, honestly. I tell you, I can't wait for breakfast. I don't know what to have for breakfast. I wish they did sausages that were ready cooked, like proper size sausages that you just had to heat up. Cooking a sausage takes forever. But I just fancy sausage in a piece of toast. I think that's quite a nice idea. I might have another shave as well. I'm getting very lackadaisical with my shaving. I'm not as good as I used to be. But I might try and perfect it. Do you wet shave or do you dry shave? Oh, you wet shave. See, I can't do wet shave. My dad wet shaved. He used to have like a shaving brush and a pot of something. You go like that, look like Father Christmas, and it was good. But I used to cut myself to pieces. It never worked for me. Still to come, more jabbing, less jabber. The Fisherman's Friends are out on tour. I like them. If you've never checked them out on YouTube, check them out on YouTube. Dogs prefer to be fed by happy people, and they avoid couples squabbling. Because people underestimate dogs. They're very intelligent. If they want to do something, they don't do it. And twins, Amelia and Eliza Spencer, turn up. They're apparently distantly related to Diana. Turned up at a film festival. For what reason? I've got no idea. What are they, actresses or something? Am I missing out here? And the judge who ordered a neo-Nazi to read Jane Austen was apparently too lenient. Don't they have guidelines? They have guidelines, I think. So Fergie, and 1 in 10 shoppers, I did this one earlier, who use buy now, pay later services. I don't even know what that is. Is that like credit then? Is it like a credit thing? Buy now, pay later? Because if I use PayPal to pay for stuff, it goes, do you want to pay now or on receipt or something? And I go, no, pay it all now. You can pay in instalments over a long period. All right. When I was with Orange, the phone company, there was a story. And when I went in to pay the bill, the girl said, do you want to pay all of it? I said, as opposed to what? She said, well, do you want to pay part of it? I said, oh, no, I'll pay all of it. It's like you go into Costco and you got your trolley there and they go, all together? And I used to go, as opposed to, and it turns out people go in there to buy food for other people. So they'll do, they'll take in the next door neighbour or something, and they'll buy something, and then they say, oh, right, that's the first one, and they would do this as the second one. Very odd, isn't it? Very strange.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
It's never too late to wet shave or have it done for you, says Finbar. No, there are hairdressers around our neck of the woods who do wet shaving. It's quite an art form. It takes such a long time to do a wet shave, but a lot of people obviously can't shave themselves. Bad. Apparently Asda sell Wall's ready-cooked sausages, packs of 6 for $2.20. Microwave for a minute, says Warren. Oh. See, now I've got it into my head that I could get some... I might have to bring those into the studio. I might have to go and get some big Wall sausages and bring them in. I've had the little tiny ones. Yeah, I think I'll have to do that next week. because it's quite good. See, the thing is, if the seals had a nip at those troglodytes, the wee seal would probably be euthanised, sadly. Yes, it'd be a case of the seal attacks somebody, but these people are generally... It's like the people you can always see. Whenever there's a big storm at the seaside, you'll always find some bozo with a pram as the wave crashes over them, and drags the pram out to sea. You never understand where these people's brains are. We had a woman a few years back, took her pram with a baby in it onto the ice at the Highgate Pond. There was ice on the pond and she pushed the pram across there. She was really stupid. Mind you, she probably didn't realise that she was pregnant in the first place. Not so good. Dave says, if you go to South Georgia in Antarctica, the elephant seals lie in the long grass and rear up and roar if you get too near. I've seen those big elephant seals, the ones that are just ginormous, being attacked by polar bears. Polar bears will go along the shoreline and try and get them, but of course these elephant seals have got the hide about as thick as that, like that, seriously thick hide, and so and then eventually they just go into the sea, this big lumbering mass of blubber, and the poor old polar bear is looking a little bit dejected. So I know what you mean. So, your earwigs and house advice, says Kevin in Luton. He says, I love it when you're straight to the point. Well, it's a thing to write to somebody. I've got earwigs in my house. What do I do? I mean, it's like saying, do you know, we've got mice. And you go, lovely. We used to have a house. You could hear the mice behind the walls because, you could hear them scrambling up and down. If it's an old house or failing that, in the farms where we used to live in the countryside, in the barns, there'd be mice all over the place. Absolutely all over the place. And do you remember in Australia... You can see it on YouTube where they had an epidemic of mice. They lifted up this thing. There were millions of mice ran out. I mean, just because mice just spend their time having sex. And it was quite frightening to watch, actually. I'm not scared of mice. I wouldn't like to give you the impression that I'm sort of a bit of a wimp around there. Steve, I bought a brand new Jaguar recently and paid debit card cash. They weren't happy, so they wanted me to use a credit card loan. Oh, they'll always want you to do... credit, because they make their money on that. They make their money on that's how they do it. Nobody likes anybody coming in, putting it on a card that, they're not going to make any money out of. But I've always done that. I think I've only ever once done what we used to laughingly call hire purchase. And, for the TV, for the video. And I did have a car on hire purchase. 240 quid a month it was, years and years ago. And I always vowed that I would never, ever, unless I could afford to buy a car, cash, then I wouldn't bother. Yeah, look at all these mice. Oh, sorry, you can't see this. I mean, there are literally millions of them. Millions of them. They had a thing there where they put some food in a bucket. See, what they're doing, this man here, this is in Australia because of the mouse plague, they're putting down poison meat. Because there was... No, they don't like cheese. No, strange enough, chocolate is what tempts them. Yeah, I mean, we used to think, because we used to call it, what did you used to call that cheese? They call it mousetrap or something. It'd be a cheap cheese. But no, they don't go for cheese. They'll eat most things if they're hungry, but chocolate is the thing that gets them. And we used to have the rat catcher in Hong Kong and little tiny mice. But they had a thing recently, and it was somebody was doing an experiment, and they obviously had mice in their house, and so they got this bucket, and the bucket had water in or something like that. Whatever it was a case of the mice could see the food which was on this plate which was on top of the bucket with the water in, but they had to walk up and get onto it, and they were until one of them sort of ventured in and decided that the lure of the food was too much for them. And you could see it going up there, and then it falls into the bucket, but of course they can't get out. They can't get out. And the other ones then also fall for the same thing. It's like squirrels, isn't it? Or monkeys with their nuts. Many's the time you've seen... Because monkeys don't realise that if you've got a jar with lots of nuts in, they put their hand in, they grab all the nuts, which means that their hand becomes bigger, and they can't get their hand out. They don't realise you have to let go of some of the nuts to get your hand back out again. Squirrels are very clever at working things out like that. You've seen, YouTubes with squirrels going on basically an assault course. We used to feed them with custard creams in Twickenham. We used to get squirrels in the local park. Yeah, they would come and take it because there was something appealing about a biscuit. Mind you, there's something appealing about custard creams anyway. They're very nice. And they would take them away. But then, of course, all the grey squirrels killed all the red squirrels. Now they're reintroducing red squirrels back again. because they actually look pretty. People like things like that. Steve, I was in Western Australia about 6 years ago, says Phil, and there was a bull seal that was apparently just lying on the beach waiting for all the penguins it had eaten to go down so it could carry on its journey. It was enormous. They're huge. They're absolutely huge, some of these things. But the worst seals for penguins are leopard seals. These things can go up to about 9 or 10 feet long, even longer. And in the water, they are second to none, and they kill penguins. Leopard seals, you've only got to look at them. They look dangerous to start with. They really do. They've got teeth on them, the like of which you've never seen. And they will literally attack, and they will chase them over rocks and everything else. And of course, what they're waiting for them to do is to go back into the water, because the leopard seal is king. Mind you, penguins are pretty good in the water. But I think you'll find that Attenborough did it on the Blue Planet, the emperor penguins versus the leopard seal, because there you've got millions of penguins spread out before you, and they've all been out fishing, and they've been out into the waters. The leopard seal comes back, and they've got to run the gauntlet of the leopard seals, and it's they swim for their lives. They swim for their lives, but these leopard seals are pretty fast. Once they grab them, that's it. And they've got some most amazing stuff, some amazing footage on the Attenborough programme. It's horrible, isn't it? It's horrible. And all the other penguins stand there looking, going, was that Ethel? Or was that Ava? Who was that? Ava. Did you see the killer whales who were getting penguins as well, and seals, baby seals, at the same time they get born on this island, and the killer whales go offshore. The baby seals are obviously a little bit blind and a bit stupid, because they sort of, paddle about in the water at the beginning. And these killer whales launch themselves up the beach. They literally will power themselves in, grab the seal and drag it back out. And then because they can't eat anything, they have to throw it in the air. It's like a game of catch, but at each time more flesh comes off the seal so they can then eat it. They can't eat it because it's very complicated out there, isn't it? I always think, why can't the cameraman save all these animals? But they go, we wouldn't have a programme, would we, otherwise? It's the way it goes. Yeah, you can't interfere with nature. I know, I used to feel really awful about the lions on the Serengeti, sort of trying to go after little wildebeest, which is basically a snack to them. But even so, I used to think, couldn't the cameraman just go shoo and shoo the lion away or something? We had dolphins jumping out of the sea off the Needles on the Isle of Wight. Steve? Yes, I've heard about that, actually. I've heard about that. I quite like dolphins, but they're not as peaceful as you think they are. Steve, what do you think of sticky traps to catch mice? I don't know, actually. A sticky trap. I've heard of sticky traps to catch moths and things like that, but not to actually catch... It would have to be really sticky, wouldn't it? You can buy paint, which is permanently wet and sticky, so that when pigeons try and land on it, they go, whoa, get the heck out of here as quick as possible. So I'm not sure about sticky... Oh, here they are. You can buy them. We can buy them here. Sticky traps. Oh, my Lord above. I've never heard of... Oh, you can also buy... You can buy rat poison by post. Unbelievable, isn't it? Mouse bait boxes, heavy duty. It's always a bit... I don't even like little mouse traps or anything like that. I always feel a bit sorry for the mouse, because it's going on there. But the mice are not stupid. Here you go. 72 Trapper Mouse glue boards, £43.20. From pestcontrolsupermarket.com. There's actually a supermarket for it. Anything you want to get rid of, they've got it for you. So you put that down there. I mean, how many people do have mice in their houses? I don't know. The farmers in the bush are worried the mice plague might start up again, says Shane over there. Yeah, well, I mean... Yeah, and Steve, we live in the countryside, says Catherine. We heard scurrying noises above our heads at night. There were mice between the ceiling and the floor in the attic. We bought peppermint-scented bags and put them around the house. Touchwood, I think they've gone. Oh, they're not like peppermint. That's good, isn't it? I quite like that idea. I'm going to run through some of the papers, because the big story today, we've had Geronimo, we've still got, the Afghans, and a man... I think he's a former soldier trying to get people out. He was arrested. I thought, oh dear, don't like the sound of that. And they've said, all right, then they released him after they questioned him. But he can't take any of his office staff with him. They don't have the right visas. You'd have thought, the Taliban would use their half a brain cell that they all appear to have and sort of say, if you don't want to live in the country, don't live in the country. But no, the big story is ABBA back. The Super Troopers are back, and they've got a Christmas single out. There's an album you can pre-order. Darren's already said he's going to pre-order it. I should imagine they've sold millions already, because it sounds very fresh indeed. First album in, 40 years? 40 years. So that's going to be the big Christmas gift, isn't it? People are going to be buying it and going, oh, we love ABBA, because they seem to have lost nothing of their appeal, which is good news.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
For giving it to me. I tell you, they've made every single paper today, which of course they would do, because it was a big announcement, and everybody... Because the good thing about ABBA was and is that they're like a squeaky clean band. They just turn out music. You know, they wrote great tunes. Their album, I think 17 years on the album chart. 17 years! And when you listen to the new stuff, it sounds as... There's similarities between, you know, the new stuff I've heard so far and some of the early stuff. But blimey, it's 40 years since they turned out the albums. And I think it sounds wonderful. Their voices are as good as they ever were. The harmonies are fantastic. So I love it. Ex-lovers, Stormzy and Maya Jama. She's everywhere at the moment, isn't she? She must have a very good agent. And they were at the GQ Men of the Year. Oh, that's right. They were at the GQ Men of the Year Awards. Piers Morgan wants all the fans to vote him TV Presenter of the Year to wind up Princess Pinocchio. Love it. Oh, it's so funny. Isn't it funny? All those people who wrote in, Dear Ofcom, you know, and Ofcom went, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. 57,000 people who all of a sudden have been told off. Because no matter which way you look at it, Piers Morgan attracts an audience. He had some of the biggest audiences. And it was absolutely perfect. He's one of the best people to do things like that. But you get the trolls, which is always terribly funny, because everybody always has a good old laugh at their simplicity, because they don't have any friends apart from other trolls. So they're basically just a bit stupid. It doesn't matter. Popcorn. Now, I can't work out. I have cooked my own popcorn before. You know, where you get the popping corn and you put it in a saucepan with a lid on and one of these little sort of pellet things. And I've seen them making it in the things, and they put it into like a metal thing. It's in a thing, and then it starts pushing the kernels out again, which I quite like it. But I don't know whether or not it's fattening. But apparently it is. It's fattening. They say a large sweet popcorn at the cinema can clock in at almost 1,500 calories and 65 grams of fat. Because it's cooked in oil or butter, you add flavours, and huge surge. I mean, an Air Pop 20-gram bag of proper corn, lightly salted, is 87 calories and 3.4 grams of fat. But the cinema stuff, because it's obviously made in butter, I've seen them dragging it in. It comes in huge, big plastic bags, enormous, and it gets delivered on the lorries, because they don't necessarily make it in all the cinemas here. It was invented in 1885, and, I mean, it pops when it's heated. It's believed to be the oldest era of popcorn, found in a bat cave, 5,000 years old. People having popcorn. You see, I have bought popcorn in M&S. They do a bag of, you know, mixed salt and sweet. And I'll sometimes sit there eating that. Mind you, at the moment, I can't get enough of their little poppadoms, and I dip them in that peanut sauce, which has got a bit of chilli added to it. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even like to imagine what the calories were. I always think it's Friday. You can go berserk. Last night, Marks and Spencer's have got a range of food now, which is sort of things like, you know, brisket of beef cooked and all the rest of it. And you just literally either cook it in the bag, or, well, it's been semi-cooked. And I just did it yesterday with, what did I do it with? I might have done it with rice or something like that, and some, sprouts. Little sprouts were back in season. I got a bit excited. Little sprouts were back in season again, and I can eat a whole pack of those. That was my little go-to, which I love. Strictly's pro dancers are more famous than their so-called celebrity partners. I would think that's it, actually. Yes, I mean, I would think so. Most of the people here, I mean, so you've got Gordon Ramsay's daughter, Tilly. only known because she's Gordon Ramsay's daughter. See BBC telepresenter Rhys Stevenson and John Waite, the winner of the Bake Off. I mean, honestly, really not good enough, is it? Clive Myrie, new host of Mastermind, says the history of Manchester City would be his specialist subject if he were a contestant. See, I'd be pointless on things like that. Absolutely useless. And a gold rush is underway in the UK after miner Scott Gold produced profitable amounts of the precious metal for the first time. This is Argyle. 50 tonnes of gold and silver came out of the mine in August alone. Good God in heaven. There's going to be an epidemic. The mine at Cononish in the Grampian Highlands has estimated reserves of 550,000 tonnes of high-quality gold-bearing ore. They think it's going to kick-start the cottage industry. That's a lot, isn't it? I've watched these people in Australia. They go into the outback and they're mining for, all sorts of bits and pieces. And it looks highly dangerous because they're tunnelling under the ground. And there was one girl there and her boyfriend was she said, what if the ceiling collapses? Because they go further and further and further underground. What they're looking for is a seam that they can get it out and then, get all this stuff out, because that's where the money is. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Most of them look as though they're on a bit of a roll and they get little bits of gold, but they've all got these very expensive detectors which they go over the ground. They find all sorts of things like nails and bits and pieces, but occasionally they find bits of gold. Which is very nice indeed. Parents are dreading having to make small talk with other mums and dads as the schools return. Yesterday they were queuing outside Stevenson's, which is a school outfitters in Twickenham, to get there. I mean, why they've left it that late, I've got no idea. Why are these stupid people leaving it till the day before the kids are going back? So they all stand there. There must have been about 50 or 60. I mean, lots go back today. And the school outfitters are sort of there. They've got all the stuff ready. But they could have done this weeks ago. They're only buying shirts and stuff like that. But they leave it till the last minute, which isn't so good. So. Families should eat less and pay more for food, says a grocery chief. Hannah Anderson, boss of 44 Foods, whatever that is, wants shoppers to ditch cheap, gut-busting meals for seasonal fare to tackle food waste. Yes, well, I mean, that's because we've got aeroplanes and because we've got ships and stuff like that. And so you can now have things which years ago we couldn't have. All our supermarkets were only full of seasonal items. So in other words, now you can get strawberries all year round. In the early days, you only got strawberries in the summer. And blackberries, you went out and picked blackberries. Nowadays, because of air freight and sea freight and people growing things in special polytunnels and everything else, you can have anything you want now. You don't have to wait for it to be seasonal. So she's quite right. We are eating more and more of stuff because it comes in. So in other words, most of the tomatoes that people are getting at the moment grown in the Canary Islands. You fly into the Canaries, and all you see is just acres and acres and acres of greenhouses growing tomatoes, which they then pack up and send to us. I mean, I have to be honest, I do like a little tomato occasionally. I like dipping them in little cherry tomatoes on the vine. I like them on the vine as well. That's nice. And I got some rhubarb compote the other day, and I've been sitting there for ages, mainly because I suddenly remembered it's just full of sugar. My mother used to do stewed rhubarb, and it is, you pour in half a ton of sugar, which is not very exciting, is it? What do we got here? This is Elizabeth Hurley, looking about a third of her 56 years, wearing a stunning swimsuit. Oh, she's got a collection. Do you think these people really do these things? Do you think they really do them? Gary Barlow out on tour, as are Scouting for Girls, Shed 7 and The Script are going out as well. Gary Barlow's only sold out one of his shows, Bournemouth International Centre, whereas Shed 7 have sold out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've sold out 7 shows, and Scouting for Girls have sold out 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've sold out 8 shows so far, because it must be quite good, mustn't it, when you've got a sell-out show going on? Like, you've got to get down to see pantomimes this year. They need you. They really need you to actually go there and spend your money, because they've got to keep these things. We don't want to lose theatre. Absolutely not. Bond gadgets. What was your favourite Bond gadget? I quite like the car that went underwater. That was quite good. And then that was Roger Moore, wasn't it? And what was the gondola that started driving down the street? That was in Venice, wasn't it? That was very good. But I just liked any of the little things. You know, you opened up the lighter and then pulled up a thing. It was like the Man from U.N.C.L.E. You know, there we are. There's the gondola hovercraft. Oh, it was wonderful. I mean, there must have been people operating it for him. It's not Roger Moore, is it? No. Is it Looky Likey? They probably couldn't get the insurance for him. But I love it. I told you that when they go out filming these, at the moment, Richmond seems to be the hot spot, because in one of our car parks near Old Deer Park, full of cinema lorries, filming lorries and everything else. They must be filming on the green or doing something. Aura Duber has revealed he watched every episode of Who Dares Wins before starring in the current celeb series. These people who are so deluded they believe that they're celebrities is quite amazing. You know, I mean, it's like anybody from BBC's Breakfast Time is a celebrity. You know, top trainer Victoria Stilwell will be helping more owners who have bitten off more than they can chew. It's me or the dog. And but they have a guy called Caesar in America. Caesar looks after dogs and can get the dogs that will basically kill the postman. The dog whisperer, and he can sort of say to them, OK, you do this, you do that. You have to let the dog know who's in charge, like going through a door. My friend had a dog, and the dog was trained not to go ahead through the door. It would wait. The owner goes through the door, then the dog goes afterwards. And you see dogs on leads going down the street, straining at the leash, because they've not been trained. You know, the buffoons who've been allowed to buy them, I'm afraid, just ruin them. Victory for common sense, writes somebody called Dave, writing to the Daily Star. Over cancel culture, Piers Morgan has been cleared over his comments about a publicity-shy woman. Great news for the majority of people who believe in freedom of speech. Absolutely. Princess Pinocchio, as I say, must be really cross. She'll be looking for something else, I should imagine. She likes the old litigation. I suppose it keeps her in the public eye. Tourism chiefs have come up with a new one. They want to turn Hull into the cruise capital of the world. Hull? No, I mean, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, Venice, average summer temperature 28 degrees, Hull 19 degrees. Best known landmark, the Grand Canal in Venice. In Hull, it's the Humber Bridge. And Activity Museum of Transport. Activity in Venice is gondola rides. Have you seen how much they are? They're so expensive. It's like taking a fiacre in take a break. In Vienna, which is a horse-drawn carriage. They're so expensive, but the gondolas cost you an arm and a leg. 40, 50, 70 quid, 80 quid. Never find a poor gondola, do you? Didn't Melanie Sykes fly out there and have a little bit of a how's your father with a gondola? I think that's all finished now.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
It's Friday. It's a case of put your feet up, enjoy yourself, be lazy, and brace yourself for the heat wave next week. 4 days of it, I think. 3 or 4 days. Also, a pair of white leather boots worn on stage by Elvis are expected to sell in California for 1,800 quid. Oh, they'll go for much more than 1,800 quid. What, boots actually worn by Elvis? Different if he just had them and he never wore them. They were sitting in the wardrobe. I still can't work out why Lady Amelia and Eliza Spencer, twins, turned up to the a movie premiere in Venice. I mean, who are they? Who are they? Are they models or something like that? Their 29-year-old nieces are Princess Diana. That's their claim to fame. Bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, really? That they say, oh, so-and-so is wearing this and so-and-so, and you think, who cares? Who cares? What else have we got? We do like reading Ali Ross, talking about great TV lies and delusions of the week. Married at First Sight UK, Nikita. I think I made a good first impression. I think they all like me. Think again. Celebrity MasterChef Joe Swash won the hearts of the nation playing Mickey Miller on EastEnders. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Sadly. He's a bit of a plank, isn't he? I didn't realise what an annoying little so-and-so he is. That high-pitched voice. Very embarrassing. First-time mum, Fern McCann. Spiritual healing is as important as going to the doctor. Lovely, darling. So the next time you're having a heart attack, rest a moonstone on your energy centres to cleanse your chakras and let us know how you get on. That's what he wrote. Because she did a piece on, oh, this is healing here. You get these people who sort of put stones on you. It's a load of old hokum. Absolutely a load of old hokum. It's like people say, oh, yes, and this will help because this is going to sort of... No, it doesn't. But you can fool Fern McCann because she's just one of those sort of people. Not the brightest penny in the box. Our man in Kabul in the Sun today on the eerie aftermath of the militants' takeover. They've actually gone to some shops to see what sort of rubbish they can pick up or not. They're very angry about the stuff that's been left behind by the Americans because none of it works. So that's always very entertaining, isn't it, I suppose? And there's a firefighter who's been jailed, Michael Todd Hunter, 50. What do you think he's done? What do you think he's been doing for 17 years? Eating? No. So he's been jailed. He was stealing kit for 17 years. £50,000 worth of equipment he thieved. Because he's thick. That's why. Michael Todd Hunter swiped defibrillators. I mean, you know, he was selling them. Helmets, hoses, masks and sanitizer over 17 years. He cashed in as the country battled the pandemic. Colleagues called to identify items at his house were left speechless. He comes from Cockermouth. That's where he comes from. And he was caught when a sales manager alerted Cumbria Fire and Rescue Services that respiratory items supplied by his company were listed for sale online. He's only been jailed for 16 months. What a plank. What a plank. Michael Todd Hunter, 50, but playing mental age of about 17, I should imagine. I mean, you know, only 16 months. He admitted theft and fraud. Only 16. He should have gone to prison for 10 years at least. Defibrillators. And selling them online. God, what a disgrace you are. What an embarrassment to your family. Dear, having now seen you in the papers exposed as basically a cheap crook. Well, not so. Ed Sheeran started wearing some very loud clothing. He's started wearing sort of quite good sort of jackets, and he's ditched the glasses. Because I think glasses are sexy. I think glasses are very sexy. There's something about them. I don't know why. I mean, to be honest with you, I couldn't do this programme without a pair of glasses on. I couldn't read anything. I'm blind as a bat. Absolutely blind as a bat. I can't. I mean, it's terrible. But I'm sort of trying to get there. Joel Dommett has promised ITV he will avoid savage gags and be family friendly as he hosts the National Television Awards next week. That'll be exciting, won't it? The National Television Awards. Why do we have it? Because people need a little bit of light entertainment. People like things like that. But who's going to win? Please God, not Ant and Dec again. Oh, I couldn't bear it if it was Ant and Dec again. Let somebody else win. Didn't Dermot used to host it? I don't know. He just can't there's something. He's a very unnatural presenter, poor soul. Very unnatural. He fidgets, you know, and he just can't settle or do anything. His body language is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Have you ever watched Married at First Sight? I haven't. I'm so bored with programmes like that, I'm afraid. Makes the Love Island contestants look like they belong on University Challenge. With no danger of that, is there? No danger of that. Were you a fan of the late Robin Williams? Not really, no. The only bit I liked him for was Dead Poets Society. And I thought Millennium Man was the biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen. Good Morning Vietnam was good. He was a good stand-up comedian, but never a huge fan. He obviously had huge issues. I think he'd lost a lot of money because he'd been married before and they weren't getting the work in and stuff like that. And if you're an entertainer, that's what you want to do. You want to go and entertain. That's why Gary Barlow's going out on tour. They've only just finished the circus blooming thing a short while ago, and now he's going out on tour again because he can't resist it. He cannot resist something like that, which is good. But I mean, to be honest with you, he's a bit bland. But the songs were good. If you watch the circus DVD of them at Wembley, I think, I mean, it's really good. Somebody's put together a stunning show there, and the sound quality was good, and the fans just absolutely adore Take That, which is great. Check out the sledge toboggan things in Madeira, says Dave in Plymouth. I've seen the sledge things. Are these the ones where they go up to the top of a hill and they go down? You sit on... Yes, I've seen those things. But, Steve, thinking of coming down to London at Christmas? We don't want you. OK, simple as that. I don't want people coming down from other parts of the country just to come and annoy us at Christmas. We've got enough with Extinction Rebellion, thank you very much indeed. People who go around smashing windows. Peasants. Also, off to Bristol today to meet a friend for lunch. Also planning to see the Coulson statue, which is kept in the museum, says Jen. The Bristol's not the most exciting. It's got a suspension bridge, hasn't it, I believe? Called the Bristol Suspension Bridge, I think. What do you think of Judy Love, the contestant on Strictly? They haven't started it, have they, yet? I mean, she needs to get fit. because it's people go, oh, dancing, that's okay, you're going to be getting exercise. It's really strenuous. Really, really strenuous. You can do yourself a lot of damage, and she's carrying a bit of weight, as she knows. So hopefully, because the other one, who was the other one who went out? Robert Webb. He's out running already. He's pounding the pavements because he wants to get fit. And the last time we saw him, he was doing Dirty Dancing on television, which he won, and he was brilliant. I think he'll put every effort into this because he's like that. Some of the others just go, oh, just take the money. Quite a long time. He was, yeah, but some people are good at sort of keeping fit. I mean, I'm a classic example of somebody who keeps fit all the time. I mean, seriously, I mean, you won't find me going onto the train without a medicine ball in one hand. Do you remember those from years ago from the gym, the medicine ball? Somebody would throw it to you, it'd flatten you into the floor. Gone completely. Also, there's a mural, which is in a town, and it's only got white people on it. There's nobody of any ethnicity, and there's not many women on there either. Somebody's been through it and gone, oh, but I'm assuming that some of the men that they've drawn who are white could be gay. So at least we're sort of ticking a few boxes on that one. But no, people are complaining bitterly about it. It's in Yorkshire. 98.7% white population only features white people on the new mural. So so in fact the town does only have 98.7% white people there. Other residents said it was a lovely piece which celebrated people. Some locals said the piece to show people from ethnically diverse backgrounds. And I had a look at it, and it's just a piece of artwork. But if they've got 98.7%, I mean, what would you think? One person of ethnicity? I don't know. And these are people who have worked tirelessly throughout the COVID-19 crisis. That's why it was there. This is Driffield Town Council, commemorating the well-known personalities, the people, without whom people wouldn't be still surviving COVID. But there's always going to be... People complain about everything now. People complain about everything. Seriously, you've only got to do something and they go, oh, I don't like that. Don't like this. Don't like that. Misery guts, we call them. Misery guts. Sad, lonely misery guts. Oh, it's the Clifton Suspension Bridge, which is good. Which is good. I don't think I've ever been over it, actually. I don't think I've been to Bristol, but I can't think of anything that recommends it. Apart from the fact, there's no need to go there, is there? I think it's down... Is it down the M4? We don't know. We don't care.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
The pre-orders for this album. I don't even know... What's the album called? Is it Voyage or something like that? Is it Voyage, the ABBA album? Is it called Voyage? I think it is. But you can actually pre-order it, presumably on Amazon. So their pre-orders alone, which is, I mean, it's good for them because, people could have just distanced themselves and gone, no, we're not interested in ABBA. But I'm delighted to say that people are interested in them, and it sounds really good and fresh. In fact, all their stuff sounds fresh. You'd think they recorded it the other day. I mean, even the front page of the Daily Mail. Look who's Bjorn again. My, it's been 40 years. It's called Voyage. I'm getting better, I can remember. Isn't it funny? I remember stupid things. But they're back. They've got a cyber show and the brand new album, and it's been reviewed. But the main story, as far as I'm concerned, is this 7 years jail for dog nappers. They could be jailed. No, I don't want to read could be jailed. I want to be will be jailed. This heartless, trade in stolen animals. The tougher laws being introduced to reflect that cherished pets mean more to their families than the laptops or phones they may lose in a burglary. And people get charged a fortune. This is what all the criminals are doing now. They've decided it's easier to get dogs and charge people 1,500 quid, and the dog could be dead in 3 months. Seriously, it's as bad as that. As bad as that. What else we got? Coca-Cola cans are in short supply due to the lorry driver crisis. I don't know why don't people want to be lorry drivers? The amount of money they're offering in some places. You've only got to sit there and, I drive every day. Well, most days. But it's just, they say here, they sleep in lay-bys. They've got little curtains, they've got beds in there, they've got little cookers, and they can sort of do themselves a little toasted sandwich or something. And they get paid about, £65,000 a year. How we all suffer, ladies and gentlemen. A lorry driver. Do they have to empty the thing? No. There's other little minions who empty it. If you've got a big Pantechnicon, You know, you aren't going to have to empty the thing from front to back, are you? Somebody else will be doing it. Bristol city centre, says Steve, is so hilly. It's like a concrete roller coaster. That's like, where's that? Is it San Francisco? San Francisco's good. I quite like that. We went to the Castro. There's a dump. It really was. That's sort of the gay part of... it's all sort of coloured buildings. But it took me ages to work out the trams that they've got in there. How do they make the trams stop? How do they make the trams stop? No, well, strangely enough, no. It is brakes, but they take the brake off. They take the brake off to make it stop, because what it is the line runs underneath. It's got rails, and on the bottom of the tram, it clamps on. So that rail, that sort of hawser, keeps going on one giant loop. So the tram hooks onto it, and then it pulls it up the hill and all the rest of it. I'm a mine of information, always learning something every single day. This programme is an education, ladies and gentlemen. Dreary old Harry, the ginger whinge, turned up at the GQ Awards. Thank God he didn't turn up in the country. That would have been far too exciting. I wonder how many times they filmed that, trying to get his hair look as though he's got hair. Because very interestingly enough, he's been given a full head of hair in a new royal biopic, despite having thinning locks. Well, it's just dropping out. I mean, he's been losing it for ages and ages, but I bet you anything, within a short space of time, somebody in America will go, we can give you ginger hair. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about it. Also, what have we got here? Boris giving the go-ahead for the autumn boosters, but not everybody qualifies for these things. I'm hoping I'm one of those who does qualify. And one of the papers, in fact, quite a few online, are doing... the abuse that goes on within the religions. The latest one is the Jehovah's Witnesses, who appear to have a policy. They have a big centre, I think, down in Chelmsford. They have a list of people who have abused children, but they tend not to do anything about it. They tend to deal with it themselves. And they've had various people who've come through, Sky's been interviewing them, to say this has happened, and they've waived their anonymity. I mean, there's one here... it seems to run through all of them. I think the Catholic Church was the worst offender because they didn't do anything about it at all. For years and years, they literally covered up sexual abuse within the church, and we had all sorts of programmes made about bishops and priests who'd been abusing children. They were paedophiles. And all the church did would just move them somewhere else. They didn't do anything until one of the popes said, we need to look at this seriously. And they did. And then you look at the former Church of England Bishop, Peter Ball, jailed for a string of sexual offences against young men. I mean, the thing about the Jehovah's Witnesses is, apparently, if you say sorry, that kind of makes it okay, or admits to it. And there was one girl who'd made accusations against this man, and under their code of conduct, you couldn't just have one witness. It had to be 3 witnesses before they would take it further. And this particular man, apparently, according to her, they obviously said, or he said, that he was the only person who'd been interfering with this young girl. And then they found out later there were obviously more of them. People tend to deal with it in their own way. As I say, like the Catholic Church. There's an imam who was touching girls during Quran lessons, jailed for 13 years. But this has gone on around the world, not just here. You know, I mean, these sort of sexual offences have gone on for ages and ages and ages. Report finds every religion is guilty of child sex cover-ups because they don't want to talk about it. The amount of things I've seen about, boys abused by Catholic priests and things like that. And then the Pope had a clear, something like 200 priests were then thrown out of the priesthood because all they did, as I say, was just move them to somewhere else where they could not worry about it, and they brushed it under the carpet. So there's a very good report today. It's online and you can find it in the Daily Mail as well. Also, Steve, I'm a lorry driver on $450 a day. Easy money, says Darren. Yeah, very easy money. Yeah. I don't think it's complicated at all being a lorry driver. I mean, how much more simple can it be? Shane says, see, dog napping happening a lot in Sydney. It's like an epidemic over here. People who thieve dogs. people who thieve dogs. It's, and then they have been known to go back, shove a note through the person's door and go, you want your dog back, it's going to cost you 500 quid. Crooks. Absolute crooks. Also, how Turing cracked the casinos before the Nazi code. We love Alan Turing. We love him. The target was the Monte Carlo casino. And very clever man. Very clever man. So they're selling lots of bits and pieces, actually. The Queen granted him a posthumous pardon in 2013. And there was a film called The Imitation Game about the cracking of Enigma, and there was an Enigma machine that came up for sale a short while ago, and I thought it was quite reasonable considering how rare it was and what it actually did. And if you go to Bletchworth, you can see the room where he did it, you can see all of the things, and you'll read the pardon as well. Bletchley Park. It's fantastic. It's so good because it hasn't really changed. All the huts are still there, and they've got different bits and pieces, and you can go and see. But they had to pardon him because he was gay. And they made a big deal about it. You know, he was sort of outed, and it was a choice then: chemical castration or something. It was absolutely terrible, you know. And it took a long time for them to get round to pardoning him. But that's how antiquated people were in those days. Steve, Ian the Skip wouldn't get out of bed for 450 quid a week. Much love from LMD Skip Hire. 450. Oh, he's saying 450 a day. 450 a day. But I don't think any lorry driver gets 450 a day. Probably could be a week. No, actually, that would be far too cheap for a week, wouldn't it? I would think lorry drivers could make 1,000 a week. I would think. Easy, about 52 grand a year. You know, that would make perfect sense. We found a dozy doctor, newly qualified, struck off. Dr. Reza Sawati was disappeared from a busy A&E department. I mean, you know, you don't get busier than an A&E department. She was eventually found by a hospital colleague wrapped in a blanket and asleep. She was on shift. Staff had earlier tannoyed her 4 times without success after checks showed patients on her rounds were in need of follow-up treatment. And a misconduct hearing was told it was the second time in just over 2 years she'd been caught sleeping on the job. So they've kicked her out. She denied being asleep. It is a bit harsh, isn't it, really? But they do work crazy. I know. I mean, average 12.5 hours a day, which is a lot when you're trying to deal with, some abusive patients and drunks they have to deal with. And, I mean, seriously, no amount of money would ever compensate you for what they have to go through. Still trying to work out why sissy men are barred from Chinese television. They don't want sissies. They want effeminate men on there. And yet most of the Chinese newsreaders look as sissy as they come. And apparently broadcasters must resolutely put an end to sissy men and other abnormal aesthetics, using an insulting slang term for effeminate men, literally girly guns. I can't read the translation of Chinese. And they say here they should promote excellent Chinese traditional culture, revolutionary culture and advanced socialist culture. Apparently, China's young men are not masculine enough. I've never even thought about it before. Have you ever thought about it before? I've never thought about it. It's an interesting one, though, isn't it? Very interesting. So what are they going to do? Go through television and start outing people. And and Jonathan Shallett, professor, he says, please do not take the love of smelling petrol further, Steve. It can be a slippery slope. I don't go round looking for... I just liked it put in mowers and in cars. But it doesn't smell in cars anymore, as it used to. He said, there are many things I love the smell of, but not petrol. What would he be on to next? Meths? No, I used to have meths, though, because I had a little Mamod engine. Mamod was the company that made these little steam engines, and you put a little tray and you heated up water and stuff like that, and then you poured a little petrol into the cotton wool and set fire to it. And so we used to get not petrol, meths. It was purple. Is that meth? Yeah, meths. And that we used to put in there. I used to love it. I love stuff like that. I don't know why, but petrol. There's a certain thing about petrol now. But the new one coming in, I don't think smells. You better find out what petrol you're putting in the car, Jonathan. Jonathan would have a disaster with things like that, because nobody seems to know. The amount of papers that were yesterday covering the, which petrol do you want, the E10 or the E5? And I'm E5, as they told me in the garage. Typical, it's the most expensive one. 151 pence a litre. Outrageous. Outrageous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Delamitri's touring, and Michael Bolton is touring as well. He started selling out shows here, Cardiff, Southend, selling out, and Fisherman Friends, Unlocked and Unleashed. I don't know if they're the same people who featured in the film, but I thought it's the same people, is it? It's quite a nice story. I quite like the idea, but looking at the Panto Land at the Palladium, it isn't actually a panto. I don't know. I don't really know what it is. I think it's the same as they were doing last year. But starring, and the fans will be out for this one, Donny Osmond, Julian Clary, Paul Zerdin with Sam, Nigel Havers, Gary Wilmot, and then two people I've never heard of, Sophie Isaacs and Jack Yarrow. Jack is very young, and Sophie isn't. And Gary Wilmot, I think, is playing Dame. I mean, it's quite a nice thing. The West End sensations, Jack Yarrow, celebrating the best of pantomime, comedy in abundance and big show-stopping numbers. Well, I mean, they've always done a big one there. The trouble, I mean, tickets are from £25. It's not a cheap panto to go to. I think the average price we were paying the other year was about £100. But Donny Osmond, his fans, I think Donny Osmond's got fans who have the same sort of loyalty as Cliff Richard and people, and Take That, people like that. They sort of, you don't have to sort of win the fans over. They're there already. You know, I've interviewed Donny on numerous occasions, and he's quite charming. So it will be the ultimate feel-good show, which I quite like. Steve, I used to love the Mamod shop as a boy, many lifetimes ago, in Richmond. I didn't even know there was, Ari, who's still offshore in Spain, a Mamod shop. Mamod was the name of the manufacturer of these little steam engines and everything else, which you sort of you filled up with water, as if it was a proper full-size thing, but then it had a little tray that you pulled out with cotton wool in it, which you put the methylated spirits on, set fire to it, heat it up, and then it would go, and you'd spin the wheel and a little traction engine. They were quite posh. Some of them I only had the basic one. I couldn't afford anything that was terribly. We didn't have very much money, actually. I know, contrary to what sort of everybody tells you nowadays, people say, "Oh, things were so much cheaper years ago." Well, they didn't appear to be to us. It certainly wasn't. Millions of people are going to start getting these COVID booster jabs within weeks, Boris has said. All the over 50s are expected to receive top-ups in the first phase, with the elderly given priority. Whoopee! I think that's me. I think I fit into that, the elderly. The elderly and the infirm. So they could be rolled out. The priorities are the older generation going into autumn and winter. Well, I get a flu jab anyway for diabetes. So we'll have to wait and see. But almost 2/3 of 16 and 17-year-olds are getting the first dose. Very wise. Very wise. Any of those stupid people who go, "Oh, I don't want the dose," I pray to God that you don't get it. I pray to God. I know somebody very close to me who had it and said he wouldn't wish it on his worst enemy. It's the kind of thing you don't want. You really don't. And, so if somebody offers you the opportunity of having it, as I say, you do get the stupid people, saying, "Oh, I don't need that because I won't catch it." They are the very likely people who will be catching it. Boris has also personally thanked troops back from Afghanistan for their effort. And he says, "You've done an incredible thing." It seems so funny, everybody's wearing face masks. Having told everybody not to bother about the face masks, now we're doing them again. Frederick Forsyth talks about it. Now, I don't know if this is a little dig at the chateau and lovely Dick and Angel. He says, "Escape to the Chateau seems to have been running since Adam was a lad, with many scores of more episodes somewhere in the pipeline. It retails in minuscule detail the efforts of a British couple to restore a rundown French edifice. It's been running so long, one surmises a jobbing builder worth his salt could have built the ruddy thing from scratch." Frederick, is it because you're old and you're getting a bit crotchety? We love Dick and Angel. We think they're fantastic. And also, there's different parts of it. There was the bit finding one and buying it, and then sort of the process of doing it up. And then the thing that they do now is they go and help other people who have chateaus. And go out there. But they've done really well. They work really hard. And they're such a happy couple. Ross Clark says, "You're wrong, Harry. We are helping the world fight COVID." Oh, Harry thinks he knows everything, doesn't he? All he is was a very, average member of the royal family who we managed to get rid of quite quickly, so that's good. And Susanna Reid was Somebody said she was hosting Good Morning Britain in her nightwear the other day. By Jove. I don't know who would say that. It was an M&S ghost dress. Co-host Ben Shepherd likened the pink satin number to something Margot might wear in The Good Life. It's perfectly acceptable, honestly. But viewers mocked online. Carol Vorderman said, "Oh God, Susanna, I've done far, far worse on a daily basis. You wore it well, brightened up the morning." Well, of course. Of course. You know, I mean, that's what people want. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, we're all a little bit surprised that, you know, she wasn't showing a little bit more of herself. That's what people want first thing in the morning. Oh, these ornamental thieves. Remember I told you about this couple? They thieved from a widow. A father and son, they stole £1.7 million worth of antique jade and ivory ornaments from an elderly widow. Des Pickersgill, 83, who had once been the woman's gardener, and his son Gary, 42, took the pieces from cabinets during visits to her cottage. They then tricked London auctioneer Bonhams into selling the ornaments by claiming they belonged to them. The father goes to prison for 6 years. His son for 8 years. Disgraceful, isn't it? Gary Pickersgill's wife, Sarah, who helped dispose of the stolen goods, was given a 2-year community order. Disgusting. People who thieve from the elderly. Rot in prison, both of you. What was the other? Oh, pictures of all the water pouring into the subway the other day in New York. I mean, you've never seen anything like it. It was almost like they were making, sort of the taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3 or whatever it was, and adding water to it. Because I've never seen so much water, and the death toll, we think, was up to 50 something, above that now. Above that. Not very good. Not very good. A lawyer who took nearly £280,000 from a dead man's estate has been struck off. My God, there's more bent people out there than I can imagine. Andrew Eastham spent more than 55 grand of it on a lifestyle and sent his ex-wife almost 150,000. But he's been struck off. He's been jailed for 32 months in 2017, and finding Eastham's dishonest conduct severe, a solicitor's disciplinary tribunal have struck him off and ordered him to pay £2,500 costs. Honestly, it's just dreadful, isn't it? These people, you can't trust anybody out there. Mary Poppins is back on stage again. Go see. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is wonderful. A spoonful of superlatives, outstanding, and it's really, really lovely. You'll love it. And also, I believe they've just released Christmas performances. Charlie Stemp is fantastic. Charlie Stemp we had in Conversation. He's young, good-looking, talented, you know. Always reminds me of a younger version of myself. And so we kind of moved on a little bit from that, haven't we? But, yep, it's back on again. ZZ Strallen is glorious, and Charlie Stemp is irresistible. That's what I'm reading from the poster. But it's good. People like it. You know, they do a signing song in it. They do a signing song, and I can't remember what it's called. Somebody will tell me. Bravery awards for the police, and the Foyles war writer going into battle to save a hamlet.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
My 16-year-old daughter, Steve, had her jab, Pfizer, a week ago. She'd been told she only needs one jab. Unfortunately, she tested positive for COVID a few days later, but very proud of her making her own decision to get the jab. I don't think she needs one jab. I think everybody should have two, and then, of course, if you're high risk, then I think you should definitely get the booster jabs. I'm looking forward to getting the booster jab, definitely. My friend Chris over in Spain said, I had one of those traction engines. I loved it. It had a whistle, too, which worked off the steam. Yes, it did. Mine had a whistle in it as well. Little tiny, you move the little sort of lever, and it went, which is how all the steam engines worked. I must start doing railway trips, because I'm quite a fan of railways. I quite like the idea, provided I've got some cheese and pickle sandwiches to take, you know, or a cheese and pickle roll. Don't know what to have for breakfast now, to think about these things. And, Steve, I visited Leicester Square the other day. Well done. Noticed Mr. Bean's statue sitting on a bench along with Paddington Bear and also Mary Poppins. Oh, I've not seen those two. They're still digging up the square because the boys are putting this these generators down in there. I've been down there. Corey and I went down, and they were fantastic. I think it's a 2-year project, so they've got quite a... Oh, it's huge inside. What they did, they hollowed out Leicester Square, put all this stuff... I mean, how they got it in, I've got no idea, but we watched them doing it for one of the other ones. But at the moment, it's all... There's loads going on there. Because normally at this time of year, well, soon, we used to have a fun fair in Leicester Square. But I don't think there's the room now. The trees have grown up and the fountain's in the middle, and which is basically the free shower for the pigeons. You know, still get the people sort of feeding pigeons in London. A letter... We mentioned Alan Turing earlier on. A letter in which he analysed how to win at Monte Carlo's casinos has come to light. 88 years on. Now, where it's been, I've got no idea. They think it could fetch 50 grand. So somebody's going to do very well. And strip lighting inventor Alfred Beutel told Turing, who was then a 21-year-old King's College, Cambridge undergraduate, that the winnings from his Monte Carlo method funded his month's stay on the Riviera. So Turing tested the system and concluded it was possible to win an unexpectedly large sum in the short term. So there you go. £50,000 could be cheap. Matthew Haley, it's going to be sold by Bonhams, head of books and manuscripts, says you really get the sense that Turing was enjoying himself doing all these calculations, because this was a decade before he broke the Nazi codes to shorten the Second World War. He used equations to work out how to win at roulette. I always thought it was stacked against you, and because you're playing, it's just a ball on a wheel. But I'm sure years and years ago, I mean, when I say years, I mean, you know, we're going back to the Klondike. You know, they used to have wheels that were fiddled and everything else, and so people couldn't do it. And also the zero tips it into the casino's favour. I still like going to a casino. I've been to the Hippodrome quite a number of times, and it's quite a good night out. You know, provided you go with friends, you don't get too drunk, and it can be very expensive. It can be very expensive. But, I mean, every time I've been there, it's full of young people. Very vibrant place to go to. And I did all right. I made about £600 on the night. Only because my friend Jordan was... the bar's open till 6 a.m. Is it really? You can have breakfast there as well, can't you? And lunch and everything else. It's very nice. Very nice indeed. We like things like that in London. But please don't come down here. We haven't got any more room at the moment. A long wait for the fans of supergroup ABBA. Every paper, every single paper, doesn't matter which one it is running the story. And you know the e-scooters, which you see about town, or as I prefer to call them, death traps? Because having seen some of the people riding them, I tell you, absolute lunatics. But you know, this is nothing new. I've got photographs sitting in front of me here. They were all the rage during the First World War. Yeah. And the newly unearthed images, taken over a century ago, show the scooters, or autopeds, wheeled about by Edwardian society. People bought them. In one, Lady Florence Norman, a British activist and suffragette, used to whiz around London where she worked during the war. Her scooter was a present from her husband, the Liberal MP, Sir Henry Norman. And postmen used to deliver on these things. So nothing new at all. How much they were, I've got no idea. They were powered by a single-engine petrol engine, but the electric versions were also available, and they could reach 35 miles an hour. As far as I'm concerned, you've got a death wish on there. These days, riders are allowed on roads, cycle lanes and tracks, but not motorways, and the speed is capped at 15, and you can only take them on these things if you've rented it. It's as simple as that, because they are running trial. We've had somebody die in Twickenham already. You get kids going up and down the road, two of them on absolute idiots, complete idiots. But in the early 1900s, scooters were a symbol of female empowerment. Let's send some to Afghanistan. Let's empower the women out there. But Amelia Earhart owned one, as did silent movie star Lillian Lorraine. But the fact they weighed more than £100 meant they still and soon fell out of fashion. But there's a picture of Lady Florence with one. And it's, I mean, basically you're riding on a sort of little time bomb, I would have thought. It doesn't tell you how much they were to buy. But the 1916, when the roads were really designed for horses and wagons, dangerous driving became a serious issue. Not surprised. I wouldn't get on one. Absolutely not a cat in Hades chance. I just don't like things like that at all. Brian says Ian Dale's on GMB now. Ask if he'll do breakfast rather than lunch. No, definitely doing lunch. Definitely doing that. He did tell me he was doing GMB this morning. I presume then he'll sort of have a little lie down. Does he not work on a Friday then? I'm missed out on this. I don't know how it works. Not on LBC. When you say not on LBC, where does he work on a Friday? Oh, right, Jim. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. And so he's got two shows. One at the Exchange Theatre and then another one somewhere else. So, yes, young Tories, young Lib Dems, of which he knows lots about. So I won't be discussing politics with him, as you can well imagine. Another one here says, I'm visiting Twickenham today to donate blood. Been meaning to donate for a while. Saw a post online saying donors needed, so if any listeners are able to give blood, please get an appointment online. Easy to do, says Winnie. Oh, that's nice, actually. And another one here, which says, Mr. Nasty's at it again. The self-employed have been warned of national insurance hike. I don't pay national insurance. I don't, because I'm a pensioner. I'll tell you, it's the only advantage to being a pensioner. Well, apart from that, you get your free travel on the buses. But no, I don't. My accountant phoned me specifically. He said, oh, by the way, he said, you don't have to pay national insurance now, Steve. I went, whoopee! I was never sure how much it was anyway. Is it a lot? You don't know either, do you? You've got no idea. I don't know what I'm asking. Yeah, it's a lot. But no, I don't have to pay it. So the government will have to raise taxes, so they could put it up. Not good. Steve, I'm going to Whitby soon. First time ever. Book tickets for the North Yorkshire Moors Railway to Pickering. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I don't think I've ever been to Whitby. But that sounds lovely. I'm very, very jealous of things like that. Joe, you have a nice time. Vegas beats London and anywhere when it comes to gambling, says Roger. Oh, yeah, well, because it's all gambling. It's all gambling. You get off the plane at the airport, at Vegas Airport, and not only is the aircraft within less than a third of a mile to the first hotel, you gamble at the airport. You can wait for your luggage, you can gamble. Get your hotel room, you gamble. You walk through the casinos to get to your room. They're obsessed with it. Obsessed with it. But there again, no more than any other nation who've got it. It's just that they've got it all in one place. And you get the other bits and pieces for everybody, which is you get bits of fun fare, some rides, some scary things, some skydiving. You can go down to, some of the museums they've got in Vegas. They were trying to sell it as a family vacation destination. I wasn't sure about family, because kids cannot go in the casino, so mum and dad might want to go in and have a little gamble. They did programmes on the television years ago about people who went there every year. There was one man who owned a bed company, and he would go there and spend a small fortune, and they were banking on him losing. So they would comp him everything. He would have a suite, the like of which you've never seen before, enormous, plus his own butler, 24 hours a day, a cook, a chef in there, and he would sometimes sit down there gambling all by himself on the table. And I used to think, what a sad person. How sad. I don't mind watching people, gambling, but it's just literally but the one thing that you will not change is the stoic looks on the faces of the croupiers. There's no interaction whatsoever. I got told off because I was playing blackjack, 21s, and I said twist. Big mistake. Just tap the table, sir. Just tap the table. So you have to tap the table if you want the card. And so I learned that quite quickly. But I tell you what, they're as miserable as sin out there. I mean, it must be quite thankless. You're standing at the table, nobody likes the look of you, so nobody's gambling on your table. Yeah, they get tips. When people leave the table, they generally sort of chuck them a few little, peasant, there you go, you have that. Go and get yourself. But I mean, I was watching all the casinos and the cooking and the food and the restaurants in Vegas. And, just absolutely fantastic thing. Whatever you want, as Mr. Neil will tell you, you can get in Vegas. If you want something dipped in chocolate, they'll dip it in chocolate. And they've got, I think the Bellagio, the actual check-in desk is about the size of 2 football pitches. It's enormous. It's enormous. And it's lovely. Absolutely lovely. So the kids are back at school today and possibly, some were yesterday and some were today. I bet the parents are relieved. Oh, dear, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Geronimo's grieving owner, pleased with the government to leave the rest of the herd alone. But as we told you yesterday, we're waiting for the results of an autopsy, or as I prefer to call it, a cover-up. Because I've just got this horrible... They've said it could take up to 3 months to do this. I mean, why does it take so long?
At SCS, it's the October Offerfest. This weekend, get a Sofa You Love for just £10 per month when you spread the cost with 3 years free credit. with both the Hoxton and Aurora sofas just $360 each. Order now to get your new sofa by Christmas. And sink your feet into a new carpet with free fitting. £10 per month offer ends 30th of October. SCS, helping create the home you love. Free fitting subject to minimum purchase and selected underlay. Conditions apply.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Well done, Winnie, for giving blood today. Yeah, it is good. I mean, I'm not sure if I can give blood as a diabetic. I'm never too sure about these sort of things. The Crime Museum was really good, says Lewis. Yes, we like the Crime Museum as well. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. And re-roulette. Oh, people talking about how to... See, I don't understand anything about gambling. It was like fruit machines. I used to play fruit machines in pubs years and years ago. But the only ones I couldn't manage were the quiz machines. I could never do it. There'd be some question thrown in there. But students used to do very well on quiz machines, so that they could literally clean up on them. But when I went to Vegas, there were so many fruit machines. I mean, gone are the days of walking around trying to find one you like the look of, trying to find one that was vacant. Because some people were operating 3 machines. Literally, they'd be standing in front of them. They'd have their sort of free drinks, which some people were lucky enough to get. I think it depends how much you were spending. And they would operate 3 machines. They'd be putting coins in each one and pushing the buttons, and all you'd hear is bing and bing and bells ringing and all that kind of stuff, which kind of sort of spurs you on to win. And each casino has got one of these huge machines where you pull the huge handle. It was like $1 or $5 or something. I just found it entertaining to watch. I wasn't particularly bothered about the gambling side of it, but when a crowd of us did go for dinner, then we went to the Hippodrome. That was quite nice, provided somebody helps you and looks after your money. So we were just doing red and black. That's all we were doing, red and black. And if we won, then we put a bit of the money aside. And as I say, it worked out quite well at the end of it. I loved it. Steve, famous for fish and chips, says Patrick. Trenchers of Whitby. Yes, it's this... Earlier on, they were trying to make Hull the centre of all the cruise ships in this country. I can't imagine anybody... I mean, who is going to drive all the way to Hull? When we went from Southampton, because that's fairly sort of... But Hull, I mean, that's so far up the country. I just can't see how that one's going to work. But we shall wait and find out. I'm having a movie night, says Kim. On Saturday, eclectic choice, everything from Beaches to Alien, plus the predictable popcorn, crisps and pop. I just look forward to tuning in on Monday. Good. Don't forget to download. Dracula lived in Whitby, apparently, and it was very interesting. So fancy having a movie night, which I like. I like a lot. And little Julie is going to see Mary Poppins later in the year. You'll like it. I wish I could remember what this signed song that they do. Apparently, if your condition is well controlled, you can... Oh, I'm eligible to give blood as long as I've got no other complications. Oh, that's it. For example, if your diabetes has resulted in eye, blood vessel or kidney problems, you're not advised to donate blood. Well, that's me out then. However, if your condition's being well controlled through a combination of diet and oral medication, you may well be able to provide the service. I don't want to go... I mean, I'm a bit like Tony Hancock on The Blood Donor. He said, how much do you want? And they said, a pint. He said, a pint? That's an armful. Without really... And of course, everybody was going... And the more I thought about it, the more I thought, because over the years, I have had blood taken from me, mainly under force and duress. I don't like it at all. I really don't. But I have at times thought my body was a pincushion over recent months of sort of having, all sorts of things. But the average adult has around 10 pints of blood, which is apparently 8% of your body weight. Making a blood donation uses a pint, after which your body has an amazing capacity to replace all the cells and fluids that have been lost. Do you know, I only found out the other day what I am, and I've now forgotten what blood group I am. Most people sort of know, but I can't remember what I was. So you don't know, do you? I mean, how would you find out what blood group you were? Well, apart from your doctor saying what you are. But I've never had a blood transfusion. I've had saline. Oh, God, have I had saline. But no, blood, I mean, loads of people give blood. The reason people gave it was you got a cup of tea and a biscuit afterwards. That was it, because you felt a little bit weak and then you just relaxed on the bed. But it was quite a big thing for people to give blood. Because if people didn't give blood... we run short. And then if people need it for transfusions and things like that. But there are rare types of blood out there. But what they are, I've got no idea. But I've got no idea. Somebody told me what I was, and I remember saying afterwards, "Are you sure?" I was a bit impressed, really, that somebody would know all about that. And so if anybody's giving blood today, well done. Congratulations. It's a very worthwhile thing to do. Roger says, I once went into a minicab office in the Lily Road, is that Fulham, and put £2 in the fruit machine and won the jackpot, £200. The drivers weren't happy. We did it. We did it. Me and my friend Jimmy. We went to an Irish pub in Acton Town, and somebody was playing on the fruit machine, and then he came off. And we used to go into bars or pubs or whatever it was, and we would just sort of, play a fruit machine. If we lost, we lost. If we won, we won. And for some reason, in this particular bar, and I could take you there today, it's still an Irish bar, and they had this one fruit machine, and the jackpot, I think, was £250. And so we put a little bit of money in, then we got some more change from the bar and put it in. And, of course, if people aren't playing it, they're watching people playing. I don't know why, this fascination with watching. Mind you, I've done it as well. And we put the money in, and then all of a sudden Jimmy went, we won. And we won the jackpot. And £250 in pound coins came pouring out this machine. That was a lot. I mean, luckily the barman changed it all up. But I tell you, the looks on people's faces... it was like we were the worst people. We'd walked in, they didn't know who we were, and we'd taken the £250. 4 main blood groups: blood group A, blood group B, blood group O, blood group AB. O is the most common blood group. Now, I don't think I'm the most common blood group. I don't know which one I am, but that's the 4 main blood groups defined by the ABO system. Receiving blood from the wrong ABO group can be life-threatening. For example, if somebody with group B blood is given group A, then their antibodies will attack the group A cells. Did you know that? See, it's a bit like petrol. You put the wrong stuff in, and all of a sudden your car's going to sort of come to a grinding halt. So just be careful. But if you are giving, well done. Nick Ferrari's going to be talking about, isn't that funny? We mentioned this morning. I knew somebody would pick up on it. Can't wait to hear his take on it. Why children are so routinely abused in religious institutions. Because they've got away with it. If you read some of these things that go on, you wouldn't believe it. The film in America or Canada is called Spotlight. And that was just horrendous because nobody believed the kids. In fact, this girl from the Jehovah's Witnesses, she said when she told the elders about her abuse, they didn't believe her. They told her she was making it up. And she said no, so that's why she went public. But it is amazing. And as I say, the Catholic Church was guilty as anybody. The worst thing was, it was going on and they knew about it and did nothing at all. My Dave has donated blood 3 times, says little Julie. I think that's brilliant. You can do it every so often, can't you? But I could do, but then I've seen the things that mean I can't donate blood, and I don't think I can donate blood at the moment. But I have got to go home because I've got to get myself ready for lunch with Ian Dale, make it look all good and stuff like that. So we've got podcasts, 2 today. As always, my normal programme and my little bit extra. The GC wants a gardening programme. It's getting a bit desperate, isn't it, now? That's not going to be happening. She's going to go to the Chelsea Flower Show, and she's going to sort of start cultivating bosses from the television companies. Not the brightest penny. Jamie Redknapp's seen out with his new girlfriend. Louise will be furious. And my long-awaited verdict on ABBA's new music.